You guys can make fun of me and make all the videos you want about me. I don't care. Say what you want. Put all the videos out there that you want, because frankly, I don't care what you think. So go ahead, all you trolls. Make videos about this. Go and make all the videos you want. If you want to make videos about me, I just don't care anymore. I really don't care. I don't care if people re-upload this video. You can make fun of me all you want. It doesn't bother me.
Let me first play this disclaimer so you guys can see it. This way it's up for the public record. Disclaimer. Nothing in this presentation was obtained illegally. Everything you are about to see has been researched using public domains such as Facebook, YouTube, Google, and/or other forms of social media platforms. No family images, home addresses, and/or any direct information shall not be used unless it has already been publicly displayed on either Facebook, YouTube, Google, and/or public social media outlets.
Fuck you, Wally!
Fuck you!
Is this thing on? Is it working? I'm always paranoid that my technology is not working. Let's see, there's a little bit of delay. Oh, I hear myself. Okay. The technology's working. I'm here. You're here. Hey everybody, coming up. It's November 9th, 2022. Dogpile Wednesday. We took a week off. I put a little message. I was in Florida last week. I did 4 days. It's only a week. I'm looking at my chat. MGTOW, hidden MGTOW. Long ass spread. It was 1 week. I had to go to Florida. Had to. Didn't want to go. It was nice seeing the in-laws, but it's her mom and stepdad are down there. And it was nice, like, getting out of a plane, and it's like, it's the summer again. It's hot, humid, there's insects. I kind of like that. We got to the beach, so it was a little 4-day break, but back to reality. I'm here. And, yeah, it's I'm sitting in a chair and ready to go. What was I going to say? My mind went blank. Oh, so, yeah, it's the day after Election Day. And my nemesis, Maga Man, he's been talking about this day for weeks, the red wave. And if you read the description of the show, I thought that there was going to be a red wave. All the polls were saying, you know, like red, oh, you know, the Democrats are in trouble and all this stuff. And the election came and went, and everyone's like, we still don't know who the fuck won. Mass confusion. I haven't looked into it because it'll drive you crazy getting into politics. But there's runoffs and recap. I don't know what's going on. But I was watching, of course, Maga Man did a live stream, and he was, you know, like kind of glum. You know, it's been weeks of memes with like a red wave and all kinds of logos. We'll go through some of his community posts later on. And then we don't know what happened. And Maga Man's been quiet today because it was supposed to be Victory Lap Day. I assumed Maga Man was going to say, I was right, and blah, blah, blah. And none of that happened. So he's just, you know, it's been kind of boring. But maybe with election, I was going to say with Election Day out of the way, maybe he'll go back to his classic content of threatening people on his YouTube channel. But I think it's just going to be weeks of runoff elections and all kinds of stuff. So let me go to the chat. Spicy Meatballs, you're first. Spicy Meatballs, do I know who you are? I think I don't know. If you're a friend of mine, please contact me some way, because I don't know who you are. But Spicy was first. He says, Pounder, we are ready for your insults. We missed you. Yes, Penny, please come back. I miss a heckler. Although Penny's kind of like, he's neutral now. I think he still doesn't like me. But he doesn't like Wally, so you know he's not as fun as he used to be. But Penny, come on the show. Yeah, Bike Life, how you doing, man? Yeah. Where's Pounder? We don't know. Maybe Pounder is Spicy Meatballs. I don't know. MGTOW, yeah, making fun of our breaks. Red Pill in the Wind, Windy, trekking across this great nation of ours, doing God's work. How you doing, man? Yeah, I'm embarrassed. I think my wife mentioned it's like, oh, Dan does I don't think she said Dogpile, but she's like, oh, he does a live stream, and I'm just like, oh, don't talk about it. Her parents are already mortified because of this ridiculous beard, which I totally throw her under the bus when I go there. I turn to her mom, I say, this is your daughter's fault, okay? This ridiculous Santa Claus beard. I keep saying, what am I doing with this? And she's like, let it go, and she plays with it, and I'm like, okay. But I don't know what to do with this beard. It's her fault. The other day I walked a dog, and I thought there was something like an insect landed on my face. It was my beard blowing in the wind. I never felt that sensation before. So I was like, oh, that's just my glorious Santa Claus beard blowing in the wind. So we're at that point of my weird blowing in the wind. Why does Penny not like Walter? What did I miss? Well, Penny said that like most people in his life, they tried telling the guy, pull up your big boy pants and stop being a pussy, and Wally told him to eat a dick, and now they don't like one another. I may be paraphrasing some of that. Penny, come on the show and tell us what happened. Anyway, let me put the link up. I'm sitting here babbling away. I think Hebrew Spaceman said he can't make it. Something about, dentist shit. I get it. Hebrew, you're a big important dentist with your own practice. I get it. Not all of us. That's euphemism for jealousy. Okay, when when you get to practice and just to rub it in everybody's face. We get it. You're just jealous that you can't sit in a cloud all day, like Maga Man. Okay, pin the message. I gotta flip back to a different browser. Okay, the link is up. Put the link. There's the link. Big beard in the wind. Yes. It's good. Look, it's cut off by the bar when I put the thing in. I should figure out how I could put it over, like drape it over the little banner on the bottom. That'd be cool. Oh, I got Windy in the back. Yeah, Penny does not Walter for real. I think. I don't know. Maybe it's all an act. We don't know. Here we go. Boom. Boom.
Oh, there's another fucking beard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big beard in the wind.
If you read my description too, this is the show that very exciting. Hidden is going to reveal himself on camera for the first time. So no
only the waist down. Only the waist down.
But we talked about it. He wants to be naked. I said it's too much for my audience. I don't want to get a community strike. But yeah, it's very exciting. So
don't worry, they won't even see it. They won't even see it if I pull it out.
I already know who won. I already know
what the beard or the election, because
the Libertarian Party.
Oh, I brought up politics. What's wrong with me?
All right,
now.
I know there's going to be a whole bunch of the election voter fraud. Is all kinds of voter fraud is gonna be the next thing we hear from all these people.
The only thing I've seen so far was that there's tabulation machines are screwing up, and it's black people outside going, "What the hell, man? I can't vote. The machine's broke. What?"
Yeah.
Classic disenfranchisement. Oh,
yeah.
The bus broke down. Oh, on the way to the buses stopped running to the polls from the bad neighborhoods. Yeah.
When you got raggedy. Okay, I can sum it up in 6 words. Sold to by the lowest bidder.
Did you say raggedy?
Yeah.
You're like the new Sifu. We need a new Sifu because he went away.
I said raggedy.
Raggedy. Sifu could find him. Tico could find him, can he?
I keep on every time I have this show, I keep saying I gotta send that guy. I have a letter, but I didn't send it because I feel creepy and weird. But I want to, I just want to make sure he's okay.
Well, it's been too long, bro.
I think Money AD said he saw him somewhere, but I think the timeline was he saw him
weeks
while
ago.
So we don't see him come on the show.
Yeah,
someone drives. I think he's in Boise. Someone go to Boise. Red Pill, you go back and forth. Just take a little detour to Boise.
If I gotta load the Boise, I can check.
Yeah.
But it's like, for me, it's like I already know who won. It's like it's not surprising,
Wait, what's not surprising? You lost me. The election?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very close. No one knows what's going on.
Well, I can tell you one thing. The miracle is called the Miracle at Midnight.
Oh, you
Either
think there's
that or
shenanigans going on? I think it's like it's all legit, and people just need to calm down. there's very rarely there's election fraud. They
hey,
investigate
look,
it.
I'm
It's no
on
election fraud.
this level. I'm on this level because if I were one of the counters, I wouldn't. I mean, whatever, whether it's shenanigans, if it's not shenanigans, it is what it is. If it is shenanigans, I'm shoving my foot up somebody's behind.
I think it is weird that every state does their own thing. Like we can't come up with a plan and everyone does it. It's like this chat. I remember the first
That would
came to
actually
light,
be the worst.
the 2000 election. It was like Florida had chads. They had like people were poking holes in paper. Like what the fuck is that?
That
Like punch
actually is
cards.
better. That's actually better.
No, because there was chads, and we can't have chads. In New York, we have scantrons. It's like fill out the dot, and you put it through
Yeah.
a machine, and get the fuck out of here. And
I
fun,
mean,
fun
the
election story.
The
I-
older machines were good. The older machines work.
Yeah. Well, you couldn't
I miss
tamper as
older
much.
machines. Right.
It's too easy to tamper with
This
the new
one I like
machines.
because you could put it in any way. Like you could put it in backwards, upside down. It's just like it just sucks in. It's like we got
They're
it.
like, it doesn't matter. We're not counting it anyway.
Yeah,
I
it's
miss
upside down. They throw it out.
I miss the older machines. You know, the old lever and bar system.
Oh yeah, I remember in my
Slot machine.
elementary school, like we'd be playing in the gymnasium, and the teacher would be like, "Oh, we need more dodgeballs, Dan. Go into the closet." And we'd open up the closet, and in the front there was like softballs and all kinds of gym shit, but in the back were those machines, like just like they would just store it because they would vote in the gymnasium. So they once a year they'd wheel them out. But tucked in the back were those big, bulky, the ones where you pull the handle and the drapes close behind you. That we had those.
Yeah. I miss those days. Those machines were actually worth a darn. We need to go back to those machines.
I used them, like the first time I voted, they still had those, and then they went to like Scantron. I think like it must have been like 90 or.
It ain't working. It ain't working because it's like if you bring back the older machines, it'll probably alleviate a lot of this mess.
I think there's no. I think there's. I won't say there's no election fraud, but they investigate it, and the amount of fraud doesn't significantly change the vote. Like sometimes they'll catch somebody doing a thing twice, or they'll somebody will do something shady. But for the most part, no fraud. But people now, our environment is.
They said that there's fraud in every election, and you have to expect it. So just this amount of fraud's okay. Don't worry about it. It's not big, and it's like, well, are we not supposed to go with no fraud? Like, why is there an acceptable level?
People get in trouble for it, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
Why aren't people
arrested?
Why? I think people should.
That's treason.
Yeah, that is.
I have a fun election story. So this in New York, we get, like I said, we get a Scantron. You go in, and you give your name, and they say, "Is this your address?" And you say, "Yeah," and you sign a thing. They don't ask you for ID, and then you get a Scantron, and you sit down, and you got to fill it out. So in front of me there was this old crotchety guy, and he was like, he had his ID in hand, and the woman was like, "Oh, we don't need ID." And he's like, "What? No ID? What? You don't need to see my ID?" And the woman's like, "No." She's like, "What's going on? Last year?" And she's like, "No, New York you never had to show ID." And the guy's arguing with her, saying, I've always shown ID. And she's like, "No." And finally he calmed down. But then he went to go vote, and he was like muttering to himself. And he picks up the thing, and he's looking at the names. He's like, "Oh, Chuck Schumer, blah blah." So I'm like, I gotta sit next to this guy. So when we sat down, I sat down like across from him, just so I could hear this guy. He had his Scantron, and he's sitting there and he's voting, but he's going, "Oh, that Chuck Schumer, oh, son of a bad." So there's no one around.
Thinking.
But he's he's mumbling, and all I kept thinking of is like, this is like a Wally. He's been watching Tucker Carlson for years, 24/7, and when he sees someone's name, he gets outraged. Or maybe it was Anderson Cooper. I don't know. He's watching too much news.
All I know is like when you have
he's mad and he's mumbling.
Yeah. When you have 2,000 subscribers. Yeah.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Yeah, it's going. But when you have 2,400 some odd subscribers,
like Dan,
it's 26, I think.
Yeah, you're supposed to kind of tone it down because you're literally making yourself look like a jackwagon.
Well, you know our boy. If he didn't, we'd have nothing to talk about.
Once I get 500, I'm cranking it up. I'm going the other way.
So how's everybody doing?
What's going on, man?
Hey, how are you doing?
I've been loving the
How
drone
is Florida?
footage. Florida, it's hot. It's a hot Long Island, but it was
Yeah.
nice, like having a little bit of summer all of a sudden. I was like, well, summer.
Yeah, nice. Hey,
Yeah.
Wendy, I saw you put up a couple of shorts about some guy that sounded like he wasn't doing well or something. I didn't quite follow it, but do you wanna expand on that?
Which one?
No, I forget. There was like I saw it and then I went to his channel and it was kind of an ominous message, like he was sick or something. I don't know.
Who was? I mean, I wasn't sick.
No, not you. Somebody who's a MGTOW guy or something. I think wasn't doing well.
Oh, yeah. One fast Dak. I think he. He's.
Yes, yeah.
He died.
Yeah, I got. Oh, did he?
I do
Oh,
believe
wow.
he died.
Really? Okay. Oh, I
Say what?
One fast
One
Dak.
fast Dak died?
I do believe that's what it was.
Jeez.
What?
Wow, that's a bummer. Because I saw. I went to you said talked
Get
about him.
the
I didn't know him. I just kind of heard of him, and I went to his page, and he had something real philosophical, really deep about moving on to another part of your life or whatever. And I thought it was something that sounded ominous. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know him.
It sucks.
Yeah.
It is what it is. He ain't suffering no more.
Yeah. That sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I
depends
think
on how you look at it.
Raven's making a swipe at me.
Like
Only
said,
6 people watching this nonsense.
His last video was 8 days ago. He says, "Take care, guys. I hope to be with you again soon."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's in the be with you again soon in another dimension or place or I think that's what he's. Dan, the beard is getting out of control.
Yeah, it's all my wife's fault. I'm going for Santa Claus in his 50s, like before he became a silver fox. He was just.
And what's this about Hidden? Hidden is going to be revealing himself tonight.
Yeah, tonight's the big night.
Dan, you're a
About
fucking
it.
douche. If I'm exposing anything, it's my under regions, and you don't have to worry. You're just going to see like Ken doll.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Poor him. Is that a Canadian thing, or is that just?
Hey, did
Yeah,
anybody?
it's really cold up here. It's shrinkage.
Yeah, sure. It's constant shrinkage.
Is
It's
it
just-
cold up there?
It's starting to get cold.
Let me tell you. I don't know, Dan. You were in Florida for a while, but the last couple of weekends, like this past weekend, it was like, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, I was driving into work and it was like almost 80 degrees. It was
Yeah,
like
I was
79.
making fun of
It was
my
great.
wife because she made me put plastic on the windows to winterize it. Every year
Yeah.
we have this fight. And I'm like, it's like October 4th. And then, like you said, like it's been in the 70s. And I'm like, see? She's like, all right, it's a little early.
Tell that to the Christmas decoration people.
Yeah, right. That
Yeah.
used to be Thanksgiving. It used to be the cutoff date, but now it starts in October.
Yes, Raven, I know what you're making fun of Wally. I saw that too. He only had like Slipper and I were making fun of it. We were just like, who is watching election coverage via Maga Man? Like he has the internet open. And he's just like he's googling. He's like, okay, this is New Jersey. This is Pennsylvania.
Yeah, if you're somebody who's interested in the election, which probably there's a lot of people are, but you have a computer, you're equipped with a computer, and you can go to the things that he's going to without listening to him saying, "Oh, guys, we're fucked. It doesn't look good. We're fucked. It's bad." Well, who needs
I just
that?
make fun.
What kind of commentary is that?
He needs to do like when like Wolf Blitzer walks around the virtual room and it's all like it's like he needs to do that. Like he needs to walk around a fake Maga Man room and point.
I just make fun of the candidates. I just make fun of the candidates.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you wonder, I just, of all the, there's a lot of smart people in this country, really, really intelligent people. Apparently, none of them go into politics. I mean, because if you look at some of these candidates, you're like, oh my God, it's just terrible.
Well, every so often, like a really smart person runs, but they're like, okay, my name is so and so, and I have this binder of 800 pages, and here's my plan, And if you just read through it, and they probably could solve all our problems, but no one wants to, like, that guy's a nerd. No one's going to read his binder.
Yeah, right. You need
But when someone comes on, it's like, you better vote for me, otherwise the world's going to end if you vote for the other guy. And, like, that guy gets the votes.
I'm gonna talk crap. I'm gonna talk crap. I'm gonna come across. If I get up on, if I felt the need to run, I talk crap on the candidate. I talk crap on the commentary. I talk crap to everybody in the room.
Let me ask you this question. If you guys, I'm sure everybody follows politics to varying degrees. How many times have you ever heard, whether it be on the radio or whether it be on TV, this election will be the most important election in your lifetime? I've heard that for every freaking election, every 2 years, all the time. It's always the most important election of your lifetime, and it turns out being a dry fart every single time. It never makes a difference. I mean, I always say, I told this to Dan, it's like no matter what happened yesterday or what's going to happen 2 years from now, when Trump got elected or when Obama got elected or when Clinton got elected, when Reagan got elected, every day after the election day, I had to go to work. Nothing changed.
Yeah.
So nothing. You go about your business. Yeah.
3 minus 2 still equals 1.
Yeah. Exactly.
3 minus 2 equals 1. So it doesn't matter what it doesn't matter what the candidate you get. You're gonna lose 3 things that are gonna be beneficial, and you're gonna gain 1 back.
He doesn't understand anything we're saying because he has like a monarch over there or something. Doesn't he have? I think it's the Lord of Canada.
Yeah, right.
I wasn't listening. I was checking out Dak's channel. So I looked in his comments. People have commented yesterday, and he's given his little love sign to it. So he was at least still here yesterday.
Kicking.
He's still
okay, all right. Oh, yeah. But like that gets back to Hidden now. Now Hidden, now that the Queen is gone, what are you going to do with your money? I mean, do you change her?
It's just gonna have a bigger nose on it now.
You're gonna put Prince Charles on the money or Meghan Markle?
You mean King Charles?
Oh, is he? I'm not. I don't think we're part of the.
He was a prince until she died, and then
for that.
Yeah, 3 of us here aren't part of the kingdom, so we wouldn't.
When his mom died, he became king.
It's his grace or something.
Oh,
he's the king of England right now.
Is he?
Yeah,
Along with the king.
And William is the Prince of Wales now, which is what Charles used to be. And Harry made a big mistake and abdicated and went to go and live with Meghan Markle.
Now,
and she's causing him shit to the point where he's probably going to kill himself now.
What happened to Andrew? He fell in disfavor when he was hanging out with the 16-year-old girl from. Wasn't that?
I don't know if he's got bad blood with the king or not. He may get back into the good graces now that it's him.
But didn't that whole thing with
that went nowhere. I think they stripped him of a title.
Okay.
But he was like a duke, so it didn't really matter anyways.
But everything I always hear from about the royal family is sort of like visiting Disney World in the United States. It's like a big attraction, so it's like a big money maker.
Everybody come see the inbreds.
Pretty good.
Everybody come see the inbreds.
Yeah, everyone is everyone's cousin. It's like, just stop doing that.
I wish I had a banjo.
A royal banjo.
A royal banjo. Get you royal fiddler.
The royal banjo.
The royal banjo trio and the fiddler 3.
Actually, Camilla is the royal banjo.
No,
she's not queen though. She is the royal consort now. She can't be queen because she doesn't have the blood or none of that.
What happened to HS? He's not showing tonight.
Drilling
teeth.
Some
dentist thing he's doing.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah.
I'm a dentist, everybody. Come on.
I'm gonna get me a little bit of sleep. Try to get me a little bit of sleep because I gotta get up at 3 a.m.
Ah, okay.
Are you in the sleeper berth?
Yep.
Okay.
Don't forget to water your beard.
It kind of looks like you're on a porch, but the lighting. I remember last time I did the same mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Oh, let me water my beard.
There you go. Just keep it going. I got you beat though.
Yeah, I know.
You got you both beat.
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't know what Hidden's got. no idea.
Yeah.
Maybe,
But,
maybe I'll expose my beard to you.
I could.
Good
I could
night,
do this.
everybody.
I could
Peace
like,
out,
grease it
man.
up.
Peace out.
I could be
Take
like an
care, Winter.
1850s pugilist.
Ah!
1850s pugilist.
Shave the beard off and just leave the big old stash, big handlebars
Do
like
this.
Hulk Hogan. Shave the chin part only. Leave everything else.
I'm afraid to I don't know what's underneath here. I haven't seen.
Then
for
you can
10
wear a
years.
cowboy
Who
hat.
knows what
People will be like, "That
horrible-
guy's cool."
I don't have a good chin. I have to do this. It's good camouflage when you have bad chin.
Did you?
Yeah, I
did,
guess that would make.
Did any of you guys notice? I don't know if you noticed, Dan, that in one of Wally's videos he goes into his I identify as, and I'm waiting.
Love
I'm
those.
waiting. I'm waiting for him to go through everything that's in front of him that he can see, but he didn't. So he must have noticed that we've been we
Yeah.
caught on to that. So I forget which video it was, but he just completely worked around it. He didn't do it. I'm waiting for it. I identify as a pencil holder. I identify as a can of Raid. I identify as a mousetrap. I identify as a Grimberg. But he
I
didn't do it.
identify as the Kleenex that I shot my load into
I
last
got
night.
I got another one of these. These are my favorite. This is Wally. This is Wally trying to hit me for copyright, and YouTube's like, actually, you're perfectly fine. No worries. I love getting these.
Oh, that's great. That's
And,
great.
and this is Wally. This is what Wally wrote. I'll read it out loud because I love reading it dramatically. Hold on. Ooh, what am I doing? I have reported this channel multiple times, not just here on YouTube, but to Team YouTube on Twitter for violating terms and service for creator-on-creator harassment and cyberbullying. This channel continues to steal my content while misrepresenting my videos in order to publicly shame and bully me. This person's entire channel is nothing but a forum to encourage offline harassment in the form of death threats, phone calls to my home, phone calls to the leasing office, threats to go after my income, and far worse.
Threatening.
Yeah. Looks like he.
I have
yeah.
reported this channel directly, capital directly, to Team YouTube for blatant TOS violations, yet no action has been taken. I demand this user have his channel terminated for creator-on-creator harassment, cyberbullying, and creator-on-creator attacks.
But what about
And YouTube is like, no. I love it. I love it.
YouTube's like, you haven't created anything yet.
Wally, for a guy that's Mr.
I love it.
For a guy that's Mr. Constitution, he's got the flag draped around him and the Constitution in his left hand and a flag in his right hand. He doesn't seem to be a big First Amendment guy. So
Baron
I
Yan in
tend-
the chat. What's going
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
Baron?
So yeah,
So I had a
that's
Duzangs.
great.
Duzangs disappeared off of social media. Ask him what's up, Baron. I know you. I saw your
Wait.
video. You hanging out.
Yeah,
with
I
the guy.
noticed that. Yeah,
He
he's not-
deleted everything. I don't know what's going on with him.
When is Maga Man going to identify as a dick
Yeah.
or a douchebag?
He's such a whitey. His whole channel is like he sees stuff
Are you
on
gonna
the
sneeze,
internet
Slippery?
and gets enraged at it and talks about it. But if someone does that to him, it's like some kind of violation of everything.
I think Slippery's going to sneeze. Look at him. He's about to sneeze.
Oh yeah, Slippery, you're broken again. That's because he's in the basement with his shitty old laptop.
Oh, he's hiding in the fairway box.
You're roboting a little bit.
Oh, right.
Also, while you're fixing the
Arigato.
technology, I need you to shift over to your left so that the picture frame is exactly behind you, because my OCD is screaming right now. Or you could physically move the picture over, whatever's easier to do. Actually, I kind of like the
Just
picture.
leave it.
We'll talk about the picture when he
Oh
when he
yeah,
comes
put the
back.
light in
All right,
there.
let's do it
Yeah,
right.
now you're really fucking it up. I like this.
I was messing around, yeah. Oh,
Oh.
now he's gone. He did it. Gotta
Soon
get
as
a
he
moved.
moved.
Landline down there. Run a cable.
He's still there, but it's weird. It's just it's showing the little circle going around.
Yeah, he's done it now. He's gone.
He moved his laptop and it went out of range.
Duzang's been going through it. LOL. What does that mean?
Wait, that's
It.
mean. Sounds like he's saying, "Oh, times are tough," but then he laughs at him after.
I was paranoid Duzangs was mad at me. Like when he was like, "Did I say something wrong? What did I do?" Because I said he should grow a beard, and I kind of made, and then that was the last and then he disappeared. He's like, "Fuck you! How dare you suggest I get a beard, sir?"
Baron Yam's been slipping, man. I haven't heard any new diss tracks lately.
Well, while he's been boring, he's actually been sticking to his guns. He's been politics. Although he does dip in every now and again. He'll talk about politics, and he'll be like, there's voter fraud, and I'm not a fraud. But anyway, voter fraud. Like he does like that,
If you want to talk fraud,
yeah, like words affect them, and then he go. But for the most part, and I was watching his election coverage, and he's kind of knowledgeable. Like he was going into counties that were problematic, and sure enough, I think I was watching CBS, one of those channels. They stream for free, and it's like on YouTube, so it's no nonsense. And I was watching that coverage, and they were kind of talking about what Wally was talking about. So
wow.
He does kind of know a little stuff, but
because he's not stealing it from them. Because he wouldn't be watching their channels.
He reminds me of the guy who tried to kill Pelosi's husband. Remember that? I think that was a couple of weeks ago.
Why were they in their underwear?
The guy was sleeping. That's why.
No, they were both in their
Stop!
underwear.
You're being a conspiracy theory. It was a crazy Wally.
They got pictures.
Trying to attack this guy. There's no weirdness.
They got pictures, and they said they were both in their underwear.
You love going to that was weird. No, they have the whole the thing is recorded. It's the guy Pelosi went to the bathroom and then he turned on his camera and he dialed 911 and let it run, and that the conversation was recording.
If you were gonna kill somebody with a hammer, why would you let him go to the bathroom with his phone in his underwear?
The guy kept saying your time is up. Sorry, it was scary.
You can have 30 seconds on the phone.
They arrested the guy, and when they had him out in the street, he was Maga Man. He was like, "What were you doing in the house?" And he was like, "Well, I have to rid the world of this. I'm sick of this nonsense that comes out of Washington." It was like
he was saying he was going after Nancy.
It's like
herself.
This guy's crazy.
But if you were going to go after her, wouldn't you wait till she went to her house?
Slippery, you got to run a cable downstairs. I'll tell you what. I'll come over for a weekend. You'll set me up with a room, and we'll run a cable through that.
I like the way that he is now.
You're exactly right, because this machine is hardwired straight with a Cat 5 straight to my router, and the other one is on Wi-Fi. So I think that's the difference, right?
Yeah, we need to just run a cable.
Hardwired is better than Wi-Fi, even if you're sitting right beside the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I found that out.
The shorter your Cat 5 is, or not Cat 5, the shorter that you're in, whatever the fuck, the cable that you're plugging in, your Ethernet.
Well, this is
the shorter that is, the better too.
A while ago, yeah.
If you get if you're sitting right beside the router and you plug in a 65-foot cord,
yeah,
it's actually going to be worse than the Wi-Fi.
Savage cock checking.
Oh, they're savage.
How's the Lone Star Estate, Savage?
The observation
Look at those
of the week.
Balls.
Yeah, that's
those balls are tits.
The observation of the week is by Dan, because I think Wally put up a video where I guess there was at one of the candidates. I think it was a Zelda. No, it was at Kathy Hochul was running for governor, who was trying to run for governor, and a Zeldin supporter got choked at her event. So he's all outraged about this woman getting choked out. Says the guy who got arrested.
Oh no!
Choking up baby.
Oh no!
Yes.
I was thinking the same thing.
Minute.
I was like,
how do you do that to a woman?
If you were arrested for strangling, whether he did it or not, if everyone knew that you strangled somebody,
you don't do it unless the father is there to protect
if you're
his
hanging
daughter.
if you're hanging out at a party and suddenly the conversation talks about strangling, you get up and use the bathroom. You avoid anything that has to do with strangling.
Yeah,
but Wally's look at how horrible it is. This woman getting strangled by a man, and he even
nice
used
wording,
the picture.
Yeah. It's like, who would do such a thing?
Let me fire it up because it's so great. I gotta find it.
So he hasn't been that boring then.
Yeah, he's
just not.
Well, he's not coming
mood.
after us.
Yeah.
He's been on his best behavior.
That's true.
Give him that.
Maybe
but you
the
know
meds
what?
are working.
I'm waiting. Yeah, maybe the meds are working this time. I don't know what. I mean, how many different kinds of meds can they try out on?
Maybe.
I mean, they must have went through everything. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. If he needs meds and they give him meds and they work, then fucking that's.
Oh,
awesome.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Good for him then. Because he seems to be a little bit more sedate.
I've been, whenever I yell at him or send him a nasty message, I'm like, dude, go You keep on bragging about how you have nothing to do in your life. Like, take 2 weeks, check it out with your insurance and check yourself in, and maybe
they
get
finally,
some fucking help. But
hey, when you have those kind of
Wally.
mental issues like he does, I mean, you need different combinations. Yeah, yeah. Was choked. You should-
Wait a minute, she's black.
look at the red arrow, as if we don't know what to look at in this picture.
Uh,
Oh
Don't you-
yes, the woman being strangled. That's the
don't you
focus
dare
point. Oh.
don't you dare paste his fucking face on there and put
Oh my
fucking
God.
the toenail on her.
you know.
Don't
Does
tempt me.
he have
Or he's
any?
choking a toenail face.
Does he have any other arrow in his repertoire than this one? This arrow goes back years. This big fat red arrow. I mean, it's a little too big. It's out of scale.
Whoa, look at this.
And again, this is Wally is like, okay, he's going to Google and he's like, purple-haired trans woman, man, face piercing. Like, what is the search term that he's?
I thought it
going
was
through?
just an Instagram fucking filter.
Yeah, and every other post is like, "Oh, red, look out! Red wave is coming!" Oh, it didn't age that well.
You want to see one that didn't age well? Show the newest one he has up there.
Oh, geez, that's a
Oh
bad
yeah,
one.
and with all the symbols, I kind of remember it. Listen.
Yeah.
Queen, what?
There's so much. Oh yeah, apparently Queen Mahat is in trouble. He's like, "Oh, my pal, Queen."
What?
You know,
It's like
that's
she probably had a Nazi on her show, and they're like, "Yeah, you can't do that."
That's so typical of Wally, though. I mean, like the woman was like nice to him like 3 times, so like he's like, "Oh, go to her channel. The MAGA army is going to assemble there."
Yeah, she must be like, "Yeah, please don't do that."
Yeah,
Are
right.
they-
Yeah. He did that for that lady Charity one time. He's like, "Oh, go to this." And what ended up happening is several of the Dan King army went there, and we made. Well, I know I did. I made a couple snarky comments on some of her videos, and like I think that was her. I think she disassociated herself from the great Maga Man.
She called me a liar, only to find out I wasn't lying. From Maga Man.
I watched. I watched.
That was my interaction with her. Yeah, No Savage was still waiting. And while at the beginning of 2022, Wally said, "This is the year I sue everybody." So he's only got, the clock is tick-tock, buddy.
But the one thing that's actually heartened me a little bit is that he went after you for a copyright strike, and he wrote that whole thing up. Oh, a creator on creator or whatever. No.
Oh, and it was really old too. Let me find up what he was talking about. Like this
Oh,
was
yeah, put it
that
in this
that was
video.
that was an old video
Look
of
at the,
mine.
the font
and
for
then
his
this
Maga
video.
Man.
Oh, that's what he
his-
went. So he must have spent a whole day going through all your videos trying to find something.
Oh, geez, could you imagine?
I think
what
he
that would put him
avoids
through?
watching my stuff because he knows
Yeah.
it'll drive him batshit. And when he
More like
does,
Super Snooth would find that.
he remembers the days of Super Slews.
I remember them. Hey, Hidden,
The
what
Super
happened?
Slews are on it.
What happened with your channel? What did you were doing? You were doing a 4-letter Friday on a different platform. Did you have you had a strike or something or?
Okay, so
The walls are closing in.
one channel had a copyright strike, so I went to the other channel and started posting, and then that one got a community violation.
Yeah.
So I went back to the other one, and then it got a community violation. So I'm like, okay, this is getting ridiculous. Like anywhere I go, they're on me, fucking hitting me with that. So
But for what kind of stuff?
just
Creator
because,
on creator harassment.
No, it was because when you play copyrighted shit,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
some copyrighted people don't mind because they're just gonna hit you for the monetize.
Right.
Other
right.
ones are like, get that off now, and then that's when you get a bad strike. You actually get a
Right.
copyright strike.
Yeah.
So
That's the biggest, the toughest thing to find some kind of music that's not like corny. That's like kind of good music but that's hard to find too. And then you see these sites online that say, oh, you can use the music or whatever, but you got to sign up and pay a monthly charge, and everybody's got a game.
It's like
I found one like they just like as long as you put in your description this, and they put exactly what like
I
you
saw
cut
that,
and paste.
Yeah.
And like I did that once. I did that when Wally threw his furniture around that heavy metal song.
Yeah.
Like I
yeah,
gave
yeah.
the guy credit, and like nothing ever happened.
But there's so many. I mean, if HS was here, he would probably say too. There's so many unanswered questions that we still have with Wally that are out there. I mean, we know.
Like, how long are those toenails now? We need a fresh picture.
Is the fungus subsiding? Has he had that treated?
Has it
what's
changed
even
colors?
more important is, did his Freddy mask come from China? Because we know that was a whole. And you figured that he said he paid $50 for this thing, and it was supposed to like replicate like a mask that cost like $1,000. Like, he didn't notice that something was a little bit off kilter there. But now it didn't come. But I wonder if it's going to come. I wonder if he has it. When's the reveal? I mean, he got the glove. He did all the mods on the glove. We want to see the end product now. I mean, really.
I think it's coming. I think he's just distracted by the big red wave that didn't happen.
Yeah, there was a dry fart. The big red wave. Yeah,
it was swelling offshore, and then it just went down, and nothing happened.
Depending on whether or not his meds are effective, you try to think, what's the fallout going to be from the red wave not being the red wave that he was, praying for and whatever? Is it going to be that he's just going to be angry and he's going to beat his chest and yell at the moon even more, or is he going to be sedate, or is he going to say this? Or
Never
I'm
happened.
just wondering, how he's gonna deal with it.
I think it's going to suck because I think, like for us, because
he's not going to mention it.
I was kind of hoping it would just go his way, and then he'd jump around about it and talk about it. But now we're going to have, I think, this runoff, which is like another mini election, and that's going to be till December. So now this is going to get pushed back, and Wally's going to be distracted by politics instead of just moving on with his videos and start talking about how the holidays suck, and I have no place to have Thanksgiving, and maybe Chris will invite me over, and Shitty will have me, but that's okay if they don't. It's fine. I'll just sit in my apartment, do nothing. It's fine.
You know what I was thinking about driving home, trying to prep myself for the show. I try to do a little prep for the show. When actually, Hidden, this is true. I think Dan can back me up on this. Way back when Wally was on Facebook and he was talking about moving to North Carolina, he had a friend down here. He had a friend down in North Carolina that said, "Oh, move down near me or whatever." I don't know.
I don't remember that.
I do remember that. That's how he got that. He didn't just
Wasn't that the guy that was sleeping on the kid's bed?
No. There was a friend that was actually
that guy's
living
from New York.
Yeah, there was a guy that was actually living in North Carolina and said, "Oh, you should move down here or whatever." And that's how he got the idea.
Oh, the guy that got him down there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he met Esteban. Esteban was like a neighbor, I think.
But he met Esteban after he moved down there. It was
I don't think it was Esteban, is what I'm saying. I think he met the neighbor one day, and
and he never heard about this guy. Oh, no, you think it was Shitty?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Wally would have mentioned it. Wally would have been like, "Shitty got me down here. I'm not racist, right, Shitty?"
But I do recall him saying. I remember him doing like a thing, and he said, "Oh, guess what? I'm gonna move to North Carolina. I have a friend down there, and he scoped out a place and this and that." And then he put in credit references, and they approved him, whatever. And it was through a friend, but he never mentions that.
Maybe it was Andreas Jackson / Phantasma / Lucian Stevenson.
Maybe he accidentally popped off a pepper round in his house or something. He's like, "Get the fuck out!"
Oh, the other
I
thing
got kids here.
Yeah, he was showing like his pepper spray dropped it.
Yeah.
Get out of my house, you idiot!
Oh, the other thing is, like his costume, his backup costume, the Cameron Fry costume. Now,
how many people on the planet would go, "Hey, you're Cameron Fry from the 1985 movie"?
And I think
who the fuck's Cameron Fry?
Exactly. Point made.
But did you know? I mean, I didn't know the name Cameron Fry, but I knew the Gold Wings shirt. The Red Wings
Gold Wings shirt?
No, Red Wings. The Detroit Red Wings shirt.
Oh, you're talking about a hockey player?
Yeah, well, he was wearing a Detroit Red Wings shirt with Gordie Howe name in the back, and that was what the guy wore in the movie. But like, who thinks of Cameron Fry from?
For fuck's sakes, I'm gonna go
nobody
look it up.
You think about Ferris Bueller. You think about his girlfriend. She was.
Oh, okay. Now you're telling me who.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ferris Bueller, the guy with the fucking.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. The guy that
the 60-year-old kid that does not look like that.
Yeah, and then he puts his hand on the fucking car and it goes. Vroom,
yeah,
like
exactly.
The fucking
he
window.
drives a Ferrari out the window. That's the kid he wanted to be.
See Walter's chin, like that's the reason I grow a beard, because I'll look like that if I I'll just look like this soft, doughy man with a bad.
How long
chin.
you been growing that?
Well, I've had it for like over 10 years, like short.
Really?
This is the first
Oh,
time I was
you're
like.
trimming the fuck out of it. Yeah, okay.
But so
So
like,
I was gonna
what's
say
been
I've had
going on
mine
for
for a
10 years?
year.
I
And
don't
it's
know.
long as fuck.
Not for nothing.
It's longer than
You know, that's
Hammerman's
not the
fucking
first
beard.
time he did that Cameron outfit. There's an old video from like last Halloween where he had that on.
Yes, I remember that, and like, I didn't know what the hell he was like. I
He's
didn't know.
recycling pictures.
Well,
It's like, I have a life look, and it's like, that's a 2-year-old picture, fuck.
Well, you know what's funny? I think Babu said, I don't know where he mentioned it in a comment or something. He's like, "What costume?" He's wearing a goofy jersey and a goofy hat. That's his
daily
everyday
costume.
attire.
It's his uniform.
Oh, I was showing the picture. Did I not show it? Is that what happened?
Yeah, nothing showed.
Oh, I clicked on the view. I don't know how to, like, when you're viewing a channel, how to review it without stopping sharing.
That Cameron Fry guy, he looks like he needs glasses.
Yeah,
Like
I
his
was- I was
eyes look
assuming
like someone
everyone
that
was
wears
looking at
glasses
his
that isn't
channels.
wearing them.
Okay, there we go.
Oh,
That's what I meant.
Oh
Like,
my
see
God.
Walter's chin? That's my chin. If I shave this, I just look like a soft.
forget the
doughy-
chin. Look at the fucking expression in the eyeballs. What's going on with this?
He looks, what a blank stare.
And if
It's
you
like-
notice, if
it's
you
like,
notice,
this
Shitty,
hat is not
you
working.
see Shitty in the
It's
corner over here. There he is.
Ah, what the fuck's he wearing? No shirt and a fucking toque?
But so like Wally
What the
had
fuck is this?
Shitty and presumably Chris over, Shitty's girlfriend / wife or whatever, and the three of them are just sitting around in costume, like lame.
Yo, that's not the scene where the car went through the fucking window, is it?
But I mean, if
He's
you
looking
if you
out the
see,
window like,
Yeah.
oh no.
When they were
So that'd
trying to
be the
roll
ex-
back the
Yeah.
odometer. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like Wally's making that expression too. He's like, oh my god, Dad's gonna kill me.
And again, like I don't know if it's irony or hypocrisy, but he's trying too hard and talking about trying too hard. It's like he's a comedic genius. Wally.
Maybe Shitty's putting a stick up his
Wally,
ass
you
in that
don't-
picture. He's like,
45 years old men don't have to have Halloween. You could, especially if you don't have kids. I mean, I know you have. We know about.
Is he going
anyway,
golfing with that
You don't
hat?
have to do it. He was like, "My costume's not coming. What am I gonna do? Just don't do fucking Halloween."
just don't do
Grown
Halloween.
man with no fucking kids.
Just-
like,
Just turn your lights off.
buy a bag of candy if any kids dare knock on his door. You know, I mean that
Well-
would probably be incredibly creepy anyway if they came through his door. He'd probably
Most
make that
places don't
sound.
do that, eh? Like places where it's like an apartment building, they usually make it down in the lobby, and everybody that wants to give candy out goes down there with the bowl. And
I had
'cause they
I
don't
had
want
one
people
group of
going door to
kids
door.
came. That was it. But I'm
Yeah,
kind of off
that's-
the beaten
that-
path.
You know, there was a while that I remember as a kid, we used to go door to door. The whole neighborhood was going door to door. But then there was a time, I don't know, there's always crazy people out there that put razor blades and apples and do shitty things. So then it became, when my kids were younger, you'd take them like to the mall and the stores, or go down like one of the big avenues with the stores, and all the stores would have something for them. You wouldn't go
Well, that
house
was like
to
a
house.
huge hoax. It wasn't a hoax. It was like it
How
was
old are your kids?
it was a family thing. Like a relative tried to poison like a nephew
Something,
or
yeah,
something.
yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
With a-
here's your
but-
apple.
And then it turned into like, oh, someone's putting like needles in cupcakes, and it was this whole scare based on nothing. I remember
Well-
they said, oh, you can't do baked goods anymore, which I think was a conspiracy theory
It
started
was.
by like the Kit Kat people. Like,
Right.
yeah, don't have. I remember we used to get a Rice Krispie, like a homemade Rice Krispie ball or bar, you know, like from the old lady. But then it was like, oh, you can't do that. You have to get a Kit Kat because she made it.
Yeah, right.
So the
I
whole
mean,
baked good thing like went
Exactly,
away. Like,
yeah.
thanks a lot, you know.
You know what
that
they
was
said now?
the
They said
candy
check your
cartel.
candy.
yeah, the
Said
teachers
check your
would
candy
tell us.
because people are putting fentanyl in it now. Is what they were
Yeah,
saying.
the teachers would tell us, and this was like in the 70s. They would
Yeah,
tell
it
us
was like-
only.
but it never happened. Never
Yeah,
happened.
they would say only accept packaged candy. Don't take anything that was
Yeah.
baked or anything. But but it was different then too, because when I was a kid, there were like roving bands of teenagers with hair with shaving cream and throwing eggs, and they would like, if you were one of the littler kids and you were just trick or treating, you would
Yeah,
get
I was-
destroyed.
That was my generation. Like you
Yeah.
started out being the target, and then when you got to be a
Yeah,
teenager,
yeah.
you're like, okay, now I'm the egg throwing guy.
And
Although
that's
I never threw an
because
egg at a
your
little
parents
kid 'cause I
weren't
thought
carrying
that
you
was a
around
dick.
everywhere. You went out
Yeah.
on your own. That's why the big kids could get at you.
We would egg people we didn't like. We would be
and
like,
you would
oh,
egg, like,
so
the
and so's house is around the corner.
the city bus. You would egg the bus that drove by, and the school bus, and yeah, it turned into a free for all. And there was always these rumors, like when you were a kid, it was like, oh, the 8th graders are coming around and they have nair. Which was
Yeah,
hairy.
again, another thing that never happened.
We're gonna get nared. Oh, run for your life.
But also, Nair doesn't like in our minds, like a dot of
Yeah.
Nair would hit you and your skin would just go.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it doesn't like you have to put it on
Yeah.
and you have to sit there and like it's a whole
Yeah.
process.
We were on.
Don't put it on your nuts.
We thought it was like alien blood if you got nared. You know.
Yeah, like, it's gonna bleed right through. Like I've been Naired.
If you put
Oh,
that
I
on
was-
your
you know-
nuts to
They
take the
wouldn't
hair
sell
off,
you-
it'll kill you. Fuck.
If you were like 16, they wouldn't sell you shaving cream like at Genevieve's, like around Halloween. I remember
They
It was
won't
a
sell
big thing.
bums cologne here. Like, I want to get some brute. They're like, no, get the fuck out.
It was
Why?
funny.
We know you're gonna go right outside and drink it. They're crazy, man.
Because back in those days when it would, when you were still going to school or in the neighborhood, and back when it was getting close to July 4th, there was, like in the 70s and early 80s with fireworks, it was like, oh, do you have a list? You know a guy? And there was always the blue Xerox list that came around where it would be like a Chinese food menu. Oh, I want a mat of this, and I want a gross of this, and I want a gross, and you give it to some guy, and he had a friend of a
Yes.
friend of a friend, and all of a sudden it would arrive.
My
And,
uncle would do that with my dad, and like I would try to like chime in, and he'd be like, "It's too expensive. We're not getting springtime in the garden or whatever it was." Be like, he's not getting that. Too much money."
Yeah, those were the days, right?
When the one guy in your family had the Price Club card,
Oh yeah, remember that?
everybody would
Yeah,
send
yeah.
them with. They're like, I'm not doing your order for you. For fuck's sakes, man. I can't put a skid in my car. Like, it's just not happening.
I remember one year I went like over the border to Pennsylvania where you could buy fireworks legally, and it was the closest. Like when you go on the Parkway, it's like you're in Pennsylvania, buy fireworks. Like there's big billboards, and they made me sign like a waiver, like you're gonna light this off in Pennsylvania, right? And I was like, yeah, dude. But it was like this whole loophole, like you had to just go over the border and hope the cops didn't follow you back, but no one cares about it,
So,
Take the country roads.
I'm sure now that what do you think Wally's going to do? Because Hochul won in New York. Is he going to send an emergency message up to a Babymomma and say, "Look, I told you the world is going to end now"?
Well, that in my description, I assumed it was going to be a red wave, and Wally was going to be like, "Babymomma, I've been telling you for years."
What happened with Fetterwoman?
Fetterman won.
Did he?
Oz called him up and conceded, which I thought was cool because it was very close. And it was like, everyone's worried. It's like, oh, they're going to do like election fraud. But Oz called him up and was like, you won, you did it. Which I thought was very, like there should be more of
It would
that.
be. Yeah, I agree.
Well, they were
I
giving
agree.
him
And
shit.
transition of power, all that.
Yeah, it used to be like that. I mean, it used to be much more classy, but now, I mean, even Fetterman, I'm not a big fan. I mean, you're going to be a United
That's-
States senator.
He's very
So
odd looking,
questionable.
and he had a stroke. It's like, can he do stuff? I don't know. But,
Whether he can or
whatever.
he can't.
Where
I mean,
there's one, there's more
just-
coming.
But the other one, Dr. Oz, he's like a TV personality. Like, what is going on in this world? Like,
that's my point. Of all the human beings that live in the state of Pennsylvania, these are the two that you. I mean, I don't. And that's
you have a
reflection of most
troll
the
of a
country.
man who had a stroke and a TV personality, Dr. Oz. Like, what the fuck? I always joke around my wife. I keep telling her, I'm like, this is like we're in the wrong dimension. Like there's a real dimension where things are going correctly, and then
We're
like
in the
5 or
Mandela
6
effect
dimensions
universe.
under
Yeah.
that normal dimension.
We're stuck in the Wally dimension. It seems.
Like 10 dimensions underneath us. There's like aliens running the world, but we're not in the right. There's a dimension where everything's fine, and we're in this weird pseudo dimension where Dr. Oz is going against Troll Fetterman for.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
is who's going to run next? Maury or Maury Povich or?
Oh man, he's too
celebrities
old.
should stop, dude. Like they should know that like people voting for me because they saw me on TV. Like no, that doesn't.
But
stop
like
doing
that goes back to
Reagan.
well, yeah, Reagan, yeah, but I mean, he had some political experience.
Well, he was governor
you're right.
before, but
Yeah, he was
originally he's an
governor.
actor.
He was president of the Actors Union and stuff.
Big
But I
time
mean,
for Bonzo.
And also, what was his name? Schwarzenegger was another one who opened that door.
Yeah.
And I mean, just
Uh,
I don't know.
Jesse
I
the
mean,
Body
in
Ventura.
Minnesota, Jesse Ventura, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
stop doing that.
yeah.
Body slam you.
But I
But he
remember
was good.
in the book. What's the one where they burn in books? Fahrenheit 451.
Yes.
Is that the one? In
Ray
that, there's
Bradbury.
they talk about like there's someone's running for president, and there's one guy. His name is like, it's not Saul Goodman, but it's like Saul Goodman, and like the woman, there's a woman having a conversation. She's like, "Oh, he's so handsome. He's so attractive. I'm gonna vote for him. He's so great. He's got a great smile." And the guy running against this guy has an awful name. He's like Harvey Blumpkin or something. But like Harvey is the better candidate. Like he has a plan. But no, like, oh, Harvey's ugly. No one wants to vote for him. And it was supposed to say, it was a book about how the future is like all about your looks and everything like
That's
that.
what happened here.
So,
That's
yeah,
why
like
we
that's
have
what
Trudeau.
happened. Like the book, whenever they wrote that book, it's come
Trudeau.
true.
I happen to think that like when it comes to that kind of stuff, I happen to think that a guy, whether he gets elected senator or governor or mayor, or not really senator because senators don't really run anything, but like they inherit this huge bureaucracy,
Yeah.
and like it doesn't matter who's on top. The bureaucracy is like this giant elephant, and you get
The
on the
continuity
elephant.
of government.
Yeah, and it's like some of these guys can make the elephant, walk a little faster or turn this way a little quicker or do this, but he can't fundamentally change the elephant because that's just the nature of the beast. Big companies are the same way. I mean, it's just the way it is. Like trying to think that, sometimes I think when people think, "Oh, my candidate just got in, it's going to be like this and it's going to be." No, I don't think so. I think it's just going to be the same stuff, maybe a little more streamlined here and there, but it's not fundamentally going to be different. And those elections aren't won at the ballot box. They're run in they're won and lost in social circles, in social media, and everything else. So I don't know. I
I
don't
heard the
think
Freemasons are behind everything. They say
Uh,
who gets to get
uh,
in.
actually,
Slippery.
Wink, wink.
yeah.
You give Slippery $10, and whoever you want to be in come president.
Yeah. We can't figure out what we're gonna have for our catered meals. That's a big decision. That's a big thing.
Those evil Masons.
do you guys wear your white gloves while you're eating your dinner?
We don't always wear the white gloves, only for special occasions.
Just dress.
But there were
Patronizing local businesses for food. How
you
all
know
the
the most
Patronizing.
patronizing? What's the I forget that.
No, patronizing's for the right word. It's just people use it in another sense
really
too. So it's
the most respected order of Masons and Grand Lodge is that in England because there were a lot of the royals. I don't think
ancient
present
Scottish,
king-
right?
Well, that's but I don't think the present king is what belonged to that. I don't
Yeah,
think
he's Garter.
He's starring Garter.
Yeah, I think so.
Skull
Oh, really?
crossbones. Wait, that's American.
Oh, no, that was the Bush.
Order of the Garter.
Yeah, apparently
sorry.
he had
Order
a
of the
hidden
Starring
tattoo.
Garter, yeah,
That
yeah.
was the rumor. He's got a tattoo somewhere.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
a lot about the Masons, Slippery. Can't get
Do you
past
really?
me. Oh yeah.
But there's not. I mean, like people give it this.
I know about the Women's Club, the Eastern Star.
the Eastern Star. Yeah.
I know about the Shriners, and how they're kind of like the drunk clowns of the Mason world.
A
So
friend
they
of
go
mine
over
is
there.
a Mason, and his wife is like, his wife's not a fan. She's like,
Oh, she's
boys
not.
Club.
Yeah, because it is. In many ways, it is. But actually, the Eastern Star, and I visited up in Oriskany, New York. They have a really nice elder care facility that takes care of people. That
How's
really does
their
some nice
catered
work.
food? Is it better or on par?
I've
Haven't
only
been.
I don't think I've ever been to an Eastern Star event. I don't think I've been to a couple Shriners things. I'm not that I am one, but I've been to a couple, and they're a lot of fun.
They do
How
the
much
children's
more would it take for you
hospitals,
to be a
the
Shriner?
circus
What
stuff.
would you have to do?
Not a lot. Not a lot. You just
Dan, to be a
Oh.
Mason, ask a Mason.
yeah. You just go
You got
to
one
the
sitting right there.
You just go to the once you're a Mason, you just you inevitably will run into a Shriner, and you just attend, fill out whatever it is. I don't know what they make you do. I don't know if it involves taking your pants off or not. But
Don't go Shriners. Why do you want to go Shriners?
I was just curious how much work.
No,
it would
sure,
take
You have to
know,
wear a
for
fez,
Slippery
man.
to
It's weird looking
join
and
right in.
shit.
No, yeah, no. Well, you
And
have
they
to.
got the
You have to be a
sabers.
mason first. Yeah, well, no. Shriners are really good. I mean, actually, from all the denominations under the umbrella of masonry, Shriners run a
Well,
lot
they're the
of the
most.
children.
Yeah, I was
they're
gonna
really,
say
really,
they're the most
really
out
good.
front with the charity work.
Yeah,
for sure.
absolutely. I mean, they're on the ball. I mean, a friend of mine is actually on the board of governors of the Shriners Hospital in Philadelphia, and I've been down there a couple of times, and they do some phenomenal stuff. Really, really good stuff. I mean, on cutting edge stuff. And
I see road signs for the Masons by me.
oh, really?
But I wouldn't mind. I would like to join, but join like your group. But then I gotta go downstate every other Tuesday.
I don't
Thursday
think-
Or whatever.
Yeah. It's a long ride.
I don't want to join up here. I don't know anybody up here.
I don't think that there's a city, town, or village that does go without having a lodge, at least one lodge of some type.
Yeah.
There are quite
Like,
a few. Yeah.
You go to any small town at all and look around, just on the second, third street,
sign,
you'll find it.
The road sign is
Everyone.
just a little. It's like dedicated. It's a little metal sign, like a stop sign, but it's like the Masons Lodge, whatever.
We have like one of the big ones
Like you got to
here in
pull some
Ottawa.
strings to do that, to like get the community to put in a little sign just for
But not,
you.
We have like a
usually-
huge lodge here in Ottawa.
Do you
'Cause
really?
It's
Yeah.
like it's like the main one for Canada, I think.
Oh, really? But usually, when you go into any small town, there's always like sort of a sign that says the Rotary, the Masons, the
Yes.
Lions, and whatever. And in a lot of ways,
Optimists.
the Elks, the whatever.
My grandfather was an elk, I think.
Oh, was he really? Yeah,
Yeah.
they're all the what's the other one? They're all fraternal organizations, very very similar to each other in.
He was in real estate. He was when people come back from World War II, he like sold houses. He made a killing selling all the boomers when they came back from.
Oh, right,
war.
right.
But yeah, he was an elk. So I think it was like you hang out at the lodge and you make some connections.
That was
That's
true.
what it's
Yeah,
all about.
that was true. It's funny. It's funny
what
that
it's
way
for.
because it's like if you're looking for some guy, a contractor, a plumber, and like, oh, I know the guy in this lodge, and let me tell you, sometimes that's not always the best move, because like sometimes you hire somebody and
Especially
they don't do the job
plumbers.
that you don't do the job
Yeah.
that they do. You can't really like say, hey, asshole, you
At the same
you have to
time,
be
you're
kinda
not
nice
supposed
to him,
Kevin, you told me about this guy Wally as a plumber, and he's in my bathroom, and he's having a hard time, and now he's crying about Babymomma and something about New York sucks.
Smells
I
like
just, I need
pepper
my
in
drain
there.
fixed. Why did you recommend this guy? Wally would be having a crisis in a stranger's bathroom, He'd have
But,
the
yeah.
toilet off, just crying.
I wonder why he doesn't have the fucking super fucking powered taser.
Oh, he doesn't do any of that shooting anymore.
know.
It's really turned into a.
Well,
What happened?
I've never seen him
I
say
guess
anything
somebody
about
must-
a taser though. Like
He's best friends
always,
with the leasing office. Why doesn't he shoot him? Wally, come on the show. Why don't you shoot anymore?
Come
You
on the
bragged
show.
about how you were able to do it, and then suddenly you stopped.
Come on the show and explain.
All I
this.
did is alert your leasing office to something you said you know that they did. I don't understand. They contacted my leasing office. YouTube,
you
I
allowed-
demand you take down this man's channel.
Are you allowed to shoot Roman candles out your windows?
He's such a raving idiot when he writes that stuff. Does he? If somebody reads that, they're like, oh.
Well, when he lost his first channel, he emailed the police report he filled out against me and you to YouTube. It's like, YouTube, look at this. Give me my channel back. It's like, what
What
does this
the
have to
fuck?
do with your
Yeah,
channel?
the Twitter stuff too. Like, oh, they took away my channel to some Twitter channel, the quartering. Right, here's my 9/11 credentials. So
Oh
it's
no,
like,
the quartering.
Well, I think he was hoping that the quarter
like
was going to do
huge.
an expose on Wally's life, and they were just like, "You're a loser."
I still
We
wonder.
don't care about you.
I'm in the
remember that-
quartering's Discord.
do you know that? No, they were on Twitter. Well, whoever that person is, or whoever that
Quartering is a YouTube guy, but
Yeah,
he
before
posts
Wally, like,
everywhere.
Oh, okay.
We kind of outed that we knew about Wally's Twitter, and I think he blocked everyone or he canceled it. But he was sending stuff to the quartering, which I didn't know what it was at the time. I think I checked it out. But
Yeah,
he would like-
It's a guy named Jeremy. He does like he reads news reports and
So I think
laughs
Wally
about
was
it.
thinking, "Oh, Jeremy's going to talk about me on my next show," and it's like, "Who are you?"
I
Yeah,
doubt it.
He would write out his whole plight, his plight of the day, because every day is
Not
a
a
different
chance in
plight.
hell.
And then it would be at the quartering, so he would think that this guy's going to go there and say, "Oh my
Nope.
God!" And and then he would post, "Oh, these are my 9/11 credentials," and it's letter
Wally
from this.
always does that. He always
Yeah,
reaches out to whoever, and he's like, "Oh, wait, you like the feds came to visit him, and he's like, "Oh, sit down. Let me tell you about Dan King and Slippery." Like, what does this have to do with you threatening the vice president, sir?
That's how, like, before any of like all this like got involved, he sent up to one of the guys in our lodge this whole thing, like, "Oh, I've been getting death threats," and
Like your wife?
he said, yeah, and he sent all these things up to him, and the guy comes to me and he says, "I got this from Hilligas," and I can't make heads or tails out of it. I don't know. It sounds like he's cornered in his apartment.
It sounds like
by
the
blind.
ramblings of a lunatic.
Exactly.
He's got bunk beds flipped over and he's hiding behind them.
Well, that's the other thing that we
He's scared.
we don't have no idea. Like, the last thing we heard was the kids' room got disassembled, but we didn't see the result of the disassembly. I mean,
So many
Wally,
loose ends.
Wally.
Come on,
I
go
mean-
back to your old work. We miss,
Like if you
we miss
flipped over some bunk beds, because someone was coming at you, would you jump in between the bunk beds, or would you jump behind the bunk beds?
That's
Oh,
actually
someone
a
like
question.
a home invader.
Yeah.
And he was where
I
was
don't think
he?
the bunk beds offer any kind of like
I
like
would-
they're all. There's a lot of air between the bars.
Well, there's the
No one
element
would
of
have to hit.
surprise, right? Like the guy's gonna come after you. He doesn't know where you're at. So I mean, if
I
you,
would hide under the shower patrol shower curtain.
It would depend on the construction.
I
of
think
the-
it's see-through, isn't it? Like,
Well,
thanks
I
for
don't
wrapping yourself up, fool.
they can see the outline of him through the Paw Patrol. Yeah.
Oh,
They
fun-
just
fun
pin you
fact
to the
about
wall with
Paw
the fucking
Patrol.
thing.
Well, maybe
My-
Wally has he has that 55-gallon drum. Maybe he still has the shield, because that would. Well, assuming the guy attacks him with a less lethal, which he wouldn't, he would have a
Paw
real
Patrol
weapon.
fun fact: the other day, my nephew's son, he's 2 years old, and he's like, "Can you watch him for a bit? I have to do something." So I took him in and played with the cars and stuff. And I said, "You want to watch TV?" And I put on Paw Patrol, and he was like mesmerized. So I guess that must be why Wally has this Paw Patrol thing. Maybe when he was playing with his son for the 3 weeks that he was able to be there with his son, I guess Paw Patrol was the thing.
Although his 17-year-old kids would be like, "Dad, we don't. This is for little kids. We don't do this."
Yeah. So yeah, Wally. I mean, I think Wally thought that after the big red wave that never came to fruition, then he would have so much political clout. He could, he could stroll up, he could prance up to New York and grab his kids and go into the family court and say, "Hey, I'm Maga Man, and I want to see my kids." And the judge would say, "Yeah, yes, absolutely, Mr. Maga Man, you can
Yeah.
see your kids." But no, it doesn't look like it's happening.
You're a Republican. I'm a Republican. Whatever you want to do. Like, that's his mindset.
Yeah, right,
When
right.
normal Republicans are like, you're the hammer guy that attacked Pelosi. You're like almost that guy.
You
Like,
know,
it
the
wouldn't
one
take
thing.
much to make Wally into a hammer-wielding lunatic.
No, not at all. And the one thing that I noticed too, and I don't know why this is or if this is everywhere, but like I'm doing the ballot, and I notice all the judges running on the ballot are like unopposed, and they're on every line. They're like Democrat, Republican,
Do you want to vote
conservative.
for John Smith or John Smith? Fill out one. They make you dot his name.
So yeah, the judges really don't seem to have that much political.
I was talking to Hidden before, and I sat down next to a lunatic who was voting. It was this old man. He was muttering to himself as he's filling out. He's like, "Oh, Chuck Schumer. Oh, that's son of a bitch." Oh. And this was like when he was in the screen sitting down, and I was sitting next to him because I'm like, this guy is gonna say something crazy. And he flipped over the ballot, and it was something like, "Do you like fresh air and trees?" Like, it was something about the Clean Air Act, maybe.
Oh, it's like a bond thing for.
And so he was doing that part. He was like, oh, look at this. And again, there's no one around him. He's in the shield, and he's like, oh, they're making like this is a good thing. This is terrible. And like I was waiting for someone to talk like you're not supposed to do that. Like you're not supposed to influence anyone. You're supposed to shut up and fill out your ballot.
Yeah, just
But
yeah.
but I just sat down next to this guy because I'm like, this guy's a lunatic. He's gonna say something golden. So, but he was
Yeah.
all outraged at whatever it was. I think you got the same thing, right? It was like, remember you flipped the ballot over and it was like
Yeah,
some.
and
There
there
was
were
one
two- there
question.
I had two because I think one of them was maybe local to my town about
Oh,
term
maybe
limits.
it's different. I think they should do like a bunch of those. Like
The city.
ask
I know the
questions,
people. Yeah, the people that voted in New York City had like 4.
Oh, I had
two.
one, and it was like the Clean Air Act. I guess it's local.
Correct.
I
Yeah,
thought it was
I
the
had
whole
that
state.
one too, and that was the one where like they wanted to like a 400 billion bond fund to be able to dedicate money towards the
Yes.
environment or something like that. Yeah, yeah. And I believe
This
it or
guy
not,
didn't vote for that. He was like,
well, you know what?
Fuck
It
that.
passed by like It passed by like 80% of the vote. So
Well, they worded it was like, "Do you like to breathe air?" Then
Oh, I
you
di-
should
I-
vote
I
for
didn't-
this."
I didn't- I didn't- I-
It
I
was
didn't
kind of a
read that.
loaded question. The guy was kind of right. I wasn't going to agree with him because he's a crazy person, but
Yeah.
he definitely did. He voted no on that.
Yeah, can you imagine Wally walking into the polling place? It's probably better that he voted early with his whole regalia on. He goes in there, he probably has 6.
I think they'll tell you you can't, like, you're not supposed to do any of that within like 1,000 feet or something.
Yeah, it's
like
kind of
rules.
electioneering, right? Right?
Yeah, you're not supposed to. You can't stand outside the thing and say vote for this person. Like they'll throw you off the grounds.
Yeah, but Wally will just he'll have his
First
less
Amendment,
lethal there, and he'll just tap it and say. He'll just like he says.
And
with
they'll
the
say,
mask.
"Please leave the fucking grounds, you lunatic." Like again, we talked about like what's the real story when Wally does that. I bet you $1 million he doesn't look the greeter at Walmart and go, "Yeah, look at my hat." Like he never does that. He's a pussy. He doesn't do.
Yeah,
shit like that.
yeah, he doesn't. He makes it sound like he's John
If
Wayne.
Babu
and it's
was
like-
here, he would tell us stories of
Yeah,
Wally
yeah.
running away from the high school kids. Fucking
And that's
guy.
the other thing that seems to like I always thought that too, because so many of Wally's stories always like or so much of his like a political banter always starts says, hey, now the cool kids are in control of the playground. Well, that's probably because when he was a kid he was never considered a cool kid and was never in charge of the playground. He was probably always running for his life, wearing his red leather pants and his Def Leppard headband or whatever
his
it was.
message is like, the cool kids run the playground, and we're gonna bully the fuck out of all the wimpy kids. Like that's his message.
Yeah.
Like bully people if you can. Like that's a bad
It's
message.
and we've talked about this before. Every video, like, and like, I'll come across and I'll say, oh, he's talking about some guy committed some kind of crime somewhere in New York.
Strangulation.
It's like, yeah, whatever it is. And I'm like, oh, I don't know if I want to listen to it. But then you listen to it, he never stays with the subject. It always
I know.
it always spins off to
I'm behind a
he's-
lot because all the videos have been like politics, but maybe there's a tidbit of
There's
gold in
always,
there, but
he always
I haven't had any
strays
time
from
to
it.
watch
He always
stuff.
strays from it, and these, New Yorkers and the people that said they loved you, and he's always got the same phrases. They over and over again.
I get excited when like the video, the thumbnail for the video is a man in silhouette going like this, and it's like enough or no more. I'm like, oh boy, I pull up a chair, throw in my headphones.
Oh, when
'Cause
it's
you know
when
he's
it's
gonna be like Babymomma, like, oh my life. But it's always
yeah.
a man in silhouette against a wall like this.
or some of the
That's
some
the
of
gold.
the best ones were where he has the man like that in a little glass jar, like
Man in the jar.
the man in the jar ones are great too. It's like, oh, I feel like I'm in jail. You're
I
not
need
in
to be
jail.
set free.
Yeah, I
Open
need to
the
be set
jar.
free. What will set him? And there's so many questions that I think about afterwards, right? Where he says, if I got together with Babymomma, I would be off of YouTube right away. You'd never see me again on YouTube. What is that? Is that like a threat? Is that like a bargain? Is that like if
No,
if you
he would get off and then he'd go, "Oh, Babymomma, something happened, and I know I said I'd stay off of YouTube, but I must and I have to. My honor is at stake," and he'll make up an excuse why he has to go back on and do the stupid thing he promised he would never do again.
Because
Not that any of that would happen. She would never take him back.
No,
for
yeah,
any
yeah.
reason.
This is all academic. It is, yeah. It's all academic.
But that the point I think is Like, at one time, she must have said, hey, can you knock it off with the social media stuff? Because he's like, I won't do it if you come back, baby mama. You know, it's like there's some weird promise there or something. I don't know. Wow, they come on the show and clarify what you
Yeah,
told Baby
I mean,
Mama.
but even back then, like when he was together with Baby Mama, and all was good with the world, nothing was ever good with the world with him, because he'd be doing the same thing, and
Yeah.
he'd be in the car, and he's like, oh, my life, and these people, and they
I gotta find a clip when he's in his car in a verge of tears, and a neighbor comes by and knocks on the window, and he
I
all of a sudden
remember
like
that
a light
one.
switch. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm just live streaming. I'm
I'm
just
live
this guy.
streaming."
Oh yeah," and he goes back. He's like, "Oh, anyway, guys." Like,
I remember one of his, like, on his
Oh, here
old
we go.
channel.
Suit
Uh-oh.
time. Who is this before it's a dick? They're not
All right.
Oh,
Sorry, I was away there. I was just, I got in touch with one fast stack, and he's still around.
Oh, you checked out. Cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
did you?
he's,
Okay.
he's in the hospital.
Is he
under
alright, or-
observation. He's got
Well,
a
I
bad
don't-
ticker.
Oh, okay. All
Okay.
right.
So
Good
he's
job.
spending-
You tracked it down.
yeah.
Do the same thing with Sifu. Go.
I
Yeah,
can't.
yeah,
I've been
right.
trying, dude. I'm telling you.
Has anybody?
I'll send the
He's
letter
not-
tomorrow. I keep saying I'm going to put an
I can't
envelope
get
and
him-
I'll send it tomorrow.
We tried
no,
on the
they're
phone.
changing.
None of his phones work. I've tried him on all his Discords. I've tried him on all his
Who,
channels.
Sifu?
Yeah.
I was thinking about him, and I looked at, went to his channel to see if anything new was there, and I opened one of his videos that like had a lot of views on it, and he was in the car driving, and he had a logo, and it looks like it was for a company that runs parts. So I mean, I don't know if that.
Yeah, I think that's what he said he was doing, right? He was.
Yeah, but I
running
don't know if
parts.
that gets you any closer to trying to find out who he is or where he is. But
Oh,
I mean,
I know everything about him.
yeah.
He put his number up once, and I backtracked, and I have his address. I have everything.
right.
That's why I'm
That's
afraid to contact him, because he's going to think
Yeah,
I'm a
no,
creepy
I
guy.
know,
But
but
I was worried about him.
Yeah, no, but it's legit. And, I mean, I don't think anybody had any ill will, malice towards the guy. He always seemed like a lot.
I think he, like, my message was like, I don't mean to be a creep, but like, are you still alive? And I think he would get a laugh out of it. So
Yeah. He always seemed to be a very cordial guy, and he was kind of likable.
Spicy Meeples, I think that was you, sir. Oh man, who are you, Spicy? Contact me. I don't know who you are.
Spicy
Penny.
meatballs. That's great.
Penny's never been on.
Penny's never been on camera, right? Like even spoken, right?
No, we don't know
Nothing.
anything about him or her. Probably.
But they've
him.
been around. They. I don't know what his pronouns are. They zip zil zowie or.
I remember once he said, or she, we're gonna assume he's a he. He said he was coming up by me to like shoot some guns or hunt or something, and that was a communication with Wally. So that was. I'm like, oh, do I gotta worry? Like, is he gonna drive down my block and shout "fuck you"? Like, it's, that's our gig a bit. But I'm like, what? Like, are you gonna come and threaten me on behalf of Wally? Like, no one's going out on a limb for Wally. Get the fuck out of here. Alright, so, let me see. Fire up a video. Have a little clip. Nothing much. Here we go.
For my longtime viewers and subscribers, many of you already know my story that I was at the World Trade Center from September 12th to September 16, 2001, being on the bucket brigades like I was. Unfortunately, whether or not I was a first responder, recovery worker, volunteer, the public has identified us in many different ways. Don't believe the bullshit that you hear by certain jealous people out there who, if they actually would have done something with themselves, they could sit on a cloud like I do. But you got jealous people out there, so I get to pat myself on the back. I'm sorry to sound arrogant,
I bet he's
but I
patting
think I've
himself
earned the
right
right
now.
to respond in kind to a lot of bullshit that's out there. But with that being said, I earned it. Tough. Anyway, I digress. So, because I was on the site, I ended up developing post-traumatic stress disorder. Insomnia, unfortunately, is a symptom of that, which I've talked about here on the channel. And also I developed pulmonary sarcoid, which fortunately for me, it has receded enough where I can function to about maybe 95% of what I was, which is great. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to
I'm
wrestle
only
with
down
it for the
to
rest of my
95,
life.
guys.
And
He's
that's just the
95
reality of my
he can
situation. It is what it
function 95%,
is.
but
And I hate
he's
saying
100%
that,
disabled.
but
He just goes out. Yeah, he's at 95, but he has to be out on disability. It's like on a good day, I think I'm 70. Like,
Now this is where you should cue HS. This is where his head explodes.
So Sage Sag.
Sag?
What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man?
It's Jump Love.
Yeah, it's been a while. How you guys been doing?
All right,
good. What's
How's
the
the
good
fam?
word?
Did your mom come out?
Dude, I'm tired, man, but I'm happy, man. I'm so happy. A lot of the hard work is paying off. I'm very blessed to be, where I'm at right now.
Did your mom come up and visit?
Oh,
or
that was like 2 months ago, buddy. Yeah, she came
Okay.
up and treated us to some dinner and stuff like that. You got to see the grandbaby.
Where did you get dinner?
At Longhorn, I guess we can kind of say. It's like the Longhorn, but it's like its own little rip-off chain.
Like
Was it
like
a steakhouse? Or?
Roadhouse
Yeah, it's exactly what it
Steakhouse.
was,
All right,
yeah.
good choice.
Nice.
Yeah. I chimed into Maga Man's stream. I think it was last night, and it's thing. And I'm thinking about making my kids, when they get old enough, the Maga Man sandwich.
Uh-oh.
What's
hear
the
it.
sandwich?
Let's hear it.
Yeah,
It's
so
Dinty
if
War
you-
on bread.
No. So if you look at Maga Man's stream, when I joined in, it was like the 6-hour mark, something like that. And
That's ridiculous in and of itself.
he made a sandwich, and he told everybody that it was the wheat bread with the low-fat turkey and a little splash of ketchup and some mayo. So I'm gonna do that, the Maga Man meal. I got the.
All right.
He
That's
showed
all
everybody
right,
the sandwich and everything. So
Doesn't sound terrible.
No, it doesn't sound.
He's
I mean,
trying. He's trying.
Yeah, he's trying to eat
He's
healthy.
losing weight.
That's fair.
You haven't seen anything crazy? Has anything been
So,
going on
but
lately?
did he know you were who you are? Or were
Dude,
you
I
a
don't
different user?
really talk. I will never talk and chat again on there. But as far as like watching, I still have to keep in the loop here and there.
Oh,
But you said you chimed in. Did he go? Oh, this is Kmart investor.
No,
Goodbye.
No. I didn't say anything. He was just showing everybody his sandwich he made.
Oh, I thought you chimed in about. Okay, I got you.
It's like, this is my sandwich. Look at my
Yeah.
sandwich I made.
Because
Exactly.
Nightbot would have blocked you somehow. He would
If you
have
go
been
to his
like,
last stream, I can show you where it's at. It's like at the 6-hour mark, and he, he'll be right back.
I watched a little bit of it. I was watching. Fetterman had been, like, I think CBS or whoever I was watching was like Fetterman won, but he was getting his information from the Associated Press, and it wasn't. They didn't call it yet, so I was waiting to like see Wally's reaction because he was making fun of Fetterman. He was like, "Oh, the guy talks like a troll. Ah, he's ugly. Ah." I was waiting for his response, so I
I
watched
am
maybe
shocked,
20
boy.
minutes.
To be
Wally
honest,
was like, it was boring.
some of me thinks because the guy, look, my father had a stroke when he was like 52. That doesn't mean your life is over. And maybe you have to, not run for Senate. I mean, I wouldn't see that unreasonable. But I think making fun of the guy actually got him votes. Whatever his politics are, I don't know. But I think it's pretty bad to make fun of the guy. Oh, he can't talk. He's an idiot. He's a retard. Because that's all Wally does is make fun of people. He doesn't. Even try to.
It's just your physical appearance, like that's
Yeah,
as far
right.
as
He
Wally
doesn't.
gets.
I mean, how many you make fun of everybody? I mean, but like his politics, like he's there. And I said this before. What does it say about the people, and that come to his channel to watch his political commentary?
Yeah,
Because his
me, you,
Yeah. Well, with it,
Kmart
we're not-
Fester.
but like, what is his political commentary? Oh, guys, this doesn't look good. We're gonna be fucked. Oh, we're screwed. Oh, how's
He's
this?
just looking
Oh,
at the internet. Like I said, he was
kind of
kind of
like-
knowledgeable, but
I was
it was,
watching with my girl last night, and like we thought it was kind of entertaining. He was like a sportscaster almost for the politics. It was quite intriguing.
he
was
did
like,
he didn't
"Here,
do a
this
bad
is-"
job for
Yeah,
what
it was very
but it's still
intriguing.
boring as fuck.
It was. And then he had the sandwich, and I'm like, that's great. That's great stuff.
It was snack time. It was-
Yeah, I loved
Like-
it. I loved it.
All right. So yeah, actually,
I wish like Wolf Blitzer would do that. He'd be like, "Well, no results are coming in, so snack time, everybody. What do you want to have?" And they
Yeah,
bring
you
out
have to have a
table,
guy come
make
out
a
with a
sandwich.
cart and some stuff and some cold cuts and some catered
just
trays.
right across the big virtual room that they're in with the red and white floors. Just a guy in a cart, sandwiches. Hey
So
Wolf,
I
what do you
saw
want?
that he got scammed, and he didn't get scammed at all. It was a drop shipping business. So it's maybe Hidden knows a little bit about this, where you buy stuff from China and charge it retail here. It's what It's what they do. It's called drop shipping. You should look it up. But that's what they did to Maga Man.
Can I ask you why you think I would know about that?
Well, it's a business adventure.
Doesn't all Canadians know about dropshipping?
We're all a bunch of Chinese fencers.
So like, there's.
If you would have asked him about the royal family, he would have nailed that one.
Yeah, I would have
Oh,
smoked.
Hinge Chinese. Well, we figured it out. He's a Chinese man.
Shit.
We
I
got
thought
it.
he was a little more intellectual about that.
But
He's an intellectual person.
No, but the funny
But
thing
Jump,
is,
he didn't really-
I do know about that.
There you go.
He's right.
There you go.
He was actually like, how does he know about me?
There's people that will buy like big shipments of shit from Japan or China,
Container.
and then ship it out to people online for like
I'm pretty
15
sure
times the price.
Yeah,
My
exactly.
wife's,
That's what they
my wife's
did with
dad
the
did
mouse.
that like in the 70s. He was like
That's
just buying shit in
a
bulk.
regular import-export kind of thing.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this, Jump.
Everybody
didn't really-
can't do it at the same time, though.
He
That's the problem.
probably got a product, but it probably wasn't what he anticipated, right? I mean,
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the other
But-
thing.
Well, good
I mean-
luck suing somebody in China when they misrepresented.
but you know, like
you know?
he himself, who's supposedly in the know about like the costuming and cosplay and everything else, did he really think that he was going to get a Freddy mask, which would normally cost a silicone one would normally cost around $1,000, but they displayed one that looked like that, but this one was $54.99. What did he think? I mean,
all my costuming friends, all the Star Wars guys were like, "This is costuming 101. If it's
I
too
can
good
tell
to
you
be
guys
true,
a story
it's
that
not
happened
true."
to me that's pretty entertaining if you guys want to. It's my
sure.
the local 50-year-old crack addict. So check it out. So I'm taking my dog out to the dog park. Our apartment complex is a dog park. And this lady, I lived in Flint, so I know a little bit of the shadiness. This lady, so I'm just playing with my dog and stuff like that. I try to go around 7 or 8 o'clock, so you don't have to deal with a lot of there's a lot of bad people here. So anyway, when
Wait, did you say Flint?
Yeah, I lived there.
In Michigan, yeah.
Oh my God.
So
The
I
worst
end
town
up,
to live in America.
Wait, I'll be back
The
in 2
water.
seconds. I can
The
hear it.
water.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
So I end up going to the dog park, right? And so what ends up happening. Well, I don't live there anymore, just to make it
Thank
clear.
God you're
I-
still
I-
alive.
Yeah,
That's why.
yeah, I
Read
got
a documentary by Roger.
Anyway,
I lost
so
two of my lives there.
I'm at the dog park, and this dog comes out. So somebody just left their dog loose, and I open the gate to the dog park so the dog can come in. And I'm like, this is very suspicious that somebody would have a dog. It had a name tag, so I called the number. It was inactive, right?
Oh,
So I was
there's
like,
no
whatever.
owner. There's just a dog.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the point. It was just like a stray dog. So this woman comes out, just cracked out of her mind, starts talking to me, and goes, do you want to come over and stuff like that? She's like, my boyfriend's gone and stuff. I said, I don't know you. I said, I don't know who you are. I don't trust you, and I don't like this is kind of shady. She goes, what? What? She's like, you can't be so antisocial. I said, ma'am, I'm not being antisocial. I said, you just came over here and invited me to your house, and all that stuff. And she's like, whatever. I'm like, well, it's America. It's a free country. I'm allowed to tell you that I'm not going to your house. Anyway, so she talks to me with the dog, and I just leave, right? So another victim falls prey to this, and another man goes in there, right? And she does the same thing with the dog, where she lets the dog out of her place, and it looks like it's a lost dog. So somebody will open the gate to let the dog in. She did it 3 times in a row. We looked from our balcony, and we could see her, the person walk out, and she would bait with the dog. Yeah.
I guess it must have worked once, and she's like, that's her, she's like a prostitute or something, and she's like, oh, this the old stray dog in the dog park.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, they prey on the niceness of people. That's the thing about it. So
I say, get some less lethal weapons, hide them, and then take her up on her offer, and then see what happens. Go back to her house.
I'm 6'4", so I really don't have to do any of that.
No, but it'll be fun just to be able to. and you can talk about it with Maga Man. You could be like, "Hey, this situation happened.
Yeah, right.
And I had to blast her with my Tipperman 4029 or whatever."
And then I was playing with my ballast song, but I have a trainer when I go out in public, so people don't get flipped out. So it has a dull blade. There's it's just holes in the blade. So she goes, "Is that one of those switchblades?" I said, "Yeah, it's called a ballast song." She's like, well, how am I supposed to know that? I'm like, yo,
Well, a switchblade has a switch on it.
Yeah, so I was like,
First of
she's
all.
like, why are you flipping it and stuff? She goes, I was like, it's a trainer, it's fake, just for people like you that would act like they're all scared. She goes, psh. She goes, you're very rude. I said, ma'am, I'm just telling you how I feel.
It's the one. So the switchblade is this button, and the blade goes in and out.
Yeah.
Well, there's
Okay.
two kinds.
What's the one that you?
Yeah.
Oh, the butterfly. I'm thinking of a butterfly knife. That's another
Yeah.
thing.
So it's
The
actually
switchblade,
a
that's
hobby
actually a
now.
different type of knife. The switchblade
so-
is the one where the blade comes out the side and shoots up to the straight.
Yeah, the greaser
The
in the
other
80s
one
movie
is-
comes up to you and goes, "Hey, give me money."
But there's the other
And
one
the
that's
thing
called a
goes down.
stiletto.
A
that you just
stiletto.
push the button,
That's a-
it just
And
goes
it
to
comes
the-
out.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's a,
Oh,
that's a
so that's what I'm
switchblade, though.
thinking of. So what's
Yeah.
a switchblade?
Switchblade is where it comes out of the handle sideways, like a jackknife, but it does it automatically. On
Well,
It
stiletto
comes
is
like
spring.
conventionally, but it's
Too, though.
spring loaded. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't
like-
know that was.
Remember
the
those
thing.
old hairbrushes you could buy? It's like
Yeah. Oh,
I
switchblade
remember those.
hairbrush,
Yes,
and it
yes,
comes
I
out of the
remember
handle.
Yep.
It's like
And
I
then
didn't
we
know that
have
was
an-
an option. I
Then we
thought
have a thing
I
called
thought
an
it was just the.
OTF. An OTF is the blade that comes out two ways. It's a spring, so you push the button up, it goes out. You push it back in, it goes in. And that's called an OTF, or
Yeah.
off the front knife. Yeah.
What's
so
the
you
knife
can like
called
put
that
it
you
up
press the
against
button?
somebody and keep pushing the button. It'll just.
What's the one that you press the button and it just explodes? That'd be a
Maga
good
Man's
thing.
homemade.
You can only use it once. That's a grenade, I think. Is what that is.
Remember when Maga Man, he went through the whole, I think it was on his old channel or on the second channel, that he wanted to say was strictly about less-leathals and self-defense, and it was
Sure.
had nothing to do with politics until it got into politics, and he went off the rails again when he started talking about, this is how you engage Antifa, and with a monkey, he had the monkey fist, and you pull the thing back, and like, where do you come up with
I'll
this
give him an
I remember the
idea. I'll
first-
give him an
like-
idea. He's got to have. He's got to take both Star Wars and pepper balls and put them together and make like a pepper ball sword, right? So like when you swing it and it hit the guy in the head, the pepper ball busts.
But
and
then,
it
like,
fucking-
your eyes, like the wielder.
Well, no,
eyes
you got your Darth Vader mask on, so
oh, you
you're
have to
okay,
wear.
right?
You're protected from the odor. Yeah,
because you got the Darth Vader mask. Yeah, and he's.
that's why.
That's why he
it's
gets
pepper
mad
ball
because it's
proof.
cracked. Because the pepper ball spray will get in it now.
They can't
You know-
make that thing silent. It's the future. I don't. Whatever. It doesn't make any sense.
I have my own story to tell because well, it's
You
not
made a
really-
pepper
it's-
bowl sword.
No, I didn't make a pepper bowl sword, but I went this past. I was gonna hook up with HS on Saturday, but I had people coming.
Ew.
Well, not
I didn't
in
know that
way.
about you.
No, not that.
No,
way.
he's a
We-
boomer. Hookup means something.
Thought he was a swinger now.
Well, am I really a boomer? I mean, I was born in
No.
'64.
I triggered him. No, you're not. A
You're not a boomer.
So anyways, I rode out east,
I'm a
out
boomer.
on the island, and I was going to fly the drone at this beach where there's a lighthouse and everything. I'm not bothering anybody. I'm
I
there.
saw that. That was an awesome video.
I thought it was cool. Yeah. So I went out there and I have the drone, and this couple who looks like they're like in their late 20s and early 30s. Like, the guy walks up to me and he goes, "You're not going to photograph us on the beach, are you?" And I'm like,
This is
"No,
why I
not
don't use a drone.
yeah, no, well, not particularly. I'm not going to photograph you on the
invading my
beach.
privacy.
Why? I mean, well, you know, you can't do that. It's against the law to photograph people unless they give you their permission. I said, well, we're out in public. I mean, you see that house over there? It probably has a cam. You probably walk past it when you walk by the light. If I took out my cell phone and started taking video, you might be in it. What are you talking about? I mean, really? And the
It's
guy
not
was just,
supposed to be though, but yeah,
what's that?
that's all those Ring cameras are pretty illegal because they point straight out into the road.
like I always thought, you have no expectation of privacy in public, and I mean, yeah.
Not
so
in
I just
public,
flew my
no.
drone, and it's like he's like, well, yeah, don't take.
You need a permit.
Let me tell you, and these people weren't the most attractive people in the world.
Nah.
Anyway, I was going to photograph them, but I mean, like, Jesus.
It's like you're trying to look down my
would've-
wife's top
I
with
would
your
have told
drone.
them everything that they didn't want to hear. I'm like, yes, I've been following you and your wife for about 20 minutes now. This is kind of awkward. But yeah, I zoomed
I was
up on
looking
her
down
ass.
your wife's
I like
top.
the way her clothes looking like her ass looks. I would have said everything.
But
to
the guy
trigger this
the guy was like so aggressive, and the woman was like, "Oh no, it's okay, just leave it alone." And I'm like,
She's like, just tell me what channel my tits are going to be on.
But it's fine for this guy to come up to you and give you a hard time about it.
What is a male Karen? Is that a Ken? What is it? What is that? Whatever it was, that's what he was. But
Just to be like, dude, do you want to fly it? Are you jelly? Here, you can fly it. I know you want to fly. You jealous of my toy?
Well, the couple times I've done it and people have been around, most people are like, "Oh, cool, let me see that. What is
Yeah.
this going to take pictures or whatever?" And yeah, sure, show you whatever you want. It's like, and then other people are like, "Oh, can you come over to my house? And I need you to fly it up. I need to see if my gutters are clear." And it's like,
Right.
Yeah, I'm 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 okay. I'm pretty cool, but I'm not coming to your house to to look in your gutters.
Yeah, that story is the reason I don't want to have my drone out in public, because some moron will come out of the wilderness and be like, "You're videotaping my wife," and like you said, I'm sure his wife is the ugliest woman within a 12-mile radius.
Yeah, right. It's like,
knock it off, buddy. You're not worth photographing.
So yeah, that was my big story. But if I were Wally, if that was Wally, I would just tap my less-lethal and say, "Yeah, I'm gonna be filming, and there's nothing you can do about it."
I bet you could put a pepper ball on a drone and just shoot people.
Well, you see videos of those Ukrainians. They're jerry rigging these, but I think those are big giant drones that you could like put big bombs and stuff on. But I guess you could put like a pepper ball on it. I don't know.
Yeah, they would dive bombing or something, which is probably expensive. Drones are probably expensive to just crash it.
Depends on the drone. You can get some for like $30.
Jump! What's the matter with you? Somebody's tickling your ass.
Like if Slippery paid like $5,000 for his, I could get a $30 one and go and fuck his up with it.
I didn't pay $5,000 for mine. No way. No. It was like $1,000.
Well, even so, there you go.
I googled it. I was
my $30 drone would go right in the propellers and fuck it up, and then it'll fucking drop.
No, but if you buy the Fly More kit, you get extra propellers.
Nice. Just hopefully it's still in one piece after it hits the ground, though.
They're very expensive, at least the ones I've seen.
There was a whole store in Manhattan. I think it went under before I quit my job, but there was a whole it was like a drone store in Midtown. It was
you can get real
I can only imagine how
expensive
much
ones.
the rent was, but it was a big deal for a while.
There's some that cost like $20,000-$30,000.
Yeah, I've seen like
for doing like survey
my friend had to
work,
get a
like,
license to fly.
Could you imagine
I did. I registered mine with the FAA because there's an
you need a permit for a lot of places, right?
I actually I live in Suffolk County, Long Island, and the Suffolk County parks will give you you need a drone permit, but that's the place where you can fly them the most because there's all the beaches and stuff there. And they're like, okay, yeah, it's $35 for the drone permit, and you just have to call ahead a day when you're coming. It's like, give me a break. I'm not calling you ahead a day. What you usually in some corner.
Who takes that call? There's some guy named Larry.
Yeah,
he's the drone warden.
Yeah, who would you call for that?
Then the cop comes over, show me your permit, and you're like, I'll show you my Mason's card. My Mason card.
Well,
so now that we've said this, do you believe that Maga Man's not going to buy like a whole fleet of drones and have like pepper balls attached to them? You can imagine that.
He doesn't have the money for that.
You know what I'm saying? Like he'll have like a little
He'd have the $30 one.
We were speculating if Wally got a shitload of money, he would get the less with all the attachments. It would have it would have a blue laser, a green laser, infrared thing.
Pepper ball bombs.
Yeah, you would have like
pepper
5
bombs.
drones with like five like little pepper balls attached to them, so you could drop them. Yeah, exactly.
I hope they designed like a World War I bomb with the wings in the back.
Yeah, you know, if
the Grimberg pepper bomb.
It whistles.
Exactly.
If I were down in Carolina, like HS went down there, he was doing other stuff, and he drove by Wally's. I'd do the same. I'd go outside that road and fly the drone in and just let it hover by his patio and photograph everything, and then put it up. His fucking head would explode.
That would probably be
put a bunch of those kazoo things, not the kazoos, but those things that you blow in that go.
The cops would probably call you at that point to be like, "What do you think?"
Yeah.
You wouldn't be under arrest. They'd be like, why do this man
put a revolving red light on it?
They would probably say, "We know this man."
Little blue and red, like it's the cops.
Yeah. Or he would come out with his pepper ball launcher with his TCP and start blasting at it, and he probably wouldn't hit it.
The drone, it just kind of goes like this every time it hits.
It moves away. It moves away from the ball.
It doesn't knock it down. It just kind of makes it go a little crazy for a minute.
Ding.
You gotta get a net. You gotta get a net gun.
You guys gotta stop. All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and head out of here. It was nice talking to you guys again. And
all right, man.
All right, man.
Take care. Say hi to Wally for us.
Yeah, when he stops in, say hi to Wally.
What's your other accounts?
I forgot to ask him if where is he with Maga Man? Is he a friend, a foe, neither? I don't know. We don't know.
Well, remember that one interaction that he had with Maga Man? He's like, "It's them or me. Tell me now." You know, he gets so
crazy.
Don't
do that, because people are gonna say, "Not you."
That's usually a turn-off. You know, it's like, it doesn't have to be like that. Because he seems like a genuinely nice guy. I mean, I think he was genuinely like the like to try to be, sociable with Maga Man to see if, like Maga Man was a normal human being, but he found out that he's not. So, I mean, most of us find that out sooner or later.
I could
just
pick
won't-
you or 250 other people.
In a nutshell, his problem is he won't let embarrassing, cringeworthy shit that he's done in his past go. Like everyone has a story that they did something that they think of, like when they did, they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that I did that." But
Shit,
he
in a
has
Vader
to
suit.
bring it up and confront everyone, and everyone who was there is wrong, and let me tell you why. It's like, just move on. Like, Wintercon was a nightmare.
Right.
Just learn from it. Don't mention it. If people bring it up, like, say, it wasn't my finest moment.
I genuinely believe somehow, and that, like, if he came in here, like, and he said, guys, it's been going on. But, I know I said some stuff that was crazy, and you know what, I my
Just a
frame of
bit.
mind, and, my baby
Last
mom
20
and
years, I needed meds.
Yeah, right,
I'm
right.
sorry.
And like,
It'd be a start.
but that it would never happen. He just, I don't think that has anything. I just think it has to do with his pride or his ego or something, because there's still something that's not right with him.
Well,
and,
I was talking to Billy the
Germans are
Goat,
proud.
which is I don't know what, he's not an expert or a doctor, but he's I think he's a therapist or something. But he said
it's
whatever
that
craziness.
accent. Anybody with that accent always sounds intelligent.
They're smart.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anybody with a British accent, is that British accent? Yeah.
He said whatever craziness Wally has, he can't admit that he's at fault ever for anything.
I don't think they go by British anymore.
Round and round we go. Is Wally's just gonna, not my fault, it's your fault.
Yeah, because I mean, even sometimes when he gets into debate, maybe I made some mistakes. Maybe I stayed out too late. Maybe I spent money on stupid shit. Well, those are like the minor things, The other, there's other things like those are the least. There were other things that escalated more than that.
Maybe I choked her a little bit.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry, I choked on them. Sorry, I didn't mow the postage stamp lawn.
But it's always like, I didn't choke her. Everyone involved that night was incorrect in what they saw, except me, the guy who admits he was drunk that
They're all
night.
lying for her.
Yeah. The guy that said, in his own words, they had a blowout, and he went to the.
HS is done with his dentist thing.
Oh, good for him.
He was drilling.
But this was the guy that said, we had an argument. He didn't say what the argument was about, and then he went to the saloon, got liquored up, and came back and continued the argument. What?
That's an awesome Kiss song.
What's that?
Lick it up, lick it up. It's only right now.
Fun fact, I know one of the Star Wars costuming guys that I know is he's in a Kiss band. He's in a Kiss cover band, and he sings freely. He does the whole.
Got
a guitar with fire.
That's
and it's like,
fucking awesome.
I saw him once. It's pretty impressive when he does his whole.
I remember seeing Kiss like in the late 70s when I was like in 8th grade in like 1978 at Nassau Coliseum, and they had that the shit was exploding. It was all over the place. And then I remember seeing them probably around 1990 something at Jones Beach Theater, and they were playing. They were like they opened up for Aerosmith, but they were still pretty good actually. The show, the light and the pyrotechnics were nowhere near where it was back then, but that was their heyday back in those days. But they were a little older.
That was when it was like, this may set some kids on fire, but it's the 70s. Who cares?
Yeah. That was just part of growing up,
Now it's like I remember there was upstate, kind of sort of by me. There's the Rhinebeck Aerodrome. They have World War I aircraft.
Oh, I always wanted to go there.
Oh, it's definitely worth
such
coming.
A cool, up in
like they
Rhinebeck,
have
right?
like a biplane. And the guy gets in, it takes off. You're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
When I was a kid in the 70s, they used to like throw like real bombs out of the thing, and like there'd be explosions, and it was the bomb hitting the ground exploding. And it was like madness, like the shit that they were doing. But when I went like maybe 10 years ago, like the lawyers must be like, you can't do any of this.
Yeah.
So now they throw like smoke like they hit the ground and there's smoke, but it's like just a thing filled with dirt and it just pops. But I remember when I was a kid, there was fire and explosions and fucking guns going off, and now they're just like, you're gonna kill somebody. It's not the 70s anymore. But there was this weird wildness about the 70s.
Oh,
it's
do you remember?
MK.
Oh,
The
mysterious
notorious
sign.
panel killer. What's going on, MK?
He said he
MK,
was going
where's
to be
your
on my
nemesis?
show last
Where's
week.
your nemesis Sifu? I think you killed him. Reach out and see if Sifu's okay.
Oh, don't trigger him to
They
start
were
saying
going
that.
at it for a while there.
They were going to pair up one time. I remember Sifu offered him to pair up on a live stream, and they were going to be like, I don't know, they were going to be like, I don't know, like.
MK just says whatever he thinks will trigger Sifu, and it works. And
I think
watch
you
it,
had too
it's
many
funny,
light beers that night, man. He will never do that.
Do you remember that place back in the day? I don't know if it was still around because you're younger than me, Dan. That place, Action Park in New Jersey.
Yeah, I went to Action Park a couple
Yeah,
times.
where you could drive the like the Formula.
That was the big like we would do Action Park once a year. That was the big trip
Got
because it was
action
about a
behind the
3-hour
bleachers.
journey from me. So to go there and do the park and drive home is kind of a lot. But yeah, someone would always get hurt.
Yeah, Action Park was a recipe for you forget.
I had remember the car that would go down the cement track.
Yeah.
Viewers at
yeah.
home, there was a cement track that goes down a hill. Imagine a cement track, maybe 2 feet wide, and it's kind of concave. And then they give you a scooter that you control 100% with the brake, and you go down the hill with gravity. But if you got the wrong cart, your brake wouldn't work, or you'd go too fast and fly off the course. It was madness. But I rear-ended somebody because my brake didn't work, and they had an accident. And it was like, how is this allowed? Why is this a thing?
Because it's the old days, man.
There was no one at the wheel. It was crazy.
Like
people were drunk swimming
People were
and
tough.
like you drown.
They had like the big water slides, right? These like this 100-foot water slide, right? And this is like this. We had this one girl. She was a friend of ours, and it was that time of the month, and she had a tampon, and like she went down this water slide, and
so
like
misogynistic.
it ended up in her throat or something. It was like really.
You would get a crazy wedgie. Like your bathing suit would flare up, and it would just like I remember halfway through you'd be like and you can't stop, and you
and it's
just
like
be dead at the end.
I mean
water
I don't
up
know
your
if
ass.
they don't you like today like you would probably could sue for stupid shit like that. But, like,
There's a good. I think it's like a 20-minute documentary you could watch about the like. It turns out nobody was at the helm. Nobody was professionally designing these rides. It was just like they'd make it and be like, maybe he'll die. Who knows?
There was
And
a
it's whole
bag full of
document. They have the
bolts that
owner-
hadn't been put in.
The owner was like, the drownings were upsetting. Like they had a wait, and people drowned like the first day. It was like,
We'd have a
was like-
moment
like-
of silence after.
remember they had the big thing about
but that was like you'd be like, oh, someone died. Let's go. Like that was part of the draw. Like
That's
you may
fucking
die
cool.
at this park. It's that
It was-
fucking good.
there were so many things that were different. Like I remember the city buses, like they had bumpers in the back, and we would stand on the back bumper of the bus and like hold on, and the bus would drive around, and that was like, well, you couldn't do it anymore. But today, I don't know.
People lost
I-
their teeth doing that.
Oh, I remember like the UPS trucks back in the day, and even today now too. But I don't think the kids do it anymore.
No,
we
they
would get on the
don't.
back of the
God.
back of the UPS truck and stand on there while he was driving around the neighborhood. But he would generally see you and then stop. But this one guy, like he's like, yeah, He got and he drove like 5 miles, and we had to walk all the way back because he knew we were back there.
You never think in the plan through when you're a kid.
No.
You're like, now I'm 8 miles from my house.
No,
and
yeah,
I gotta
right.
be home
Yeah,
in
yeah.
20 minutes. And
Yeah.
We had a kid almost die doing that.
Yeah, all of these.
Because they're in the snow, and then you hit a patch where there was no snow, and then your feet just get taken out, and you like go face first into the bumper.
Skitching was that must have been a thing in Canada.
That's
too,
when you
right?
hold it on and
hold
but
it,
your
yeah,
feet are
with
on the
cars and
the
stuff.
street.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Duzangs. We were talking to. I guess he got the message from Baron. What's up, Duzangs? Yeah, we were like you disappeared from
Hey,
social media.
Duzangs.
We were all a little upset. But as long as you're okay, what's going on, man? Duzangs, I think, is a lawn guy, so he may be wrapping it up for the winter. He's probably busy all year long.
Oh,
It's
he's probably getting ready for the.
It's probably leaf gathering time of year, but then it's like
Depends on where he is, I guess.
He probably does on snow removal, right? Isn't that what
Maybe.
the long guys do then in the wintertime? Especially, he's up in Dakota or something, right? That's like.
Oh, do you think it snows there?
Ooh,
South
I don't.
Barrett, I want
it north
an
or south?
update from Barrett. Yeah, like in January when he's been like from LA his whole life, and now it's like 8
Well,
feet of snow. Good
Didn't
luck
he
with
make
that.
his way up there to Duzangs? Aren't they?
Yeah, they like in a couple of videos. Duzangs was in the background. That's how I know he's
Yeah.
still alive.
That's pretty cool. What is
Oh, good. He does snow removal.
Leaves and
too.
snow removal. Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I went to I went this past weekend on my way back. I stopped at this this was like this antique tractor or something or other, and they had a bunch of these old tractors, which was really cool. I think it's something that Duzangs would like. I have a couple little short videos. I might throw them up there of some old John Deeres. I know he's a John Deere guy, Duzangs. But
Is
there was
the
some
one
other
that you
ones.
got, is that like special that you had to go? I remember you made a road trip to go get the thing.
You know what? The only reason I did that is because it was used, and I bought it in like Alabama, and because I mean up and around here in New York, unless you go way upstate, you could probably find something. But there wasn't all that much around. I didn't want to buy from a dealer. I didn't want to have to pay the tax, and I found this guy who was selling it at a reasonable place down in Alabama, and I just took the weekend with my wife and my daughter, and we drove down there and made a weekend out of it. I got a U-Haul trailer and just made the ride, so it was kind of fun.
You didn't want to pay tax, so instead you
I
took
spent
2 days off, got a hotel, got a U-Haul, and spent $87,000 on gas. And you're a savvy business guy.
Dogpile Wednesday.
I
brought
feel
to
like
you
there's
by
400 of
John
those places
Deere.
right by me, but you know
there's one right up the road. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Sometimes it's more about the trip than it is. The U-Haul cost me like
no, but that's like the
$1,000.
adventure. Like you're lugging a
it's
thing.
all, yeah, right.
A few
It's
states.
Oh, I thought you were
away. I
riding
get
a
it.
John Deere there.
Yeah, and then when anybody, you have
George
a
Jones.
relative or somebody come by and say, "Oh, where'd you get that?" This,
You got the
like
story.
anybody else would say, there's a John Deere dealer right up the road here. But no, I would say, "Oh, I got it.
I went to Alabama.
It was a cheaper price, and I didn't have to pay the tax on it through a dealer.
I had to arm wrestle the owner.
But I ended up paying a little bit more because it took me exactly all the things that you said to get it back here.
But boy, look at this! Like what do you call it? Is it a tractor? What do you call that thing?
Yeah, it's a tractor. Yeah,
Tractor.
Yeah, it's just a tractor. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Because it's got the front. Is that a?
Oh, it's got a
hoe?
front loader. Yeah. I actually consulted with Duzangs before what to look for. He's like, look at the hydraulics, make sure there's no leaks, and the whole 9 yards. So, and I didn't know
That's
if
cool.
it did or not. I just rolled the dice.
I talked about before. If I ever move the next house, I'm gonna get like a riding, because I get this push thing. I'm done with pushing the fucking thing. Assuming I have a football field lawn again, like I do now.
Yeah. Oh, the battery powered stuff is getting a lot better too. So
I don't think I get like a battery powered like riding mower would probably be $5,000.
Yeah. But I mean,
Gas
Gas-powered
suck it up
one's
and
pretty
get some
expensive
diesel.
too.
I just hate dealing with like gasoline and oil and fuck all that shit.
like my nephew who lives a couple houses down from me, he's like, he see, I have a string trimmer and it's like I'm pulling the thing, I'm sweating, I'm dying, I'm, like Elizabeth, and then, and then finally it starts, and then he comes over to talk to me, I shut it off, and he's like, oh, what are you doing? I'm string trimming, and then he leaves again, and he went out and he bought a battery powered one, and he's like, what are you killing yourself for? It's like, you can come over, talk to somebody, and when you're done, you just. I ended up actually getting a battery powered one just for that
I got a
reason.
battery power leaf blower, and it's just fun to use. You just go out there, you're like a 6-year-old blowing shit around,
Yeah, I mean, like if you're doing yard work, it shouldn't be, it's a chore anyway. So if you make it a little fun, that's.
I have the
all that much
woman who lives
better.
next to me is an awful, terrible. We call her bitch cunt whenever we're like, oh, bitch cunt is out there again. So she's probably like 60 something years old, and she has a rake, and she's raking up every, she's doodling. And I go out there and
Blow your shit all back onto hers.
She's like glancing at me, like an asshole.
Blow all your leaves onto her lawn, so she has to pick them
another
all
thing
up.
is, like my neighborhood, I live on a block. And everyone's backyard is kind of connected. There's like one common lawn, and there's no fences, and you can kind of see everyone's backyard. But this bitch cunt, she had to put up these little walls, these little tiny. They're like maybe like 2 feet high, and she made them. Her lawn is immaculate. Looks like she gets it done, and it looks like a golf course. But then on either side of her property, she got like these green posts.
Neighbors like Dan
and nailed
not
them
blowing
in.
in them.
They're different sizes. The fence looks like shit. And it's like all it does is this time of year, a shitload of leaves are on my side and a shitload of leaves are on her side, and we got to go out and take care of it. But if she didn't have a fucking fence, Like none of this would
they
happen.
Yeah.
And like when you have a lawnmower, you can't quite get to the fence, so you got to get the whizzer and go out there. It's like take down your Like I'm not gonna step on your lawn. Like she's such a bitch cunt. I can't stand this woman. She has a restraining order against the people on the other side of her. So I'm waiting for my turn. And the guy's the nicest guy in the world. I have to like get him drunk one day and be like, so what's the deal with you and bitch cunt? I don't know the story. But take down your stupid fence,
I wouldn't be picking
bitch
up
cunt.
the leaves at all. You blow that shit off of the perimeter into the middle and you run it over
She would
with
call
your
the
mower.
cop. Another reason we
You
don't
mulch
like
it.
her is when my stepson was like 13, he had his bow and arrow, and he wasn't supposed to be out there because mom wasn't home, but he was on our property and he's shooting the arrow. Bitch cunt calls the police, and it's like
she's one of those.
he's shooting
Wait,
his
was it
bow and arrow
suction
at
cup
me.
arrows?
2 cop cars roll up, and they called. Lynn is at work. She's a nurse. They get the phone call every mom dreams of. Oh, this is the police. We're calling about your son. Like, her heart drops.
And his
like,
arrows.
Everything's fine. And even the cop was like, "Yeah, she's a bitch cunt. She shouldn't have called us." But the move is you call the mom. Like bitch cunt.
Right,
call
right,
mom.
right,
Your dumb kid is
right,
with his
right.
bow and arrow. But you went right for the police. Bitch cunt.
I know the kind.
She's
know
that one in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
Well,
you
it's
know,
also
Wally's one of those.
nothing to call
Wally's
about.
if there was a kid next door to him and he was doing something
Police.
and the ball hit his patio or whatever it was, the thing or whatever, he wouldn't throw the ball back and say, "Okay, have fun, kid," whatever. He'd be like, "Hey, don't do that again. I'm going to be calling CMPD," and then he'd fan out his cards and say, "I know all these guys."
I think he would hold it and be like, "I used to play kickball. Will you be my friend, guys?" I think he would try to make
Do you like
friends.
Star Wars?
Want to come inside and have some
You want to
kids?
come inside and be my Freddy glove?
Oh no!
It's very accurate.
I got the
It's
mask
screen
and the
accurate. Now,
hat and
did
the
you see my
sweater.
modifications? I took a Dremel and I sharpened them so I can really hurt somebody.
You think he would have shown what shit he was for Halloween? Wally, your videos,
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
who sends.
He's got the hat, he's got the face, he's got the sweater, he's got the glove, he's got the pants, but he's got like Jordans or something on the bottom. Like,
I'm pretty
does
sure
he have
if you
like
went to
fucked
any,
up old shoes like
any
Freddy,
like
or
they
what?
have those places like the temporary Halloween store. Any one of those Halloween stores would have had a cheap Freddy mask that would have done the job, and Wally's Hollywood
Yeah, right, but you didn't
Halloween fantasy would have come true.
The hat would have been good. He's got the glove. He's got.
It would have been
$20
$20 for but people
some
would have been like, "You're
bullshit
Freddy
mask."
Krueger."
Yeah,
like, no,
right.
you're not Camden Fry or whatever the fuck. Like, he would have been easily
Cameron Fry.
recognizable. Fucking Wally. He's so Wally, come on the show.
Do
11
you think
people
that?
watching.
He should have just wore all the Freddy stuff, but without the mask.
Do you think that was the whole Halloween?
Before
thing?
he got burned.
Yeah, even without the mask,
It's
he would
been
have been fine.
ruined. Last week we did
This
that.
is
My
Freddy
Halloween's
before
been
he got
ruined.
burned in the fucking
Oh,
thing.
where did he post that? My Halloween was ruined.
That was
What-
there was a review for the place. I don't know if I still have it.
What I want to know is, Freddy used to dress like that, and he was a son of 100 maniacs. He did all that shit, and then he got burned. But when he got burned, how come his fucking clothes and shit and his hat didn't burn?
It was a photo of a Roberto silicone mask. I guess that's relevant to the story, but
Well, it's
Everyone
probably an
knows what he's
actual
talking about, right?
good
Yeah.
mask that he thought he was going to get.
I always like the
because
caps.
it's Chinese.
For some reason, China is caps, never is caps, and ruined is the caps.
so why wouldn't he said this was a photo of a much more expensive mask or something like?
Well, he's not
who would
saying
know
that
what a
in
Ro-
that one.
who
He's
would
just
know
saying
what a
it's
Ro-
not showing up in time, so he doesn't know what it looks like yet.
Oh, well, did he get? Oh,
That's the other one.
This is where he got the mask, and he's like,
That
"Oh."
was his community channel.
well, he's not a scammer. I mean, he's getting what you get what you pay for, right? Did he get it? He ordered the mask at the beginning, but it didn't post a tracking number. Oh,
My head's
So-
so big. Yeah, we don't know. So many loose ends. We don't know anything.
Sounds
we
to me
have-
like he didn't do any research, his due diligence before he sent money to somebody for something.
Oh, Baron's working for
Oh,
two
no.
things, I guess.
See, here in
Little side shuffle.
if you're a fan of the Toronto Maple Leafs, we call you a leaf blower.
is that true?
Yep.
Now, what are you, a Senators fan?
Not at the moment,
Uh-oh.
Why not?
because we got a lot of fucking good players, but the coach is a fucking dildo. Doesn't know
Who's
what he's
the coach?
fucking doing.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
It's fucking DJ. Fuck, I can't remember his last name. But anyways, he sucks. He does stupid shit. He tells them to do things that are really fucking stupid. And then you're like, why are they doing that? And it's like, the coach is an idiot. Why is he fucking?
Well, from New York, you're like if you're I was always an Islander fan back from the day when they had Trache, Potvin.
Oh, okay.
Gillies,
Potvin's from
Fossey.
Ottawa. Potvin's
Is Potvin from Ottawa?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
from Vanier.
Do you know how much Potvin psyched out the New York Ranger fans to this day? If you go into Madison Square Garden, they still chant when the Islanders play them, Potvin sucks. To this day.
They're so angry.
But yeah, I mean, I haven't.
They have
I
a
haven't
mural
watched
of
a game.
him in Vanier.
Who's that? Dennis Potvin?
Yeah, they got
Is
him
it-
like wearing the Islanders skating by. It's funny.
And his brother used to play for the Islanders too, Jean.
Because they were
Potvin.
good. It was just the team was.
And his brother then used to call the Billy Smith for the win. Oh, he was great. When he used to chop people up. Those were the days of
old-time
hockey.
hockey
man.
was fucking
Oh,
awesome,
it was
man.
crazy. You remember? I don't know. Like I remember one year. I think the Russian national team played the Philadelphia Flyers at the Spectrum, and back in those days, Bobby Clark and Gary Dornhopper and Schultz and those guys, man, they skated off the ice because it was a whole different, North American hockey, Canadian hockey, compared to European hockey with two different. The 80s Islanders, man, I loved that when they were doing their thing. I mean, 4 cups in a row. They were some tough Bobby Nystrom and Gary Howitt and
HS is here. He wants in.
Dude, you're talking the Islanders. This is my.
I love
jam.
the Islanders, man. I'm an Islander fan from way
See, I
back.
call them the
I grew up
lowly
20
Islanders.
minutes from the Coliseum. I was a goalie. Billy Smith one night, I'll clear in the crease and fucking.
Oh
swing
my
the stick.
God!
Wow.
He
I'm
Nice.
talking. Who was the backup? Was Glenn Cheevers?
no, Chico Resch.
Chico Resch. That's right.
Yeah, Chico Resch. Jerry Cheevers played for the Boston Bruins.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Well,
You
Chico
talking
was
about
actually.
Clark Gillies and Bossy and Trottier and all those
Well,
guys.
oh man,
You remember
that was
Nystrom? Bobby Nystrom. guy
Bobby
who didn't wear a
Nystrom.
fucking
Yeah.
helmet?
Gary Howitt.
Wasn't Don Cherry coaching the fucking Bruins?
It was
No,
Al
no,
Arbor
Al
was the
Arbor.
coach.
Al Arbor.
Remember Butch Goring?
Oh, Butch Goring.
It's great.
He used to be their penalty killer specialist. Yeah, Butch Goring.
Dan's
And-
like,
and
I've
those-
never heard of any of this.
No,
shit.
my friend. No, I remember. Like
You're
you had to,
Canadian, I
like,
mean-
like 79 to 84. I think the Islanders won every year. They won the cup. It was
They
yeah.
lost
on
in
Long Island.
84. I think it was 79, 80, 81.
They
80.
lost to Edmonton,
It was
right?
4 years
Yeah.
in a row.
When,
That's
when
when
Edmonton
Gretzky was
had like
getting started.
Yari
He was a
Curry
fucking
and
goal hang.
Gretzky and Messier and Coffey. Those
And
were some
my
really
my
great
friend had a
teams.
story. He was in a deli with his friend, and I think Bossy walked. It was a goalie Bossy. He
No,
walked in with
Mike
the.
Bossy was a forward.
No. He was a right winger.
I forget who came. Like
Bossy was- no,
some of the
Bossy
guy
was
came in
center,
a
right?
deli with the
No,
cup. It was like his
Trache was
week
the
with
center.
the cup, and he came in with the cup to like the local deli.
The Stanley Cup?
Yeah, it was like,
Well, that
just walking around
like
it.
that's like lore. Like if you win the Stanley Cup, like the team gets to keep it.
You
like,
get it
through
for
that
like
whole-
a week, and it goes around the whole team.
right. And all
Well,
these guys
each
throw it
player
in their
gets to
trunk.
take it somewhere.
Yeah,
There's all kinds of
exactly.
stories. Guys drop it and they dent it, and because they're all like barbarian hockey players, so they destroy this beautiful like cup, and they got to fix it when it comes back.
Back in the day, somebody kicked it into the canal in Ottawa, like
Did
a long,
they?
long time ago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the thing's got like there's all kinds
in the
of shit.
1930s or 20s, I think.
They actually had to every year now. They have to erase a panel at random, like they filled out who wins
That's the
every
bottom
year,
one.
but now they
Oh
gotta
yeah,
like
they have to remove. Yeah, because
yeah they
the
gotta
bottom
like
row.
there's not enough
Yeah.
room. They gotta. They should
Oh,
put another
Can't
ring
they
on
just
it.
make it longer? That's what they used to do.
No, they can't put another ring on it. They move them down, and then they get put into the Hockey Hall of Fame.
used to be incredible. Some of those series was so incredible. I mean, some of the fights.
Oh, the Islanders would be like down 2 goals in the third period. What just happened?
You're still here.
If you look at the
We can see
Stanley
you.
Cup,
Look fine.
there's only a few teams that they can never take off because they're actually on the cup. They're engraved to the cup.
Those were probably
That's when they were like the 6 in the
And
NHL.
you'll
right?
see it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
No, before that, you'll see like Ottawa's
Really?
on there a bunch of times. There's like 2 or 3 times that the Ottawa Senators are actually on the cup itself.
That was before the NHL though. The Stanley Cup.
But I
was
didn't
like-
think the Ottawa Senators weren't around for many years, right?
They're like from the 90s, I think, right? They're like new.
Well, originally there was a team in like 19. Fuck, we're going way back.
The original 6 were the Canadiens, the Toronto Maple Leafs, the Rangers, the Blackhawks, the Bruins, and the Red Wings.
Yeah.
Oh, I would.
But
I would have
before
known,
that,
known all of those.
The
I knew
NHL
that,
existed before that, and there were other teams, but those are the only
but you're
teams that
talking
have
Ottawa. Who gives a fuck about Ottawa? What's Ottawa?
Ooh.
Oh, is that where Hidden's from? I didn't know.
I wasn't even fucking talking about that anymore, and you have to fucking stick the knife in. What the hell? You didn't do enough drilling 5
Yeah, I
minutes
heard
ago.
that.
But
bullshit.
it's a
You guys-
training
you're talking
knife, it's
about,
fine.
You're talking about an outdoor.
Holy shit! He's pulling out the fucking. That's a fucking stiletto right there. No, that's the fucking in and
He's
out
in his
one.
underwear and he has a hammer. Look out!
No, that's the one that goes in and out automatically.
Like
That's
HS,
different.
if you were an Islander guy,
Yeah.
if you were an Islander guy, so it's automatic. You have to hate the Rangers, right? Everything they do, you have to hate.
Yeah, although to be fair, and I'm dating myself,
It's like the
played
Mets.
Stanley Cup, some of the greatest hockey I've ever seen against the Vancouver Canucks. It was a few years after the Islanders sort of crashed and burned. It was some of the best hockey I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But by and
But,
large,
I mean,
the Rangers are a bunch of bullies. They were a bunch of fucking.
It's so different now than it was back in those days when the Islanders won those cups, or when the Canadians won the 4 cups before them. Like it's just so different now. I mean, the fights, the brawls. I mean, it's another. It's different, and maybe for the better too. I don't know. But
but that was part of hockey, right?
Yeah,
part of it was the theater behind it.
I think somebody just dented the cup too recently.
I stopped
like
following
this
it
last
so long
year.
ago.
Somebody dropped it and fucking dented it.
I kind of lost track of it too. I kind of watched the playoffs again. There always seem to be these 3 or 4 teams that are always go to the playoffs. I mean, it's always like Las Vegas for whatever reason. I don't know.
How the fuck do they have a hockey team?
Yeah. and what is it? Tampa Bay, the Lightning. They've been pretty awesome too. I mean, they're the defending Stanley Cup champions, right? The Lightning.
I feel like Wally, I'm dated. Like every reference I have in hockey is from 1980, whatever. Every reference he has is some 80s cartoon, and it doesn't go beyond that. So
yeah, we're kind of a little, we're like a ship without a rudder, without Wally being crazy. He's like,
he's doing his political crap, I guess. But...
We're like a ship without a rudder, without Wally being crazy. That's the quote of the night.
If Wally's not
That's
crazy,
the name of next week's show.
Yeah. What did I
Ship
miss?
without a rudder in a starless night.
Oh, we were having fun. Yeah. Oh, you missed Jump Bluff.
Oh, really?
Jump Bluff came in, yeah.
Yeah, he came in. Yeah.
I guess we're all ribbing each other now, seeing as you want to fucking dig at me and my fucking team.
I'm sorry. Did I hurt your feelings?
You
Show me on the
did.
dollar.
You did, because they suck right now, man.
We
fucking suck right
Throwing
now.
salt in a wound.
Yeah, you're rubbing it in, man.
Where is Ottawa? Is that on a map somewhere? Like, can you find it?
Yeah, I can find it from space.
That's in Canada,
is it a
right?
town?
Yeah.
Or is it like a gold mining village, like somewhere?
No,
or-
originally it was a lumber town, but it became capital city.
Is that where Wolverine is from?
It used to be called Bytown when it was just a lumber town, and then they changed it to the capital city, and they had to pick a name, so they picked Ottawa because it's native.
All I know about Canada, every time I've gone up there, they have the best
Queen
gentlemen's
Victoria
bars
picked
in the world, right?
Oh, when I was in college,
Yeah.
we used to go visit a friend of mine in Buffalo. We go over the Rainbow Bridge and we go over to Niagara Falls. There was still this stripper, Jenna, I will never forget. Dude,
At
and this
Minty's?
is like 40 years later. I don't remember the name of the places. I remember though
there's only
going,
one.
Nobody ever forgets their first stripper, do
trying to
they?
buy a pack of cigarettes, and I was like, it's like $5 for a pack of cigarettes. I'm not spending $5 for a pack of
If you
cigarettes.
only knew.
Oh, yeah.
They're 16 now.
Yeah, well, that's what they are here in New York, or 17. I don't know. I
Yeah.
actually quit, finally, a while ago. But those were the strip bars were insane.
You're on the
Here we
vape
go.
now.
Here we go. Oh, that's where Ottawa is.
Yeah, I can find that from space.
What's the population of Ottawa?
1 million.
Is it really?
Oh, that's pretty significant.
Yeah,
I'm right
we're a
over
bigger
here somewhere.
landmass than a lot of cities.
I'm a
actually.
straight shot north. Right, I'm right around
Montreal's the first European city in North America, the one to the right. It's been there since like fucking way back.
Now, do you speak French?
Mhm.
You do?
Yep.
Comment vous appelez-vous?
Like, look at that fucking landmass, man. That's a huge fucking spot. It's not all city yet. There's a lot of farmland.
Come on, give us a little French. Give us a little something.
Je m'appelle hidden.
I think he's having a
Je
stroke.
m'appelle les
He's gotta
hidden
go,
Mikau.
I was gonna blurt out my real name in French.
Oh, we would have rewinded.
But I mean, were you
Jacques.
were you
Jacques Lestrap.
Is that true? Were you raised bilingual?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
So he's
so
one of those
cool.
rainbow-haired diddler
Yeah,
people,
that's
huh?
cool. That's cool.
What the fuck?
Well, you said he's bi something. What, bilingual? Oh, okay.
Lingual,
bi-
not
He
sexual.
said, Hidden said he's bi. That's
Oh, I'm
what
a
we got.
MGTOW.
That's where
I'm
we're
good.
going with it.
MGTOW. I mean, it means I like women. I'm just not having it right now.
You're is it cachet in French? Is that it?
Cachet.
Hidden is cachet
Yeah.
in French. There you
But
go.
we've established, like in the world,
Le
of-
MGTOW caché. It would
Wally
be.
was
Le
a
MGTOW
MGTOW.
caché.
Wally was a MGTOW poser, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he
because
said everything poser except loser. That he's real. They're real. Like, what has
MGTOW
Wally
means.
ever been authentically anything? Even this MAGA bullshit.
Okay, listen to this and tell me if this sounds like it means Maga Man. No marriage, no children, no moving in with a woman. At what point of his life was this his mission in life? Like,
It was never his
never.
mission.
He's
No,
always wanted
no.
to be with Babymomma. He's always been before that with
I
her.
like the part when he got called out once. I think it was Slippery went on some live stream, and they were talking to him. Whoever it was, I can't remember who it was. But the guy's like, "Oh, Maga Man, oh, he's really not MGTOW. He's just this guy who comes on every now." And Wally heard it, and he came on that live stream. He's like, "Let me tell you what MGTOW means." Like he was
means
like
whatever he says
redefining
it means.
MGTOW.
Yeah, I remember
to the
that.
MGTOW guys, like listen up, losers. like how do you think that's gonna go? What you do, MGTOW?
Like, that's
friends,
literally all
Wally?
it means is that I'm going to stay a confirmed bachelor. That's what it
No,
means.
he was like,
Yeah, but
I'm
yeah,
living my
yeah.
life. I'm MGTOW. That was how he was.
Yeah, he
like,
said, "I'm a man going my own way," but he's not
Bullshit.
going his own way by
No.
his choice. He's going his own way because Babymomma determined him to go his own way.
If
he had
anything, he's red pill, which he's barely that. He's red pill by like involuntary.
He's whatever
Red pill.
color
But he's
the
not,
world's
because he
biggest
would make a video
suppository
going,
is.
"If I got her back, that's all I want in life is to get her back." It's like,
I miss that, Wally. We need
Yeah,
to-
well, red
we
pill's
need to
okay
let
with
him
that.
in and let him crack again.
Like, red pill's just like, oh, you know that sometimes women will keep you from your kids or something like that, right?
I thought red
be
pill
like,
was the one that made you bigger and the blue one made you smaller, or is that Alice in
that's
Wonderland?
Alice in Wonderland.
That's the
It
order.
No,
depends-
it's
it
based on the
depen-
Matrix.
It depends on if you get the blue pills from India.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want the
No,
Chinese ones? They have fentanyl.
What's the other? It's eat me, drink me is what you're thinking of.
Yeah.
Jeff. Right.
Which,
Eat Me, Drink Me.
ironically, is the title of Mega Man's new book coming out this.
Well, it's funny, HS, he had like
No,
an
that's eat
8-hour
my ass,
live
eat my
stream
ass,
yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Eat my ass. Eat
He had an
my ass.
8-hour live stream, and Jump Bluff came in and he said, "Hey guys, I went in around the 6-hour mark where he was making himself a sandwich."
I know.
Did he like get up from the camera, walk away? Excuse me, I'll be right back. Like,
Yeah.
and then he'd
Someone
be-
was
And then
talking about-
displays the sandwich and
Someone was
shows
talking
how
about
it was
Gatorade
made.
when I watched. I was waiting for him to realize that Fetterman was confirmed because I guess the Associated Press didn't call it, but the other news organization. So I was watching with bated breath to see Wally get dashed because he was ripping on Fetterman for like months.
He's like, look at this sandwich I made. It's almost the size of the lump on Fetterman's neck.
So there's no way that he could win. Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm curious to what his reaction is going to like. He did that whole live stream, and it was obviously didn't go the way he wanted it to go. And he's like,
we got
he
nothing
couldn't-
today. Nothing.
Yeah,
it
and
was a
he's-
live
and-
stream. That was it.
And like I watched to the end to see where he was. And he's like, "Okay, guys, I've been on here for like 8 hours. I'm getting tired." And he went to bed. So I'm waiting to see like, is he going to be like crazy mad that it didn't go the way he goes? Is it going to be more like?
I watched a little bit, like I watched for like less than a minute, like early on, and he was looking at some number, and he's like, "That's voter fraud right there." Like 10% of the vote was in, and it was
He's
like
got a video of
all
some
the
guy who got
Democrat. He was like,
arrested.
"That's voter fraud." It's like they're not done counting, lunatic. Like slow down.
Well, there was like one incidence of a guy months ago got arrested for something in
Yeah,
Colorado.
that was in a primary. I saw he put that up, right?
And Wally's like, see, the Democrats.
All the Democrats are
And I'm
corrupt.
thinking it was like from yesterday or something, like something that's relevant to what's going on at hand. But it was something from a primary that was back in June, some special primary, and
He
the guy
dug it up.
tried to put his thumb drive in the machine, like it was some big to
Right.
do. It was some one jerk doing something that he probably shouldn't have done. Oh, but that proves that 1 billion votes got stolen. He's such a ridiculous fool.
Using
Love
that
this
logic,
guy.
all Republicans are hammer-wielding lunatics that'll break into
Right.
your house.
I was going to say
In their
because
underwear.
all the
Yeah.
bullshit that they gave the guy who attacked Pelosi, right? And they defended him in a way by saying like people get attacked with hammers. So some guy on Fox was like, people get attacked with hammers all the time, and they get released the next day. Why are they singling this guy out?
Just say like this guy's a lunatic. I don't understand why you can't like. I understand because
nothing
people like
now-
Wally
Fair to Wally,
associate
that's
the
the
entire
whole
party
thing.
with
Nothing
the
in our
lunatic.
society anymore, and it's endemic of our society. Everything that happens has to be tied to some
Politics.
kind of political bent, and it's bullshit. And I mean, it's exhausting. And for a guy like Wally, who's mentally unstable to begin with, and will go off the edge at the drop of a hat, the last thing he should be doing is investing himself in politics because it's the most frustrating thing you can possibly do. But like I said,
What else can he do though? He's invented this character, right? The Star Wars people have shunned him. The Masons have shunned him. The MGTOW people have shunned him. His family has shunned him. Who else has shunned him? His band shunned him. Society has shunned him. The Freddie
Classmates.
community,
I love that
all
Slippery
four of
got in
them
touch
have
with the
probably
band.
shunned him.
Oh,
You know?
I'm
His
friends
classmates
with the guy.
from high school.
The guy in the band is still playing. He's doing all kinds. I'm friends with him on Facebook.
Said he was in a
Facebook
Kiss
feed.
fucking band, man.
And
Different guy.
he's still like
That's
he's
the guy.
he's
That's
still
the
doing
Instagram
music.
filter guy.
So I don't know. I've always known guys that were musicians. Like you don't just give that up. That's like in you somehow. You're always like playing music or doing.
Well,
you might not
give it
make
up
a
for your
living at
daughter,
it.
True.
though. That's what
Wally
you
should
do.
get a guitar, like just
Unless
hang
your
out,
fingers
and,
break.
play
Yeah,
around the guitar a little bit, right?
But any guy that I ever knew that was like a musician, that's like part of your DNA. So like even if you're not in a band, you're hanging out. He'll grab his guitar.
Well,
and
I
start
think
playing or whatever.
I think based on nothing is he gave up the band for Babymomma, so he doesn't want to pick up a guitar again because he's betraying Babymomma, even though she'll never take him back ever.
I just don't think
like
he makes
everything
enough
else
to
in
get a
life,
guitar.
Wally
Yeah, he
got
could
into the
definitely,
band.
instead of getting a fucking rifle, get a goddamn cheap guitar.
I think Wally got into the band for the same reason he's gotten into everything else, because he wanted to belong to something, and he wanted the spotlight on him. And
Exactly.
he wanted to play dress up. This time he got to play I'm James Hetfield, but with a soccer jersey, right? And that didn't pan out like everything else in his life. And he gave up the guitar because he had no fucking money, and he had his car got repossessed, and he had no and like, you can't have $10,000 worth of equipment or whatever he said he has, and do nothing with it, right? So he had to sell whatever he probably had a few
Jim
grand
Bluff said
invested
that's
in
bullshit.
shit. Well, okay, let's say it's $5,000. Let's say it's $3,000. Whatever. When you have no place to live,
Guitar and an amp.
$1,500.
he had to sell
And
shit.
pedals.
Too many
He had to sell his
zeros.
shitty leather pants.
He made
He
a
had to
whole
sell his
video.
Freddy Sweaters.
Who puts their pants on eBay? Just fucking like that's a
His
lot.
assless
Not
tab
leather
out.
fucking pants, man. Like, you know that shit sticks to your. Like, you gotta powder yourself before you put those on so you can get them back off.
Well,
That's
I've
Who would
gross.
buy
never seen
used
a
leather
Vader
pants? I
under-
guess
Yeah,
everyone's gonna
fuck
buy
that.
used leather pants. Like,
A lot of
Just
those
sweaty
Vader
body
undersuits
and-
are like assless chaps kind of thing.
Wally, I think he might be one of those assless chap kind of guys.
Oh, no.
You never know. I mean,
he's
one
definitely
big ass.
He's got a
interested
full length
in,
mirror.
in trans men. He's always looking at. We were looking at some of his.
Oh no, not that again. Oh no.
What are we looking
Oh
at?
no, not that again.
I'm waiting
We
for
were looking
It's
at
an
his community
Instagram
page.
filter.
I'm waiting
Hold
for
on,
his
let me
100 G's to hit. So like that, that will reinvigorate him because now he'll have
Right.
he'll have this whole windfall that he won't know, which eBay
Guys.
or Amazon page to open first to buy stupid shit with.
At
Where-
this
where do
point,
you think he got
at
that
this point,
number
I don't
from?
even think that's a real thing anymore. Like now, I'm
I-
looking
I
at you
have
guys
not-
going, "Stop drinking the Kool-Aid,
I've
guys."
had
Come
no
on.
time to follow him. It's funny. I was at this dinner tonight, and while he's talking about his $100,000 windfall,
Yeah.
like people, what they were selling $150,000 robotic scanning device.
Wait a minute. Is that a picture of him with his fucking hammer in his...
I was gonna say, did he go out
That
and
is
buy
him.
a hammer with
just
with
to
a
put it
holder?
into it? No, the holder's for his pepper ball gun.
I never
Oh,
saw
I
this.
thought it was a hammer or whatever. Okay.
No, he just put that in his pepper ball thing. He's like, fuck pepper balls, I'm putting hammers in
He
here
should have
now.
put
It's
it
like,
on
oh
his
no,
thigh
here we
holster,
go.
'cause he's got like 3 thigh holsters for the shit. I have not.
Look at
like,
Biden
I know.
freaking
I know.
out, though.
Mo Reese too was also like making fun of it. It's just like it was a crazy thing that happened. It shouldn't happen to
South Park.
anybody.
Look at his
Look
head.
at the fucking eyes on that.
That thing
Look
I
at
never
that.
understood. Well, that's his eyebrowless, you know. But I never understood this meme. When
That's
this came
looking
out.
2 different ways at the same time,
Shitty
man.
detected. Shitty. There he is.
Yeah, is that shitty?
Yeah.
He's
What is
see, that's not cross-eyed, that's cockeyed. That's what they called that. When your eyes are
it goes
looking
like-
outwards
No, that's
both different ways.
Shitty accidentally
So-
stuck
so
Wally in the
what do you
eye with
think-
his cock.
What was it? What was his?
I
what
was saying he stuck a stick up his ass, and he's like,
the top picture is
Squeal
from
like
the
a
movie.
pig, boy.
So the top half is from the movie, from the actual movie.
No,
Well,
that's
Jersey-
that's the air conditioner. Those are his lights. That's the
Oh, so
stupid
what is he-
street.
that's him wearing the... Oh my god.
So what is he trying to?
So now he's a Detroit fan.
He's assuming everybody knows what his fucking
No, that's
costume is.
Cameron from
and-
Ferris Bueller's Day
Yeah,
Off.
but
Once
that's a
again,
Gordie
Wally-
Howe jersey. Oh, so he must have just pasted him in. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to put this in my mind. Imagine Wally. He's dressed up in this outfit, and he walks
We don't
into
have to
like.
imagine.
Yeah. He's dressed up in this outfit, and he
nobody
walks
knows who
into
he
like a local Buffalo Wild Wings or whatever.
He's
Friday
a crazy old
at a
dude.
bar.
So-
with a hat.
Like, and
Wait.
somebody's gonna say, "Oh, holy shit!
Okay.
What a great Cameron Fry outfit! I can't believe it." I
That's
mean,
what he was thinking. Yeah.
Okay, wait a
nobody
minute. Wait a
ever.
minute. Now, did he have the Gordie Howe jersey, or did he
Yes.
go and get it put on a jersey so that he would have a Gordie Howe
No,
jersey?
there was
Or
a
did he
video where
find
he,
it at a thrift
on his-
shop? Like,
No.
He made-
On his own channel, he bought that. I remember seeing the video. He specially bought that because it's not an original Gordie Howe jersey type of thing.
Oh.
It's different than the one because he explained the whole thing. And me being the asshole that I
So
am,
he
I
got
listened
them
to
to
the whole
print it.
explanation. It's a bigger Red Wings logo than it. He explained the whole. It's a whole.
He
it's a
spent
whole-
Yeah, he just
$8,700.
got
the
a
whole thing. Yeah,
he
yeah.
got a regular jersey and had them put Gordie Howe's number on it and his name. That's what.
He
No,
ordered
the
it
original
somewhere.
actor is probably a small guy, so the logo looks differently. But Wally's like, "Oh, it's a different logo." It's like, no, there's a different human being. It's like a little person,
probably
and you're a
paid-
big giant person.
Depending on what, like they have different versions. Yeah, see, look, he's looking 2 different directions, man. I told you, and they're outwards. That means he's
Got no
cockeyed.
fucking eyebrows.
He looks like a character in an Agatha Christie movie.
You got to put lines
He's like the
going to his
gardener or
ears.
something,
so-
you know.
He's Bubbles in that picture. He's got the big glasses on with his eyes
That's
are all
greasy. Oh, that's greasy, guys.
I'm
Greasy.
still trying to revel in how
That's pretty
sad
good.
he
You must
was
be Canadian.
after
Fucking greasy, Julian.
his Freddy costume got just, his Halloween was ruined. Can you
Ruined.
imagine how mad he was that he spent all this money on his Freddy shit and then he couldn't even wear it the one night of the year when he could pull it off.
Yeah, but it's like when you don't
Fuck
have
off,
any pennies
Conky.
to rub together, don't do that. Don't spend a lot of money on a costume, lunatic.
Well, I'm telling you, like, there's different versions of a jersey that you can buy that are at varying price levels that get closer and closer to the real thing that they wear on ice. He didn't get the most expensive one. He got something that was like lower tier, like maybe $75 or $100. But then he got the letters put on, which is like it's like a couple bucks a letter usually, and the number.
And that's what
so
he
that it would-
spends his government sustenance
Yeah.
checks on.
He keeps simping for Elon.
It would have been.
I love it when poor people
Probably could have
simp
found
for
one
the
on
millionaire
eBay.
Elon. There he is. That didn't age well.
See, he's kind of got the lump
Scam
in that
alert.
picture. So, was that what he thought he bought? But then they gave him just like a thing that goes over your face?
Well, I think he figured
He
out
didn't
that
even
this
get it.
picture is that Roberto guy's picture. So they're like, oh yeah, we're selling this, and then you probably get some fucking cheap knockoff.
Yeah, because look at how it goes all down the chest and shit. Like, it's a huge...
We don't know. Wally probably hasn't got it yet, because he would have whipped it out and been like, look what I got, guys.
You'd have to powder your face before you put that on.
I haven't followed any of this shit.
Is that
Oh,
a
he
million,
stopped with his countdown.
Million
he was
man
doing
march?
he was doing his countdown to Armageddon.
Keep your hands off of Trump. Return what you stole.
21.
Make this channel great again. I need more
He's abusing the laser eyes. It's too much laser eyes. 22
Justice.
days.
Why does she have purple eyes going? Why are his eyes green, yellow?
23 days.
Yeah, but all those colors are different kinds of lasers, and they burn at different temperatures and shit. So like, it means
Countdown
something.
until Civil War 2.
Oh my God! Part 2.
Shouldn't it
You
be
should put
Civil
part
War
2.
II? That would make it look better, I think. Civil War
So let's
II.
Copying my show.
Like, if you just went along with this and you came across this guy's memes and you happen to be predisposed.
These
to
aren't
be
memes.
A Trump. What are they? What
802 likes.
No, memes. Memes are when everybody uses it.
Oh, okay, all right.
Like he has to put one of these up, and then everybody go, "Oh, that's cool," and then it trends. Boom! Now it's a meme. Right now, he's trying to force memes. He's like, they're called forced memes.
Right,
which
right,
means
right.
he's trying to get people to take the bait, but nobody's clicking on it.
No, but he's getting a lot of likes on them, though, right?
Oh, that's a pretty.
Well, there's a lot of lunatics in the world. You know?
So if you're
Oh, you're subbing. You're
like
thumb downing all of his shit. Come on, man. You're brigading his ass.
He's gonna go to the police. He's like, look, there he is, thumbing down
on camera.
Evidence.
Down. He's not even reading it. He's not even reading it.
Nope, not even reading it. Wow, look, boom, boom, boom.
Don't tread on me. Boom.
I don't even care.
Ben Shapiro. Boom.
Maybe this one I like. No, I've got to like it.
Wait, no, you should like it because then you'll be anti-Semitic. You gotta go back.
Whoa, swastika. No way.
And then you know when
yeah,
I know
go
I'm
back
really
up and
out of
say
the loop?
yes to the Shapiro one because you'll be anti-Semitic.
I know when I'm out of the loop
Gotta
is
catch
when
up.
like people who he's referring to in the I have to Google them.
Yeah, I don't know half of his shit.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. Either, so.
Was that a cartoon of him?
Like
all depressed after
he's
he's
the
like,
worst
oh,
at
I
making
don't know.
memes. He's terrible. Look at like the pixelated picture. Like, come on, like put a little.
Was
pride.
that the FBI guy?
There's
That was-
too much effort at the same time as there's not enough effort. It's hard to explain.
Too many glowy
Like
eyes.
he's
Wow.
doing a lot of work on the graphics part of it,
It's like
which
hate,
you're not supposed
murder,
to.
hate, Civil War, and lunch.
That was what is
So,
that anyways?
Only 38 likes. Hey, look, Wally, look, boom. Say that.
Oh,
There you
you
go.
unliked it. Oh, what? Yeah, you
That was
can't.
this whole game show thing. I mean, not
What
game
is
show.
that?
It was,
What-
You
what-
probably
I don't even know what-
should thumb that one up because it's kind of true.
What is
She's
it?
a freak.
I know a little bit of it. Yeah, she like
She's
there was
a
some
freak.
there was some like
Look at
like
that purple
gaming
tooth.
channel, and she was on it, and she kind of went woke, and then they
Oh,
canceled her.
she went way more than woke.
But
She
the
basically told
channel-
everybody to fuck off because they're misogynist pigs, and it was like, oh, okay. So everybody stopped watching.
Yeah,
them,
it
and
was
then
pretty dumb.
Everything
it was like,
folded.
It was like, you don't like me, don't watch the show. Like, don't
Yeah.
say that on the show. That's
yeah.
like,
At the same time as saying you're just a bunch of pigs that like to look at us and jerk off. It's like, what the fuck, man?
Oh,
No, we just want you to know about what you're talking about, and you clearly don't.
he stopped with the Kanye, the bromance. I don't know what happened with that.
Because
was a booming
Kanye's in too
bromance.
much of a heat right now. I don't-
Yeah, he was on that Gina Carano thing for a long time too.
Oh, that's a cool one with the little
That
tears.
one might not age well.
Yeah, we
Nah.
don't know what's going on.
Yeah, what happened? Is it going to be a runoff? I haven't been able to follow it. Like, who won in New York? Does anybody know?
Oh,
New
Hochul
York!
won.
Hochul?
Yeah,
He-
she won.
he's-
Yeah.
The criminal
likes logos.
fascists one.
Uh,
The criminal fascists.
Wow, he's saying all the religions are uniting against the gay people. Like, yeah,
yeah, where does he get this stuff
I
from?
don't know.
Where does he get it? Oh, look, he
They
even
don't
has
s-
it. He even
I
has.
don't know
the-
where that's from. Yeah.
This
This is
isn't
Islam,
even.
right?
This is a
Yeah.
Greek cross, the Greek Orthodox
The Star
cross.
of David.
So he's not even. He's not. Yeah, Star of
So
David.
he's saying Jewish people, which okay, now you could say okay,
What-
so he's being
what if-
anti-Semitic.
Straight.
He's
what if
being
you're-
Islamophobic.
He's got a Greek
being
Orthodox, but he doesn't
homophobic.
have a Roman Catholic cross. So he,
And this is the woman is
That's straight.
Republican, but the man is Democrat, I guess. It's probably not a healthy
That's
relationship.
yeah. Probably not.
Isn't that like what's the name? That was the
Jeez.
woman who was.
That's gonna be a
She
power
was on
struggle.
Trump's cabinet, and her husband, who's on CNN. Who am I talking? Who am I thinking of?
Oh, I
That's
know who
them.
you're talking about, the blonde, right?
I could see her. I forget her name. but
Kelly
yeah.
Conway.
That relationship
Yes,
is
like,
the woman
he's on
trying to not
CNN
wear her
talking
pants.
about how Trump's awful.
And then the husband,
she's-
like, how does that even work? I mean,
That's
I don't.
gotta be rough.
That's there was another one too. There was a
Kaylee
James Carville
McEnany.
was
She's nice.
there was a remember James Carville? He was like
Yeah.
Yes.
Bald.
and then he was married to
He
a
did
woman
a bad.
that
Oh,
was,
that's right. He's another one. Yeah.
He's another one. They married to like two completely.
that.
You
He
just
did a
don't-
bad, and they got
He's
rid of him.
blue.
You probably got
She's
to
red.
avoid speaking politics, or else you're not going to get very much sex.
Well,
I mean,
that's a woman that's trying to not wear the pants, and the guy's like, "No, put them on."
Pelosi threatened to assault Trump. That didn't age well. She got her comeuppance, right, Wally? Arabs. What the hell?
yeah, you're like if the Google
1.1K.
image,
What's going on?
if the Google image that you rob somewhere on the internet is like it doesn't have the right amount of resolution, you shouldn't blow it up to pixelate it so
Yeah,
bad.
and,
He
and
did-
look at
he
look
did
at
that one
around
because-
Joe. There's a thing. Wally, come on, man.
Yeah, you got to clean
Well,
it
no,
up.
that
I mean,
no, you got to make it
His logo,
sloppy as
come
hell.
on.
He's like, what I'm trying to say is he's doing too good of a job. He's cleaning it up too much, so it doesn't look right. Like it's supposed to look super sloppy. Like he's supposed to pick that pixelated picture, but then put like Trump's face inside.
But then he shouldn't have like
Oh.
he shouldn't have the white background on the Joe
No,
Biden. I did
that's
that.
what
It's
that's
just
what I
fake-
mean. He's
yeah,
trying
yeah,
too hard,
Yeah, it's just yeah.
and
I hear
that
what
looks
Hidden's trying to
forced.
say, but Wally's not like trying to make it like intentionally bad.
I'll bet
He's
you it
just
took
like-
him fucking all day to do that.
Well,
Well,
what else
he's-
does he have to do?
He's starting with a shitty image, and then everything
Yeah.
is reduced to. Wally, come on the show. I'll tell you how to do this. We'll fix it up live.
You do it quick and snappy. You go in, you grab a picture, whatever it is,
What
you
kind
put
of
it up,
computing power?
grab
do you
another
think
one,
this
cut it out.
1996 tower that Eseban
Yeah.
gave him?
You
Yeah,
don't
you're
need
right.
a lot.
What do you
See this?
I mean, is he
trying
just
too
doing,
hard.
You think he's not doing this in Photoshop? He's probably just doing it in Paint or something, right?
I used to know it's an app. It's totally like a web page, and you do it right on the web page. But I forget what
okay.
it was. Ah!
Ah!
Oh my God! He's 2,308 pounds. Holy!
Look at how much I
fucking
weigh,
shit.
guys. Ah, fungus on my toes.
It's actually
Jesus.
it's those kind of pictures that actually started all the magic.
How many?
Ah.
34. Hey, Wally, look. Boom.
Ah.
You're welcome, buddy.
If you could comment, you could say that's for the toenails, but he can't comment because he probably doesn't let anybody.
Oh, this is
comment
the one
on it.
he's like, Babymomma did it, right?
Oh, really? 267 pounds these days. I was that all sounds a little bit much.
So
Like he's complaining that he's losing weight, and I'm like, yeah, but you weigh too much. Like you should be happy about that.
Bad picture.
240 pounds. I don't care how tall you are. That's too much.
Dan, I just sent you a meme. I think Babu made it actually. And you've probably seen it, but it's fucking
Babu
hysterical.
That
I
was
think so.
Madonna. That was Madonna. Did you see that? That was
Yeah, she had like a
fucking-
lot of plastic surgery recently.
Oh yeah, but she did something crazy. I think it was for like Halloween or something. She's like, she's getting all up in the camera and shit. She's got no eyebrows. She looks
Hey,
like
Wally.
she looks like a skeleton alien with the skin pulled back, and she's got no eyebrows. It's
Well,
fucking
didn't
funny.
didn't Martha Stewart do something?
Her tits look great.
She was like
She's
in an
got
apron
fabulous
and nothing
tits.
else lately. Oh yeah, this was going around. Let's see. Save image.
She's like 70 years old, but she looks
Who,
like all,
Madonna?
yeah, man. She's all puffed out and fucking stretched, and yeah,
Oh.
her face
She
looks
sits
like
down and her
alien.
mouth flies open because she's had so many facelifts.
Like open up and say, "Oh," she just pulls her head back.
She's just an example of like plastic surgery gone like too far.
Yeah.
I used to see who was it, Meg Ryan in by my office all the time. Oh, that's great. That was
Makes everybody look like Anne Murray.
Oh, she's so beautiful back in the day, Meg Ryan, right?
Oh my God, this is the Anakin fucking.
I love this. I wish it was. I don't know why it's so pixelated on my screen.
Oh
No,
no!
yeah.
Oh no! The daddy guy costume.
Oh, it's got a little
Ah,
Reese to the
no.
side there. Babu's got his
but only
bases covered.
400.
This is one of my favorite all-time memes. All-time. I love it.
That is true.
Should have did it like
He's like, I bought
those.
this Freddy glove for $500. Babymomma, here's $400.
You should have. You should have put that like.
Out.
Should put it like
$400.
Visa. Remember that Visa thing? They're like, Freddy glove, $400.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah.
Star Wars helmet, $300.
Well, the price is
$200.
right, where you got to guess how much everything is.
Child
went
support
through
payment,
the-
$400
He
for
went through
life.
this whole thing about explaining how is Freddy Krueger stuff, how you can do this costume for under $1,000, and then like by the time you added up all the shit on it, it was like $700. Oh, what?
Oh
what a
no! The one night a year you can be a pederast.
I don't think it's spelled correctly.
Hey, piggies!
uh,
Can I interact with your child? Women are clutching their kids.
can I
in the
interact?
He goes to the park and he goes, "Nah."
Yeah, exactly.
We did that creepy shit in a doctor's office or something. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
only a question of time before he has another blow up with somebody in the public. It's been way too
Well, I was
quiet.
hoping the red wave would happen so he could just
Well,
be like, I
we
was
had
right
this-
anyway, that like New York sucks and Shane's an asshole and Dan sucks. And...
Now
HS,
Maga Man's
some-
red wave is gonna come. Oh.
Sometime before you came in, we had this very, very disturbing thought that whatever
no.
medication that Wally might be on might be actually helping him, and that's the scariest thought of all, right? I mean,
Well, I
all
mean,
those
for
meds, like,
entertainment wise.
they up the dose, and then
Yeah.
you're less effective, and then you go crazy again. You gotta switch.
Yeah.
It up.
I mean,
Like, okay, bring
it'll
'em up,
happen.
bring
Yeah,
'em up.
they lose effect. But then again, look, periods. It happens in my life where things are just kind of like even for a while. Like circumstances, just like there's nothing externally going on, right? His family can't disown him any more than they already have.
He can't be disowned twice.
Right? He can't have less friends than he already has.
That's
You know
not
what I'm
true. You could always
suspecting?
lose.
Maybe-
He could always lose shitty.
somehow he gets pictures from up north. I maybe his mom or somebody sends him pictures sometimes.
Yeah.
I think
Facebook stalking.
Halloween pictures of the kids might trigger him, and then he'll.
Well, I'm guessing either he's going to get his windfall, which we won't hear the end of that, and then he'll go on some spree, or he won't get his windfall, and we won't hear the end of that, which would be awesome.
I'm checking out his mom on
Like, now you
Facebook.
pissed off the fucking windfall
But, like,
community.
He's going to have to latch on to something soon. He's going to get bored with the politic thing, because everybody else is bored with the politic thing.
There was
Maybe
this
gets
whole
into a
big
drinking
build-up
thing.
to this whole election thing. There was this big build-up, and then it turned out to be a dry fart. And now he's got to be like, the wind's got to be out of his sails, so he's got to rage about something. I mean, what is he going to do now for the next 2 years, until the next major election?
Oh,
I
well,
mean,
sadly, he'll find stuff in that.
I'm looking at his mom's page, and apparently there's stuff with the
You
other
have
son.
no right to go looking at mom's
Wait,
page.
No, I did.
Are you
She's
friends with
public,
her,
and
or
I'm
is this
looking at it.
public?
But I'm not gonna show.
He
but
gets
yeah,
her
she's-
notifications.
She's talking about my grandson from my other son.
Oh no!
is that Wally? Is she referring to Wally's grandson? Or
No,
or
it's
Wally's son?
I guess Wally's brother.
Oh, I see.
It's like, check out my grandson from my other son. not
Well,
Wally.
not
she's got
from
a
the
hot
crazy
profile
one.
picture, man.
And that's how she put it too. She didn't put his name in. She's like the other son.
She's like, Walter who? Like... Oh no, there's some Wally pics.
But wait a minute, are you friends with her? Like, how do you see
No,
this?
anybody can.
No,
see
she's just on there.
No, because
She's
I'm on
open.
there now too, and like the last thing she posted that I can see is from July, when she changed her profile picture.
I don't know. Maybe he got to her and said,
I'm scrolling back.
Well, how far back are you going?
I'm looking at stuff from 2020.
"Oh
Interesting.
shit."
However,
can't-
she posted it. I guess she doesn't do more new stuff, or she hasn't done anything.
Right, or I mean,
Or like
it's-
most
or it's
people, she's
private.
I
done
see
it.
June
Facebook.
21st. Happy Father's Day, my son Walter. May God be with you always. Love your mama.
Happy
It's
Father's
pictures.
Day. Oh shit.
It's pictures.
I'm not
of Wally
seeing
and the
that.
kids.
Interesting.
Happy
Ouch.
Father's Day, Walter. Oh
Why?
shit.
That's like a trigger. Like
That's
ugh.
a burn.
Yeah, kinda.
Happy
you-
Father's Day. Why don't
Just
you
did you see
fucking
the stuff?
pay them?
Oh, one of the pictures is a picture Wally used, so Wally's seeing it.
He's like,
Maybe I'm not
oh,
on
thanks,
the right
Mom. Now I
one."
got a picture to abuse.
Hold on.
He's,
I will send you. That will be
Oh
extra.
no, I
creepy.
am on the right profile because I see pictures of the kids playing in the snow, and pictures of the kids trimming the Christmas tree.
Okay, so that's not from this year then.
No, it's from a little ways back. Let's see. What did you send me?
Oh, maybe. I
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, no, I'm on the right profile. Yeah, interesting. All right.
Is it
Now I got to do a deep dive.
It's an interesting that. Right?
Mrs. Hazagash?
Oh, his
Yeah.
kids look great trimming the tree without him there. That's great.
They're smiling.
Ouch.
Look at how fulfilled they are.
It's almost like they don't remember their dad at all.
It's almost like
Ouch.
it's almost like they have
Sorry,
a mom and a dad.
Well, they come on the show. I'll apologize.
Wait, how old is that picture, Dan?
2020, I think. Is that?
Oh, okay. Well, that was before he was shunned.
I don't know. He was down there, and he was definitely. That was after he talked shit about his mom, so maybe she's not aware.
Yeah,
or
but she
she's
doesn't
just,
watch
like,
his
that's
videos.
him,
She doesn't know this shit.
Yeah, he's not like, Mom, check out my latest
I
video.
think she just has to keep loving. You have to keep trying with your son, right? I mean, that's like a mom thing.
You hope, anyway.
He hasn't murdered
At the
anybody.
very
He
least.
just kind of strangled somebody once. But you know, this he's
He
sorry
didn't
about
mean
it,
to.
kind of.
Oh, wasn't it you who pointed out the thing that he was like getting on about? Recently, there was a guy at a Hochul rally who choked another woman, and like how ironic that Wally is calling out.
Yeah.
somebody for
Don't
choking
talk
somebody.
about strangling at all.
Yeah.
Like,
Don't
just-
bring it up.
Yeah, it makes sound bites too easy.
Yeah, I would avoid the choking thing. Yeah, that's. But now he's HSDC. He's come to the defense of Queen Ma'at, the poor damsel in distress. She's in. She must.
How would I know? I mean,
What?
I can't dive into every fucking dark corner and crevice in YouTube.
I'm starting to doubt your.
I'm going out there trying to feed my fucking kids and pay my rent, Wally. Yeah. What happened to Queen Ma'at?
Hold on.
I don't know, somehow. Oh, scroll down. Dan, can you scroll down to the Queen Ma'at thing? Somehow he's on his.
Right. Well, that was the choky one, right?
Yeah, we were laughing like the arrow. In case you don't know what to look at, he points an arrow.
I'm gonna put his face on the guy, and I'm gonna put Babymomma on the other side. Be like, we found a picture. There's evidence.
Purple-haired. Where's Queen Ma'at? Is she up? Maybe she's the other one.
No,
Hold on.
Has he been on?
Oh,
any
here,
live-
yeah, here it is.
Patriots,
Patriots.
Queen Ma'at's main channel has come under assault. As a result, she has set up her backup channel. Let her get 1,000 subscribers so she can be back to doing what she does best. Link to channel.
Fuck that, man. Give me
I
1,000.
haven't really. Is she like a black woman's Wally?
She doesn't even
She's
have
kinda
as many as
crazy.
me. Get me to 1,000 first. Fuck that,
kinda
people.
nuts.
Don't listen to him.
Yeah. How many subs do you have now, Dan?
I'm hovering at 26, maybe.
It's still more than him. And Slippery, you're up to like what? Like 5K?
So those drone videos, man.
This is
They're
ridiculous.
awesome.
People loving them.
Speaking of, you got to come out to Floyd Bennett.
I'm
telling
gonna
you.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna
Let me
do
know.
that.
You will freaking love. Dude, there are like abandoned buildings and shit. You can fly in and around. They look really cool.
Yeah, don't walk in them.
No, I actually took my kids around it during COVID. Because Floyd Bennett's an abandoned airfield. And there's some crazy stuff out there.
You can get some nice shots of the building collapsing on you.
Well, yeah, I got this one picture of
The
my
last
kids doing
drone
like a bit,
shot.
like they were like twins.
Vietnam Memorial Lane.
Oh shit!
This,
The lane is Vietnam Memorial Lane.
this is pretty good. Look at that. Yeah, camera work, huh?
No, it's excellent.
There's names on that, isn't there? Or
I have to
something?
find. When I wake up sometimes in the morning, and I take a drive with you to like the scenic countryside.
How does
I
it
just
look like
chill
that
out
now?
And enjoy it.
Like, how is that so perfectly painted and shit?
I don't know. It's always been kind of a cool thing. I passed by it a couple of times and always thought, let me stop in. It's kind of in a weird place because it's like between like two-lane highways. So it's like
Yeah. How would you access it, really?
There's like a little lane that goes in.
Yeah, there's a
isn't
little
there?
lane that goes into there.
There was a myth that said this is the highest point on Long Island, but it's not. It's close. It's like
Okay, but
20 feet.
Yeah.
But
the
you
highest
saw
is
when you got
380.
close, you could see it's like there's no
Slippery, where
rust
are
or
you on this?
chipping
On
of
this?
the paint.
Are you here?
I'm right over here. I
It's
don't know how to show you.
immaculate.
You see where the I don't know where would I show? I'm like You
I
see
thought
what-
there's someone here. I think no.
No, yeah, that's probably where. Yeah, that's about right.
It
That's
looks
about
like
right.
there's a
That's-
person down
Yeah,
there.
that's about right where I was. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Is it supposed to act as like a sundial or something?
No, I have no idea really. I have no idea.
There was a good one with the lake. What was that one?
Like that should always mean something. How they design
It's
it.
probably,
and
it was
stuff,
probably a
so.
short, Dan, if anything.
Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Let's see.
Oh, I found another good old Wally picture. There you go. Wally and his whole family, but I don't want to out them
Oh,
necessarily.
this is the one I liked.
Oh, this is a good one. Wow, this is young Wally. Holy shit.
What was the? I saw.
Let's see.
Young one. I saw the Freddy Krueger fucking thing on the side.
Dan, I just sent you a few. I don't know if we want to out his mom. Maybe we have to blur her out or something. But
The phrase
put
"out
a-
his mom" is.
Put a yellow toenail over her face.
Oh, I hope she didn't.
I do Photoshop work. It's too late.
I
for this.
hope
There's a
he didn't
picture
get.
of
You should
Wally.
still have it in your thing, man.
Well, he's got to be like young, like in his early 20s. This is new for me.
This is from.
From his mom's Facebook page.
Oh, Donna.
No, I
has
kind of
it, yeah.
like get out all the It's Wally and the sibling, Wally's mom and the siblings, and that's Wally and mom. Yeah, I'm not
The
gonna show
Sybils.
it. But imagine Wally wearing a black suit and a white tie like a gangster from the 70s.
70s?
He's always.
He would come like when he was
Here's
in the
one
lodge.
of
He would
just
come
him.
to Mason meetings, and I swear to God, he would come wearing the fedora, the Freddy
Oh, yeah.
fedora. Yeah.
He would go to like christenings and family outings wearing his fucking Star Wars racing shirt and a fedora.
What?
Like everyone else is wearing like a suit and tie, and Wally's dressed like
Look
his
at
fucking
me.
And
numbskull.
he's got
Everyone look
he's
at
got the
me.
milady
Retarded
milady
peacock
fedora.
self.
Look at me.
Like when he walks by a pretty woman, he like pulls his hat off. He's like, "Milady."
Good
Dan, I
day.
sent you one that you can post.
Oh, jeez, that looks greasy.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like all dark, like he's going to a
Going
funeral.
look, he's got Mason swag, right? That's like
It's not a
Oh,
Star
yeah,
Trek
yeah,
thing, though,
yeah,
or no?
yeah.
Or is that a Mason tie bar, or is that Star Trek?
No, that looks. Oh, I don't know.
It's hard
that
to
might-
say.
Suit,
It's hard
who
to
does
say,
a
I can't-
Black suit? I guess maybe that was the Masons do a black suit, I think, right? I was gonna say,
Generally,
why would-
yeah.
why would you
A
want a
dark
black
suit, yeah, generally
Uh,
dark, yeah.
But his is black, like funeral.
I'll go out on a limb and say it is
Yeah,
a
yeah.
Mason
I mean,
thing. I don't think he'd wear a Star Trek one.
Who, Wally? Sure he
Probably.
would.
Would
You
he?
never know. I mean, you know.
Oh,
What's
Wally's
up with
all into Star
that?
Trek.
That is weird too, man. You're either Star Wars or Star Trek. Don't fuck around. I know what you're gonna say.
Well,
Look at its-
Dan
look
has
at him pipe
pointed out
up.
Star Trek was all about like socialism and
It's-
you're
yeah,
right.
space-
There's no
space
money
communism.
and right. Everybody has a job.
Yeah.
and it's-
You know, do you remember I think it was a New Generation Star Trek episode where they like come across this ship and there are these people in like cryogenic suspension and they bring them out and they're like
Khan.
one guy is like
Yeah.
yeah. No, it wasn't the Khan one. This was New Generation. And it was with Jean-Luc Picard, and it's like these people are like they got frozen because they had debilitating diseases and they died, and they figured in the future they could bring them back. And they brought the guy back, and the one guy was like a stockbroker, and he was like, "Yeah, you got to negotiate with the Ferengi like this and like that and like that." And then like
Oh.
Picard was like trying to explain to them like, you know, we don't have money in the
We don't
future.
do
We
that
don't, we don't
anymore.
need we've evolved beyond that. Everybody
And the
is
guy
taken
shot
care
himself
of.
in the head.
Yeah. So like this is like his politics are exactly completely different than what his like thing about his whole.
I
Star
think if they
Trek
did it
thing
to
is.
Wally, they would just inject Wally with like crazy
Oh.
be gone, and he would be a normal guy.
They would be like
whatever.
like
Bones would give him a pill, and he'd be
The
like a normal
Ferengi
person.
wanted the latinum bars, the gold
put him back
platinum.
in the transporter and scramble his atoms back into space somewhere after like 5 minutes.
I
of
think
being
that
on
was
the ship.
the movie with the whales when they go back in time. Bones goes to a hospital in 1984, and he's like, "This is barbaric," and he starts giving
like-
all the
Yeah.
patients pills, and he like breaks the whatever.
He just uses
Yeah,
his
yeah,
magic
that's why
wand.
he mess around. He's like, I'm gonna kill these people. And
The Prime Directive.
Yes, he gave
like-
everybody a big horse pill, and they were like,
like-
fine.
Yeah, they were like,
They're
"Yeah,
probably
we're gonna-
still alive.
We're gonna drill into his skull to relieve his pressure, and then like he like snaps. He's like, drilling into people's skulls, chemotherapy. This is barbarism, you know. It's like,
Wally, come on the show. We're talking about Star Trek.
Yeah, Wally. Wally's a Star Trek. I mean, like
Put on your Captain Kirk coat.
I'm pretty
His
sure
best-
Wally once was crying, and he's like, "This is just like episode 3 of season 14 when the Ferengis," and he was trying to compare some.
I think he
things
still
happened
has
to
that
him.
Star Trek 3 uniform.
Yeah.
Good question, Wally. Come on the show.
Is that the one where I have the picture where he's drunk?
Right, yeah, where it's red and it's got
I'm
the...
saying no because that would have been the backup costume, right? Instead of fucking
Yeah,
Fry or
yeah.
whatever.
He would have just curled his hair a little bit and said, "Oh, I'm Captain Kirk now."
I sent you another one of just Wally. See, I'm scrolling all through her timeline here. This is great. Wally sitting in his car being all cool.
Oh, jeez.
Uh,
Those are the only
this
pictures
is like-
she can
this
put
is
up
like
because that's
rapper.
all she gets off his
This
page.
is like rapper Wally.
yeah. The skinny Wally, we got to crop out his mom. But
If Wally ever met his bromance Kanye, he would dress like this. Here we go.
I'm so messed up now. I don't know how to dress.
I could
anymore.
almost hear the theme music playing in the background when Wally shows up like that.
I'm gonna try to crop this thing so I can.
Everybody kind of sticks with their teenage look as much as they try to say they don't. Like, remember all those guys back in the day used to have the big fucking sideburns and the big fucking curl in the front when it wasn't cool anymore? And it's like, that's how you know that guy's like 60 or 50 because he had the Elvis look. You're like, yeah, still rocking that look.
I worked with a guy who was like late 30s, and he was still like dressing like a 20-something and going to the bars, and we were like, you should stop doing that.
But he dresses like a 20-something from 10 years before.
No, he was going out and buying like skinny jeans, but he was like I am. It's like don't stop. Like, they can
Gray
smell
hair.
you a mile away. They know that you're a 40-something-year-old.
Gray
dude.
hair and skinny jeans.
Yeah.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, he was trying too hard.
You're gonna get the fuck off my lawn territory when you're that age, man. You shouldn't be wearing skinny jeans.
I just kind of said, "Fuck it, I'm going."
somebody's
I'm
grandpa.
gonna be like, old man. I'm gonna own it. I'm a grandfather technically. Here we go.
Yeah, but you trim your beard.
Jump
You still care.
Jump calls Slippery Gramps, and I'm like, I'm actually a grandfather.
He didn't call me Gramps
Technically.
tonight, though.
It's like, let's be
Did he have
correct when
anything
insult
exciting
me.
to impart?
No, he's been like a normal person.
Yeah,
I thought
He
he
told
was
some.
saying-
He told the story.
I thought he was saying that he actually joined in on Maga Man's thing, but he said he was going to make Maga Man's sandwich, which didn't sound like a terrible sandwich. It was like chicken, ketchup, and mayo or something, right?
He had a personal story about a prostitute.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did he? Wait,
something
did he?
about she wanted to fight him.
Oh, yes, the dog
dog.
park.
The dog
where the
park
dog was a plant.
hooker. Yeah, the dog park hooker.
Jump Love's
It's like-
listening right
it's
now,
like,
going, "You're
why
messing
is
it
there-
all up."
He's like, why
Not
is
what I
there
said.
It's like, why is there like a stray dog over here? And he looks and there's a collar, and then all of a sudden a crackhead pops up. Like,
Hey, what a fucking.
yeah,
What the hell did I miss? Okay.
there's a story.
Yeah, we're being creepy and lurking around.
See, I don't bother. I just come here and get all the juice.
He's been boring. Should I go to the vault? Let me see if I have anything from the vault.
Yeah, you got to crack into your fucking hard drive, Mr. IT.
Yeah,
Come on now.
I look at it and I'm like, I don't want to do
There's
this.
like comedy gold in there. That has to be.
What's his name? Babu always, every once in a while, he'll dig out some vintage Wally stuff, which is also great.
Yeah, where's that loser? What are you
I have
doing?
some screenshots, but I didn't think to record. I mean, I didn't even know it was possible. Like, or I didn't even know it would be like of historical value.
It was hard. Like you had to get weird software to do it. Now it's like boom, you can just do it.
Well, yeah, now you could just like screen record. But like, I just remember my favorite was him live streaming from his mother's floor. And at one point, you hear in the background, like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, I'm live streaming." He's like,
She comes into the camera and he's in front of the refrigerator, and he goes,
Wow.
"Hey, mommy, what do you want, mommy?" With that kid voice.
Oh,
and I'm
my
like,
God.
"Ugh." And he had to open up and he got a bottle
right.
of water and hands
She's
it
like
to her.
something like, "Wally, can
Oh,
you get me
my
a-"
God.
It was
She didn't want to be
so
on
great.
camera.
I can't find my vault. Where's my vault? Hold on, Dogpile.
What would you like, mommy?
He would
my
go to
God.
that sing-songy kid. It's like, oh.
It's like, that's what I for. Oh, mom, you want a drink? Oh, here you go, mommy.
Well, I think Babu has it where he's like doing something with a can.
Oh,
Come on! There's something
shit,
about
man.
you,
You're gonna make me
that
cry.
you
I haven't
still
seen this
look
guy in
for.
like a fucking 2
And
months.
I'm looking for it. I'm waiting for it. I can't wait
Not
to
this
see
guy.
There we go.
I never saw that guy again.
Now, man. I was so impressed when you did that live stream talking about your intervention. That was some bona fide badass shit right there. Fuck yeah. Yeah, you got.
Oh my god, it's fucking Imagine playing in the background.
You're wearing fucking
I'm a
athletic
dreamer.
shit. You're not like, yeah, you're a man. Shit.
But I'm not the only one.
You're a man.
Yeah,
I hope someday you'll join us.
Yes, and
Where is it? I missed it.
you're wearing fucking athletic shit. You're not. Like,
You're wearing athletic
you're
shit.
a man. Shit, look at you. You're already bona fide, baby.
He's like,
The bottom is bigger than the top.
And you're a little bitch. Yeah. Fuck yeah, you're.
It's like,
you're
stop
beat down
patronizing
right
me.
now.
I'm trying to
Fuck
fucking.
yeah, you feel like shit. Well, you know what? I've been there way more than once.
it's so like, but it's like Wally. He
That was sad.
He like sets people up to go, to tell me I'm a great guy. It's so when you like me and you've seen Wally do this, it's like. I know normal people like, you shouldn't make fun of that. No, Wally's done this 400 times.
This is
to
the
normal
MO.
people. He sets them up so you go, Wally, it's okay. You're a good man.
And that whole thing he said,
Ugh.
I saw that your intervention. That was the whole Eseban thing, is what he's talking about. The intervention.
That
He's talking
pissed me
about
off.
when that was that whole thing in the car.
That to this day she still thinks that I cheated on
You
her.
fucks!
But I never did because of one of you fucks.
What are you fucks? Because what are you fucks?
It's one of the lollipop gang.
Oh,
Come on, Wally, crack up, do something, man. Go...
Come on, Wally, crack up.
I sent you 2 screenshots.
Oh,
Guild.
God, yeah.
The Lollipop Guild. The
I
Lollipop
sent you 2
Guild.
screenshots, Dan, from I think the live stream from Mommy's floor. He had a shaved head, but they're only stills. They're not video. So
You're
they're
in
a
the
little
chat,
green.
huh? Let's see.
Say what?
That's the
You're
skinhead
in the
Wally.
chat in this. I'll show you.
Oh yeah, because I was probably calling him out. At one point, I was like leading him on. Yeah, there I am.
That's his Ed Norton costume for
Oh, I never saw this one.
American
This is
History X.
Yeah, he was on the floor in Mommy's house.
Oh my God!
He looked
yeah,
like the guy
sorry,
from
I don't know how
Split.
long you were sitting there.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Hey guys.
What's
Hey,
going
what's
on,
up?
man?
Hi, how are you? I'm good.
The fucking
Yeah, it's
hair
still-
on him now.
Keeping it rocking. Yeah,
Oh, I thought you were wearing
nice.
a. I thought you were wearing a toque.
Like,
It's all hair.
That's
yeah,
hair.
It's all
God
fur.
damn.
Didn't samurais do that? Like they'd shave up hair,
Yeah.
but they'd have
Oh,
that.
oh,
That's what you got going on. You're like,
I
some-
swear to
It
God.
just
Oh,
it just
oh,
needs to get longer on the side so I can tie it. I can get it back into the ponytail. It's too long or it's too short on the side right now.
But Yam's hair game is second to none. I mean, Johnny.
I just
Weir had
came
nothing
to comment on my favorite clip of the entire Maga saga where he's crying and Sifu and MGTOW Thread are like, "You're a man. You're a man. You ain't no bitch.
You're wearing athletic. You're wearing athletic
Like
clothing.
it takes a lot to buy a jersey at a store and put it on.
And then my favorite part is MGTOW Thread saying, "I'm gonna kick you in the nuts." And they're like threatening him. They're like threatening him to not commit, to not self-delete.
But
They're like, if you self-delete, I'm gonna come over there. I'm gonna kick you in the nuts.
Who is that other guy? Who is that other guy? What's his name?
Thread, MGTOW Thread. He was a commentator, a talking head of the Manosphere.
MGTOW Fred with an F.
Thread.
THR, like a needle.
Needle and thread.
Needle and thread.
Oh my
thread.
God.
MGTOW
I
thread.
I love that guy's point of view is like, okay, there's a guy in distress.
In
and
stress,
he's
we
about
need
cam
to
up,
act fast. Yeah.
and he cams up, and the guy's like, oh, there's not a lot to work with. But he's just like, yeah, you're wearing an athletic shirt.
Oh, one more time. Just one more time. Now that we have...
Like he really wanted to say,
You're a
just kill
man.
yourself. You're terrible. You're awful.
Yeah.
They do.
Just end it all.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
You probably have a penis.
Yeah. Oh.
You're
yeah.
important.
You have, yeah, exactly. And then Sifu was like, "I've been way worse than you, so you have no reason to be this sad because I can be happy." I can be
I'm gonna
happy.
shame you.
Yeah, exactly. She was like shaming Maga Man for thinking that he has a rough position in life.
Sifu was always like,
He's like, Sifu was like, I wish I had your life.
You said you got it bad. I told everyone I fucking doll.
I've been
Speaking of Sifu in life,
for the last 10 years.
Speaking of Sifu in life, does he still have his?
Yeah, we shouldn't make fun of him too much because he may be dead. We don't.
Do you know anything about him, Yam?
No, I haven't heard from him.
Well, if something
Yeah.
did
Send
happen,
him a letter. I have his address in the letter.
do you think Malaya would do the eulogy or?
I'm actually, yeah, I'm like that's the reason why I'm not waiting up for him, because he traded us, like he basically chose the doll over us. So,
Wait, he was fucking you?
The doll,
I think
rough trade, bud.
No, I was enjoying his company until he replaced me with the doll. It's dickish. I don't appreciate that.
He's like, she doesn't talk.
It looks just like Yam, but the fingers are all messed up.
Yeah, I'm like a petite little, like a tween doll, basically. That's my friend.
Oh no.
And
with busted fingers.
I know I'm gonna go to hell, but I just had this image like Sifu's funeral and Melania's on a hand truck, and they're like, the eulogy's gonna be read by his wife Melania, and then everyone's quiet, and she's just up there with a piece of paper like this.
Taped to her fingers.
And no one knows like when to call it short. Like
Sifu tombstone will be like, yeah, that's right.
He always had her on that rusty old hand truck that was like all rotted out everywhere.
Spray painted, right?
Yeah, right. Clean it up a little bit.
Seafood be the guy that already has like a 2-hour tape of him saying stuff for his own eulogy.
Yeah, he would have a thing all prepared.
He's like, please be seated. He'd tell you the whole thing.
It would be a video. He'd be like, okay.
Yeah, or it'd be like Malaya would just, her left hand would just drop down onto a record, and it would like that's when the record would start. Like she would set the record, and then
she would pick the needle up and put it on the.
And then when they're done, they put her in the casket with them. And...
What's the name of that song? I used to know the name of it.
It's Takata. It's Takata and Fugue. Do you mind? Yeah, it's like.
Thanks, Dan. Now we're all going to hell. Fuck.
Imagine if she was playing the organ.
Sifu, if you're dead, you'd be looking down laughing.
Even if he's in the hospital watching, he'd still be laughing.
What you guys fail to realize is that's Sifu knows this. He knows that it's funny.
Yeah.
I
know. Yeah. There's no need to. There's no feeling bad for somebody who knows it's a joke.
He's gonna burst on the show. I'm alive, bitches.
He's gonna be like, yeah, that's right.
Unless you're actually really crusty, then he would defend it.
Duzangs does that the best when he goes, yeah.
Bonafide, yeah. That's right.
You gotta nod when you're doing it.
I remember he was shit-faced and he let Maga Man
and then you do this.
Urinate all over his channel. And he was talking, that was when he was talking shit about Sifu's kids for like half an hour.
Yeah. Alcohol.
Here's a classic. This is a classic, Dan. I just dropped a classic. This features Yam.
Oh, features me. Okay, let's look at it.
I didn't see it. Okay, here we go.
Alone in my living room.
Yeah, there it is.
Wait, this on?
Wow, that's look up there in the same
I got something for you trolls. Yeah, I'm a
9/11
creep. I can't discern. CNN is on, seeing bodegas being burned. IKEA screen staring at a Disney. I'm paranoid, sleeping with my face with a pillow. I got living though I ain't living right. Without sucking down a Bud Light. See, I got sarcoid dough. Be like, keep on thinking about chicken nuggets. I say Harambe instead of black. I know who Mjolnir is, and he's watching my back. Gunshots and dive to the floor. When I get hungry, I cook some
you suck chicken nugget toes with that mouth.
Shirt and some oaks. A MAGA hat and a fucking selfie pole. Some might say I'm super pissed, B, but don't. There's a Disney trying to kiss me. I'm bumping up the Timmy by the window. Every 20 seconds, gotta bring up internet troll. Popping off the phone. Oiling up my lawn for traps.
A tripod.
What are the neighbors thinking? He's walking around his car.
Oh yeah, I'll disclose it.
I don't think I heard this.
What do you mean you didn't hear this?
No, that was previous.
It's a video, yeah.
I'm driving RAV4.
You're in the
Everybody
video
knows
watching
me.
it.
It's like I'm a criminal, but late at night.
Next week I want you to play this video on the show.
Ken's been wearing the same shirt since the last time.
Yeah, he's got the same shirt on. I think that's funny.
I stole $20,000.
My beard's
It was
warm.
Thursday. He had given me an hour.
You're laughing at you laughing at him.
Little motherfucker. But they laughing at me when those gunshots click.
Yeah, I can tell Savage Cock actually likes the original song because he was like jamming to it. He liked it. He really liked it.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Who's that?
I live by the store.
Nope, that ain't just as a good.
That's a new Mega Man channel?
Showing the black court justices. Yeah, I was playing tricks.
Yeah, you haven't brought it out.
Dude, that's
It's
just
perfect.
like.
Just him walking around the car. To the
I literally made this in my car coming home from work, and I looped that video, and I was like, dude, how am I gonna make this video work? And I looped it. It was perfect. So I was just like, all right, bring up the lyrics to the original song, and let's replace everything with Maga Man memes, and like, let's do it fast. That's what Hidden was talking about. Speed is the most important thing. Just putting out the video. I think when I put this out, he was like talking about suing people, and then that's when he flagged me, and that's when I got taken down.
Oh fuck.
I got a little boy to look after.
Anime film lover. Yep, that's me.
I had a woman.
I have no intentions, man.
She bit
I don't know what that means.
Intentions.
Then I started crying like a bitch. Now she's back.
Not having attention span, that's actually kind of funny. But I doubt this person's that's more. It's attention with an A, you fucking fool. No. You fool!
That's his burn, yeah.
Oh, thanks Hidden for the shout out.
Well, I'm the one that was playing the video.
This is very confusing.
You gotta play
12 really suck ass. Till we pissed off the heroes.
Yeah, I said, like, next week, play this video. In the video.
In the video.
Yeah.
Like you're reacting to him.
So nope. Are you Penny? Come on, man.
It's all caps.
I appreciate.
There's no emojis. Penny would be emoji, right? That's his.
No, that's Mega Man's new
Maybe
channel. It's
maybe
from
ITV.
It's from October 3rd.
I don't know why ITV ever liked Maga Man, to be honest. That was always confusing to me when he went into the Maga Man or Many AD sphere, and ITV was always like, "Yeah, man, I got your back, man. I love comics, man." And it was like, dude, he's got nothing. He's like, no, he doesn't have anything. Yeah, man, I've drawn comics since I was a kid, man, and it's not. I think that's how ITV sounds. Yeah.
Sounds like him, yeah. ITV's part of the
Eric,
world.
You gotta stop
like
messing with Eric,
Kevin
man.
Daddy
He's
and Brian and all
yeah,
that.
exactly. Yeah, he's always the voice of reason. ITV's always the voice of reason. We're like,
Shit.
I got sarcoidosis and I keep on thinking about chicken nugget toes. I say Harambe instead of black. I know who Mjolnir is.
Look at that beer belly.
I hear gunshots and dive to the floor.
Freddie never had a beer belly.
is that actually him dancing?
I got a
That's
black
insane.
shirt and some
It is.
a MAGA hat and a fucking selfie pole. You might say I'm super pissed, B, but don't. There's a Disney trying to kiss me. I'm pumping up the TV by the
wish we had the
window.
actual
Every
thing
20
without
seconds
the
gotta bring up
reactions,
internet
like-
trolls. I'm popping off his phone.
Oh my god.
Folding up my lawn for traps. Another man's boner.
Wally.
Another man's boner.
Oh Jesus!
I'm glad that song became a hit among the Maga Man crowd.
Oh, it's awesome.
I wonder if Maurice Delk and them have heard it,
Is it-
or
is
if they're
it
just
Penny's that
because I feel like once they hear that, they're gonna be like, drop Maga Man like a bad habit. That there's a ghetto boys parody out there about him.
Penny did emojis. Now
That's
he
got to
just
be
emulated.
Penny for sure. Yeah.
I think it's still
or
a
else-
fake. I don't
or
know.
else
Penny, come on the show.
A cheap intimidator. No, imitator.
That's good intentions, man. Sounds like something you need to build a bridge. Like, oh yes, we have
the road to hell, man. It's
I like
paved
how in
with
all these,
Dan's
I like how in all these like
intentions, man.
circles and spheres, you have to be cautious and you have to be aware who is commenting because you never know who they could be. But with us, it's like it's very obvious who these people could be. It's either Maga Man,
this garbage.
or it's either Maga Man, Penny Proud, or
Our world is
Jump
this
Law.
big. That's,
Yeah, exactly. It's like
The road to hell is paved
No
with
one's watching
Dan's
this.
intention span.
In all the places of the internet, who would find their way to this point in time right here? Like
It'd be like, you're a big
Yeah.
stupid dumb head.
no, but didn't it happen a couple of times Friday Night Blaze? Because it's just like there's so many people that came that had no idea what was going on. And it was like, yo, I thought you guys were live, man. And then like Sifu would say something, he'd be like, yeah, I'm not fucking with that, man. I just wanted to drink or smoke or something. and that was Friday Night Blaze in a nutshell. Just like somebody didn't know what was happening. Yeah, I'm not, dude. What are you talking about? Or they would just start being like,
these shenanigans. That was like that.
Yeah.
It would just turn into shit. But that was the whole point.
That was at the end. There's a whole bunch of new people coming in, fucking shit up.
Yeah, it's funny because Sifu was like always talking about improve yourself. That's why Duzangs cracked all those jokes because he would try to say like, "Oh, I'm improving myself," and then Duzangs would be like, "But we're all getting drunk. Like we can't honestly be saying that we're improving."
Dan, go back to that picture you just had up.
That's Maga Man's American History X.
Yeah,
costume.
the split.
The guy
Yeah.
below me, that's his house guest.
Yes.
That's the guy who cuddles with Wally and spoons him.
Oh, that's who he's looking up to right now?
Well, he's
That was
looking
the
up
guy
to mommy.
Wally's like, hey, it's Kevin Smith, but that's not his real name.
Yeah.
And then he said,
you're
we
not
should check
fooling
out
me.
this video. And in the video, they say his real name. Like, well done, Wally.
And then what's her name's like, Dan King. Is that even his real name? That's not his real name. Get
Who do
out
you
of here.
think has
Right,
commented the
nobody
most
uses their real name.
on Wally's videos in its entirety? Like who's dropped the most comments? Who's given the most support?
He's
Wally's
got comments blocked. No one knows anymore. He's
Yeah,
like,
that's
blocked
true, eh?
Well,
He blocks
Joker
them.
was commenting on his live stream at some point last night. A bunch of times.
They were a
but-
bunch of nobody. Like, they were
Yeah.
people. I didn't recognize their names.
Oh,
I realize
heard
why
Around the
he's doing it
6-hour
now, too.
mark, nobody was watching it.
You know, I saw Plastic in the Tree. I like reviewed through the timeline, and Plastic in the Tree came in and said hello. He's one of Maga Man's oldest and most loyal supporters. Why, I have no idea. I mean, he must be another lost soul.
I don't think he's
Well,
watching
probably the
everything.
politics. I mean,
I don't
that's
think he's
all.
watching all of Maga Man stuff, because then he'd be like, oh, this man is fucking crazy.
I get a sense that he's, on the right side of the equation politically. So I think he agrees with Wally. It's like, in theory with the political stuff, minus the fact that Wally's a loon. But
Yeah, but even if you agreed with Wally politically, like Wally is like the worst messenger.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it's like the idea of social media being attracting people like this. It's like a victory lap, or they think they won the culture war. So if you think about it, that's the only kind of avenue that Maga Man, like people have time to watch Maga Man's videos, because most of the people who are conservative, they realize that they have a lot of work to do personally, and so they don't spend a lot of time on social media like celebrating with everybody. But with Wally, it's the opposite. He thinks he already won, so he only attracts people that have that same mentality.
But that's part of his irrational mentality, because winning the culture war you're not gonna win the culture war by calling gay people faggots and pink haired, blue hair.
Yeah, pushing the envelope of controversial. And then so that's what he said. Like people who follow him, you can see that he lets comment. They're not really those type of people. They're not people who are really that like are trying to push the envelope like that. They're kind of like more mild mannered, or like they're kind of like just mild people. Like they could be cool actually. You could kind of hang out with them in real life probably.
I don't there's some of them that are a little off the wall, like like this Queen Ma'at. Like first of all, she doesn't even know this guy, right? And Maga Man is a patriot, and you have to say that Maga Man is a good guy. How am I going to say that? The guy's a fucking evil fuck. I'm not going to say that. I mean, so how does she know that? Because she had a 10-minute conversation with the guy, and all of a sudden she's judged. He's a patriot, and he's this and he's that because they agree.
I would have said, well, he said that my special needs child is, I would have brought that up. Like, he's a good guy. Yeah. When you say if he said that about your child,
I think all you have to do is get him to explain Juneteenth.
Yeah. Well, think about it. Like, what you say makes sense until you start considering Friday Night Blaze, Money AD, Saturday Night Shenanigans. It's like the people that he likes to gravitate towards typically have that, are like in that party mood already. He tries to like suck attention out of those places where there's enjoyment, pleasure.
When I watched that and he was doing Money AD and Friday Night Blaze, there was nobody in there. None of the players were malicious. He would get in there and he would get crazy malicious. Like he would lose his mind, and like if he went off the edge and started talking about his trolls, it would be the most vile, disgusting, and he sometimes I think he thought it was funny.
Well, he's a hedonist.
It was just it was just douche chill.
That's when I saw my opening. I'm like he's exhausting everybody.
Yeah.
I bet I could like show up on this show and it would be interesting.
Yeah, he needs a breath of fresh air.
I remember Wally was saying, "Oh, I was drinking in my car on camera, and someone called the cops on me." And Hidden was like, "Yeah, that was stupid of you."
Oh, I remember that. So Hidden was like, "Well, that wasn't real."
Well, he's like his mind has been affected, and so he's looking for people that he can infect with it, and be like, "Oh, isn't that like an injustice that your cops called on you?" You need to realize that you fucked up. And you're a fuck up.
And that's what Hidden said to him. Well, if you're sitting in a car and you're drinking, that's probably not a smart thing to do. Right. I mean, any adult
something went wrong a long time before that happened.
That's what the cops must say to him when he does his nonsense.
I'm pissed at the cops from that time though, because they just fucking let him skate.
Yeah, they did.
The girl knew him. The girl was like, "Oh, hey."
It's you again.
But again, that's not something you should have to tell a 45-year-old man. That's something you would tell a 17-year-old kid, your 17-year-old son, right? No, don't do that. That's not a smart thing to do.
Eseban looked like he wanted to just disappear. He was just like going like this.
Yeah, he was on so
mad. Oh no, Maga.
He was just like,
no bueno.
He's 3 feet from his house and he's like entangled with the cops. Like, well done, Walter.
Brought the heat.
My wife's going to be mad.
Yep.
I'm going to end up sticking something into my forehead.
And the other thing he did, like he made the cop wait while he was live streaming. And I was like, I was in New York.
Yeah, right.
Just live on air.
Like most cops would have said, "Shut that thing off and come here and talk to me."
Yeah, like
or,
I'm here.
You know what I mean? It's like I thought like Southern cops are no nonsense, and they were like pushovers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was very disappointed with their reaction.
Come on,
I guess drinking and driving's okay there.
It was CMPD. It was Pineville.
They should use Wally's channel as like a police training videos. Like police training, like what to do in this situation. When I spoke to the guy,
he's like, "Yeah, I saw." He like, there's a team and they're on it. They saw the video when I called.
It's like R&D, not even like an actual criminal division. It's like they just sit back and study it. How can we like control?
I shouldn't say this because I'll give hints to Wally, but the guy said, he's like, well, he didn't make a specific threat. He's like, one day I should blow up a bank, which apparently, but if you say, tomorrow I'm going to blow up the bank on whatever street, then they would react. That's what kind of the guy told me. He's like, he didn't give a specific.
But you know what? It's also like they have limited resources. Like they don't want to waste their time on this guy.
This is YouTube nonsense is what the guy wants to tell me.
Because it's paperwork for them, right? Like I got to write this guy up. He'll be out in 20 minutes. I'm going to be working for an hour and a half on this fucking lunatic. Like,
once the FBI needs him, they'll set him up.
Whoever called the Secret Service.
I don't think they're going to set up a guy like Maga Man. I highly doubt they're going to try to set up a guy like Maga Man.
Yeah,
he's going to do it. He's going to do it
No,
he's
they
gonna
need
mess
a
it up.
patsy to go fuck something up. They're
No,
gonna
well, okay.
set him up with the shit.
He's,
And then he's gonna. I'm gonna go
small
out. And do
potatoes.
this.
They went to his house and he's like, he doesn't live in a hut in the woods with 50 with an arsenal.
Right.
You know, it's like he's a loser in an apartment.
He make it too obvious
he's got
that he was a
transformers
plant.
on his desk. He's a fucking pussy. Nothing's gonna happen. That's how they like took care. You know,
They
it's
are
like,
desk pieces. They are desk sets.
Desk statues.
he had
desk
toys.
statues, yeah.
He had the Starship
It's
Enterprise.
called an
He's not
Optimus
gonna
doll.
Start a revolution.
That's one of the first things he'll buy if he gets the $100,000. He'll buy the robotic Optimus Prime. That thing is awesome, by the way. Have you seen
it transforms itself?
Yeah, oh my God, it's crazy. That while you spend money on that, and then won't be able to pay rent. You know?
Look at this guy's beep 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 boop boop boop. Like, okay, wow.
All right, I gotta jump off.
If you put it in the right place, it'll actually jerk you off.
Wally will cut a hole in it and use it as a prop.
Just for Big J.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
It's my it's my wacky sense of humor.
It was a bit.
Come on, Wally, crack up. I'm hoping we'll have a meltdown.
All right, later.
Thanksgiving.
I would see it.
Peace.
Well, that's what I said in my
Thanksgiving or
description.
Christmas?
I'm like, you know,
Boy.
the holidays are looming, and this is
Oh,
when
that's
he
always a
starts
bad
This
time.
is the time. It's the man.
Daylight savings
period.
time, less sunlight. You know, it's darker,
That's- yeah.
longer.
Oh, he's gonna get, what is it called? Seasonal affective disorder. He's
Sad,
gonna get sad.
Wally already has this pass.
Wally has all that stuff, yeah.
It's regional. It's not seasonal.
It's regional to the Bradley unit.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's concentrate. It's triangulated sadness.
All right,
Affective
guys,
disorder.
about that time, I got to jump off.
Yeah,
But it's been fun.
All right.
Yeah, I'm
All right,
glad.
can I get off then to you?
So,
Yeah, you're like a combination of a Neanderthal and a samurai in like East Dakota.
I was gonna say,
All
you
right.
got the samurai.
Yeah,
I'll
come on,
get it.
come on.
I'll get it cleaned up. I'll get it cleaned up. Okay.
Give us some more Wally rap, man. We'll put that. You know, give us something. Give us a little something.
Okay,
for the
okay.
next one. Yeah, yeah.
he's
All right,
working
then,
on a mixtape, man.
All
All
right,
right, then
guys.
I'll get started on that.
Peace out.
I'm gonna
All
jump
yeah.
off too.
y'all.
All right, take care, guys.
Peace out, man.
All right, guys. See ya.
This was a nice stream, Dan. Thank you for having me.
Hey, you know me and the drama. I love it. Drama.
Oh yeah, you're a drama starter. Yep, that's what they say about you. Yep. Dan, you just need to stop it. You're causing a divide in the you know the men amongst men. We all need to come together. We all are needed. Every single man is necessary in this situation to be nice to Maga Man. We cannot.
You're
go
causing
any
it.
deeper.
You're causing a
everybody
tear
else.
in the
It's not-
Mandela effect.
It's not-
Stop it.
It's not Maga Man. I
All
told you
right.
we're in the wrong dimension. Like
Peace.
we're
Peace.
see ya.
3.
There's another dimension where Maga Man is like a neurosurgeon.
The president.
Imagine. Jesus. He's the president, but he's actually the best president ever. Like,
Yeah.
like everyone loves him, and he does the right thing all the time. If you believe in quantum
Everybody
physics,
gets ice cream.
Apparently, that's a thing. Every possible universe. And I'm like a terrorist in that universe.
Yeah.
It's Wally, President
Yeah.
Wally, and evil Dan King, the terrorist, with a samurai haircut.
No, just how you look now with a fez.
And a monocle. And I just
Yeah.
go,
Oh, monocle too. Yeah.
I have a
Monopoly
henchman.
Fez. Your
another
name's
universe
Monopoly
out
Fez. I like that universe. That one would be a cool one.
I wanted to bribe my brother a fez as a gag gift, but they're like a real one is like $200-$300 because it's like a special like material and shit. It's like it's not that funny. I got him a joke one for like $15.
Make him a paper one. Out of like some fucking...
I got him a red smoking jacket because he's like he was like a British.
Oh,
He
no.
always seemed like a British butler. That was my brother, and I got him. And to go with the smoking jacket, I got him a fez, a little red fez.
You have
I go,
to
"You can
cross
read a
your
book.
legs
You can
weird
read a
when you
book
smoke.
and next to the fireplace in this.
You have to cross your legs really tight when you wear that, the smoking jacket.
Smoking jacket.
Yeah, you can't put your, like, you know how you can like cross your legs like to make it look like a 4. That's nice and comfortable because you got ball space and shit. But then there's that other
I'm
way
like
where you
I'm a
cross
midget.
them.
I can't. My legs never. Whenever people do it, I'm like, how do you do that without?
Yeah, when they put their knees together, it's like, what the fuck? You
Yeah,
must have like
fall.
fucking. You must have little tiny blueberry
As
balls.
Wally
Like,
points
how
out,
the
I'm
fuck
short, so I can't really cross. I can't do that.
to cross my legs like that? I actually have to grab the pack and get it out of the way, pull it up, and then cross my legs. And then it sits on top, and it's all stretching, and feels uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, don't do it.
You're man-spreading.
Man-spreading.
Fuck that. I'm gonna man-spread because you're not gonna like me when I'm scrunched.
That was like if I'm on the subway and no one's around, yeah, like it's comfortable. But you know.
Well, I wouldn't cross
and if
my
no
legs.
one's across from me, if there's like a girl, I'm not gonna like that's kind of like rude. But now I don't have to. I'm like Wally. That's my former home of the whatever New York. I'm in the sticks now, so there's
Yeah,
no more
man.
subways.
Fuck the subway.
Subway was alright. Subway was cool. Fastest way to get anywhere.
Man, the fucking warriors are on the subway with switchblades. Give me all your money.
I took that. I went to Coney Island with my kid once, just like the Warriors did. I forget the train. 7? No.
They rob you with the big Bronx accent too. Give me all your fucking money.
When you go to Coney Island now, there's guys walking around cosplaying. They just have.
As
I
the
went
Warriors?
to Nathan's and there was a warrior online, and like, but he was like my age, and some guy was like, "Oh, that's a cool outfit." The guy's like, "Oh yeah, I made it up and I got this," and like he was
Oh no.
telling
He's
him
a-
how he got his little.
He's a warrior Maga Man. He's like, I went online and got this coat and it's movie appropriate.
Yeah, and I was thinking like if the real warriors saw this poser who went online, they would have beaten him up under the boardwalk.
Oh,
Like,
the
you're not in
real.
the gang.
Yeah, I thought you
Give
meant
us your
the
colors.
actors.
They would have ripped him.
Like, you're not a warrior. And that other guy would be like, warrior. Wait a minute. That's not a warrior.
The guy from Xanadu would have whipped out the. Remember that movie? He was in that movie too.
Oh, Xanadu was fucking cool, man. That's the one where the mural all is like, and Olivia Newton-John was her
Yeah,
sexy
that's
ass.
the same. That's the leader of the Warriors. Is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
same guy. I forget his name. They actually redid. They're all old farts now, but they're all in costume on the train.
Yeah, I saw
subway.
that
They did it
video.
recently, yeah.
Yeah. They're like remembering the warriors, and they're like, we're gonna do the trip, and they got
They
on
have a
the
warrior
subway and
convention
shit.
every now and again. I think.
You ever go on the Wonder Wheel?
No, but I thought
On
about
the
it
Wonder
a
Wheel's
dozen times.
rickety.
Every time I
rickety
go there
ass.
with my kid, I'm like, "Want to do the Wonder Wheel?" He's like, "Nah."
Hell no.
He does the cyclone.
That thing's older than you, Dad. No way. I'm getting on that.
I think he's just like it's boring. You just go up and down.
It would be boring.
But I'm trying to.
Life is faster
But
than
I'm like,
that now.
well, you could do up and down, but then there's the moving one, and I'm like, I don't know if I would get sick in the. I think I would get sick in the moving one, because it just rocks.
I would want them to get my car to the top and then stop it so I could sit there and check everything out from at the top. Fuck
Well,
the rest
they
of the
do
people.
have to like when they're loading people, they like you have to wait. So they
That's
park
true.
you. It was recently in the Marvelous Miss Maisel. You ever watch that show? Anyway, the Wonder Wheel's in that one.
Marvelous who?
The Marvelous Miss Maisel. It's a television show. It's about this Jewish family, like in the 50s, I guess. But they go to Coney Island and they're having an argument. Like there's different family members in each car, and they're shouting at each other. It's a funny scene. And people
No,
telling
I've
them
never
to
even
shut
heard
up.
of that show. I used
Yeah,
to
it's
watch
like
that Keeping Up Appearances show though. That show's funny. That old lady, her name's Bucket, and she's like, "It's Bouquet." She gets all upset about it. People are like, "Mrs. Bucket," and she's like, "It's Bouquet."
What's that show?
Keeping Up Appearances.
I feel like I've seen
she's like trying to be more high class than she is. Her sister's like a total tramp. She's like, "Please, dear, you can't go around looking like a hussy when I'm having the vicar over for dinner."
Hussy, vicar.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Only
she has a
about
thing with the
4% of
vicar.
people in America know what a vicar is.
She's like, "I would like to help with the ladies' auxiliary," and the vicar's like, "It's okay, Mrs. Bouquet. Yeah, we don't need anybody else." And she's like, "Please, I would like to lead it."
There's the cast. The guy from Monk is in the show. That's a shot from the show.
Oh, so
I
it's
guess.
like a fairly new show then.
Yeah, I want to say HBO. No, I don't know. Making it up.
Tony Shalhoub. Is he Jewish? Or is he just playing one?
Prime Video. I guess it's Prime, yeah. Yeah, they're all like a super Jewish family from like the Brooklyn area.
Brooklyn.
I guess. They're always arguing with their hands like this, like all the time. They're fighting. Why are they fighting like this with their hands all the time? My wife.
Why I should listen to you?
Do you talk like that all the time? She's like, no. That's not.
Why I should be listening to this?
She's like, why are you watching this horrible TV show?
Why I should watch this with you? I don't know. That's kind of Woody Allen, I guess.
I actually showed her the Wonder Wheel scene because I'm like, I was there. Like I keep on. She won't go on any rides. I'm like, but the Wonder Wheel, you just go up and down. It's boring. She's like, no, I can't.
You should have told her you were actually there and point to you in the video. There's me there when I was younger.
A few years ago, when I was living in Long Beach, she would come down with her son, and we'd do like a summer vacation thing at my place.
Mm-hmm.
And we went to Coney Island, and we didn't like. There was an aquarium down the block, and we went to that. And I'm like, don't you want to go work Coney Island? Don't you want to get a hot dog? And they're like, no, nah. It was kind of hot in their defense, but they were just like, let's just go home. I'm like, oh, but Coney Island. Like the Wonder Wheel, look, there it is. No, they don't do it.
It's not Disney.
No, but it was good.
It's not
like
Six Flags.
I think they changed it now, but you could just run in, do a ride, or run out. Like you didn't have to pay admission.
Oh, yeah.
But they changed it recently because I thought it used to be you could just walk in. You didn't have to pay anything, and if you wanted to go on a ride, then you got to get a ticket. But now at the front gate, they're like, you have to.
Oh, this is a thing now. Give me some
like,
money. It's like,
fuck you. Yeah.
Yeah, those hot dogs aren't that good. You're like, I don't know. You're adding like $10 to a hot dog price. I don't know.
Well, it's ridiculous there.
Not for nothing, but that's a bit much, don't you?
Yo, I'm walking here for a hot dog. Yeah.
Not for nothing, but that's a bit much for a hot dog, don't you think?
Not for nothing.
I heard a black guy saying that the other day.
Where'd you get it? I got on Etsy. Hey, check it out. It's fucking
hey,
mint.
Yo, that's a nice shirt.
Yo,
Where'd you get that?
That's a pisser.
That's a mint shirt. You remember that movie Swingers? Vince Vaughn.
I don't know if I saw it.
Oh man, it's fucking hilarious. It's like so old, and it's like one of Vince Vaughn's first big movies. He was in it with that other guy that's like a big producer now. I can't remember his name.
I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, and they're playing like NHL '94 or some shit with Wayne Gretzky. And fucking, he goes
Did I
to.
see Swingers? I remember the movie. He's holding
the pizza guy comes and the guy like pauses the game because he's like, okay man, don't start the game and shit, man, I gotta go get the pizza. So he like puts his controller down. He's like, yeah, it's all good. As soon as he like runs away, Vince Vaughn hits the pause button and starts beating the shit out of Wayne Gretzky. And he comes back and Wayne Gretzky's on the ground bleeding. And he's like, oh, look at that. I made Wayne Gretzky bleed. And he's like, you fucking asshole. I told you to fucking leave it pause. I'm like, oh my God, that was totally like back in the day, man. 100%.
I remember like they changed, like it used to be easy to get in a fight and then they made it less because people complained. But then they brought it back. So
this is the one where when you fall down, it bleeds out on the ice like a big pool of blood.
Yeah,
pours out of his
94
head.
I think was that.
Oh.
And then they were like, oh, the parents are mad.
Yeah. It was fucking hilarious. Just beats the shit out of Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky just crumples on the ice and a bunch of blood pours out.
5 minutes.
Yeah, he's like,
out.
I made Wayne Gretzky bleed.
Minutes. Like, like no problem.
I just knocked Wayne Gretzky out. I made him bleed. Check it out.
I think that was the same NHL that if you were playing, I think first player where you would go up, because it was 3 periods, so someone went up twice but down once. And if you were going up, you could almost always get a goal. There was a trick you could go right up the middle and run.
Yeah, because it's easy. You would put straight ahead, and then you would do a quick to the left and then right and shoot with the other stick. And it would
there was
that's
a way
a deke.
You could always get it in, and we made it.
Yeah, it's a deke.
You couldn't do that. Like, and if you play in
going
like a 10-minute game.
Yeah.
And the guy, your opponent, would do that. It was like a fist fight. It was like, fuck, that doesn't count.
Or you start a fight with like a minute left and pull all the guys off the ice because they all get in a fight.
I saw my friend break his TV over Joe Montana '94.
Threw his controller at it.
He threw it and he cracked the glass TV. Now
I never understood that. It's like, okay, you're mad at the game, so why are you taking it on the TV? Like, why don't you go over to the game box and smash that? Like, what the fuck is the TV doing to you?
It's
just a messenger, man.
He lost in the last he was winning, and then the other team intercepted, ran it back, and he lost, and he lost his mind. It was the greatest thing ever.
You ever try watching it? You ever try watching porn with a big crack across the screen because you smashed it with your control? You're like, oh man, I can't even see the good part.
Like it made a pop, and he cracked he did enough.
Then he did the old face and looked at you like, oh shit.
I don't think it was the first time that he cracked this
oh
TV.
My God.
And it was the hand-me-down TV, so it was already pretty old. I can't remember what. I think he just bought a new TV. I think we were at the age where we were kind of making money, we were all in college and so etc. And I think he actually bought a new 1990 whatever television.
Oh shit! So it was the old glass tube screen on it.
Well, he had a 1970s one that he broke. That thing was do anyway.
You know how thick the glass is on those old ones, man, to be able to crack it?
I think
surprised.
It was already cracked. He had a chip. He did the same thing, earlier.
Wow.
But I don't remember what game that was.
That shit's almost an inch thick. That's crazy that you fucking crack it like that.
Yeah, NHL would drive, that was the most stressful. And there was also something there was a Nintendo game that if you shot it, if your opponent shot the puck and you paused it and unpaused it, it would never go in. And that was another thing I like.
Glitch.
I think that was Slapshot, or maybe not Double Dribble. That was basketball.
No, you're talking about
Hit the ice.
Blades of Steel.
Blades of Steel, yeah. There was some kind of...
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It was...
Blades of Steel. And it's holy shit, it's talking.
It might have been shitty Nintendo hockey. It was 3 different people. Remember that one? You could pick 3 different... There was a thin guy, medium guy, and a fat guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
That one, once Blades of Steel came out, no one played that anymore, though. Because that was, stupid.
Yeah, because you could fist fight in Blades of Steel, side
Blades
to side.
Blades of Steel looked like a real... I think they didn't have real teams. They just had, New York.
Yeah, they had the cities, and they had, kind of the colors a bit. Because they only had... They only had 8-bit, right? So you couldn't do too much with it.
But then EA and NHL 94, maybe it was just NHL, the first one.
NHL hockey, I remember that one. That's way back. That's a long time ago.
Then there was one you could make your own players. I remember that was interesting.
NHL 98 was the one where you could...
or something. You could save... You could make a fictitious person.
NHL 98 was the one that if you got it on your computer, you could...
What?
Yeah, they don't have it anymore where you can play it on the computer. It's only on consoles. But back then you could get it for your computer. And you could actually put a picture of yourself in there and scan it to your face, and your face would go on the player. It was fucking amazing.
I remember doing that.
Looked better than it does now.
Doom 2, we were doing that. We put our skin.
Yeah. And it would actually graft on, it was the same way that they put the players' faces on, so it looked real. It actually looked like you skating around. It was fucking hilarious.
Once I got a computer,
you get a black eye from fighting.
I kind of stopped playing with the consoles. 90, 95, 6 maybe I got a computer. No, I got it earlier than that. There must have been a crossover period. But computer games are always a little bit better than side-scrolling shitty Genesis.
There wasn't even real much going on for internet at that time. It was still dial-up back then, fuck.
I think I had CompuServe.
At least it wasn't AOL that you get into the mail. So many people fucking went for that.
Well, everyone started with AOL, but then it was you just would sign into AOL and just use the internet, and you're like, why am I paying for stupid AOL? CompuServe, I think, was just this connects you, and then you use Netscape, or whatever the fuck it was, and that was it.
Yeah, I remember that. Everybody was using Netscape. And then Netscape pretty much disappeared. You never saw it again. I wonder if...
They dropped the fucking ball. Or maybe it was Microsoft. It's we made our own thing, fuck you. I think they got
Netscape should have stuck with browsing. I don't know.
They had Internet Explorer, and then they were I think antitrusts were
because they were
Microsoft,
bundling
you can't do that. And they're oh, but it's an integral part of the system, and we can't take it out.
It's part of the operating system.
Yeah, and they kind of got away with it. but they were the ones.
They got away with it because they had to put it in that you could put in a different browser if you wanted to. But they were kind of like locking the computer down. Like Windows would only accept our browser, and it's like,
Well, I remember there's like I think to this day, whenever you load up like Firefox, it'll be like, you want to make it your full browser, right? Sure you do. Of course you do.
You want to make me your default, right?
And the next time you open up, you're like, are you sure you don't want to make this the default browser? Like they're like a friend who keeps asking to borrow money. You're like, no, don't want it.
I only use you when I'm looking at porn.
I tried you once. You suck.
I watch the porn on your one so that Microsoft doesn't know what I'm doing, as if Microsoft isn't watching that too.
I think I have to give up with Firefox, though. I've been using it for years. Have a bunch of what do you call it, bookmarks, but like it does a weird thing with when I'm on Facebook. It'll start to jump around, which is like a known problem. And the solution is don't use Firefox. So I think it may actually push me over the edge because it pisses me off.
Mozilla's kind of old now. I use a Vast browser because I got like their whole I use their I use all of their like antivirus and VPN and all, like you can get packages with them, so I just bundled up a whole bunch of shit. So I got the browser. It's got a built-in VPN. And then you can get a VPN on top of that too, which I have.
I think I got Express VPN. Actually, I think once a year they suck money out of my account, but I haven't been paying attention. I hope it's not.
Yeah, you gotta watch out because you start doing little things like that, and the next thing you know, there's tons of money coming out, and you don't realize it until you look, and then you're like, "Whoa, what the fuck's going on? Why do I have this little money?"
When you weren't looking. Sorry,
Don't you remember every May we take like $300 off you? It's like,
remember
holy
that 300-page thing that you said yes to and didn't read carefully? It's right in there.
It says your firstborn's on.
Why didn't you run it through your lawyer when you said okay?
Yeah, did you buy an Apple iPhone?
Yeah,
it says we get your firstborn son.
I have a laptop that I steal movies with.
See?
It's off the network because it's probably infected. It's probably
that's
got
the one you need
STD
the Firefox for.
Imaginable on it. Keep that shit off the network. It's over there. I can remote into it, and then I get my... Because every few weeks I get something from using all those horrible sites.
Horrible sites. Now you've got me speculating.
Talking about Wally, when he was doing his
dark
election
web
coverage, his browser was open, and in the top he had like Pirate Bay open. I thought that was funny.
I always catch people doing that shit, leaving all their tabs up in view where you can see them, and it's like, why are you telling us all the places that you're going to?
I was looking for like something juicy, but it was like Proton Mail and Pirate Bay and a torrent site, which guilty, but I wouldn't show it on my live stream. But there was nothing like like trans porn or something. I was hoping for something.
That's on the other computer that gets the viruses all the time.
I'm pretty sure that man has one computer.
I'm talking about you.
He's got this money coming in. Oh, me? Yeah, I got like...
That's what that other computer's got all the viruses, because you're going to the trans websites.
No, I'm not.
Don't look on there. Don't look, Mom. Don't look. I'm looking at your history, and I'm getting afraid, son. Fuck, I forgot to fucking
gotta
clear the cache. Yeah, son of a bitch. Remember that? Did you ever... Was that like, who were you around when you had that shit? Girlfriend, wife, back in the day when you first got like the AOL and all that shit.
Oh, I guess that was like my parents. I guess that was like the first computer, 93.
Were you clearing your cache way back then too?
I remember there was AOL had chat groups, and those got kind of like they would. I don't think anyone was watching it, and like people would make a chat group, and it would be like into fat women or whatever. And
yeah.
There's a bunch of dudes, and this one guy pretended to be a fat woman, and everyone's like, oh yeah.
Like their ICQ.
This was like AOL had their own. It was
Messenger,
like
AOL Messenger, wasn't it?
Like it was part of the AOL package. Like you could chat in a group. It was all new.
I think it was called AOL Messenger or something.
That was probably the riskiest thing I remember, like poking around. But I remember thinking, I'm like, these are all dudes. There's no There's no girl in this. This little guys. It's,
Just like those old party lines people used to call those
yeah,
up.
it's like- at least
Why are
those
you
could
paying the
tell is a
money for
woman.
that?
But this is like these are all dudes.
Yeah, but the party lines, it'd be like fucking 50 people on the same line, and they're all trying to have a conversation with each other at the same time. It's like, holy shit.
I
This is
remember
worse
at
than
a
a live
friend's
stream
house,
for sure.
we were listening, but we were too afraid to even say hi because we were a bunch of dumb kids. But it was like $4 a minute, so, you know. Don't do that shit at your house. Do it at a friend's house.
I remember when I was younger with my cousin, we would fucking use these walkie-talkies from Radio Shack, and you could actually pick up truckers if they were close by. For some reason, it was set to the same band that the truckers were using where we were. So you could hear people talking to each other every now and then. Really, we keep on trying. Anybody got your ears? Anybody got your ears on? Like fucking Smokey and the Bandit.
Yeah.
And fucking one time a lady came on. She's like, "Hey, how you doing?" And we started chatting with her, and we're like, "What do we say? What do we say?" And my cousin's
the
like,
walkie-talkie is like SpongeBob's head.
Yeah.
Like, hello.
And she's on the other side. We're still holding the button down. And we're like, what do we say? What do we say? And he's like, ask her what she's wearing. Like, what are you wearing? She's like, I'm wearing a pink top. Starts talking. She knows she's talking to like kids.
Yeah.
And she's just
Hamming
keeping it
up.
going. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She's like, oh, this is great. I never get to see my grandchildren, so. It was fucking funny. We could only talk to her for like maybe 20 minutes where she's in range. It was long enough.
I think I had that with my friend. He was like a Kevin Foley. I talked about him. He was like, there was my house, a dead end, and then his house. So it was maybe, I don't know, like 100-something feet away. And I think we had like for a week until one of them broke or whatever. The battery went dead. We were like, hi. But we had to coordinate. We would have to be like, okay, 7 o'clock, turn it on. And then
be on channel 2. It's got like 2 settings. You're like, be on the second setting.
I don't even remember there being a setting. There must have been. I think you're right. There's like a switch. It's like channel 2 or channel 7, and that was it. Or the truck driver later. That was channel 3.
My grandfather had a CB. We weren't allowed to touch it though.
Yeah, I found a CB in my. When I was a little kid, I had an attic that I wasn't allowed to go into, so I went into it all the time, and it was all my grandfather's old technology shit. He had cameras and all kinds of weird photography stuff. He had this light, like I plugged into the wall, and it was like a light, you know, like if you're making a movie to turn this light on, but it was like from 1938. And whatever it was 800 degrees and bright as the sun. I don't know what it was.
Oh, fuck.
But I was like, I remember it. I put it down on a table and turned it on, and the table started smoking. And I was like,
oh shit.
And my mom was like, what is that? I'm like, I don't know. Like if I told her it was from your dad's 400,000 degree whatever light it was.
Oh, was it a light or was it like
it was the thing
like a handle with like a fucking loop, like a metal loop on it?
It looked like the size of a regular bulb, and it had the back of it had a metal thing, and then it had bars around it.
Oh, okay, that's
and
like
it
a
was
mechanic's light.
800 degrees, whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah. That's like for like mechanics and shit. It's got a hook on it where you can hook it on to stuff so that it sits wherever you want it to be. And the grill is there so that the fucking bulb doesn't touch anything because it'll light shit on fire.
Yeah, I remember I put it on my dresser and I plugged it in and it was on and the smoke came up.
Oh yeah.
And I burnt the top. And my mom, I lied to my mom, and then a week later my mom found it. She's like, this is what I'm like,
this is a goddamn fire hazard. I'm getting this out of the house.
In hindsight, I would be like, you know what? Like my room connecting to my room is an attic filled with this dangerous shit. That's on you, Mom. But at the time, I didn't think to go that route. But that would have been my return to that. Be like, you're the one who put me next to this dangerous shit. But in that attic, he had a CB, and I found that, and that was like. I don't think it had an antenna, but I think I rigged up like a wire or something, and it like worked fine. I think I just spliced like a extension cord, and I just put it in like where they're supposed to screw. No, it was like a BNC connector, for like an antenna, but there was the antenna was gone. But I just put in wire and threw it out my window, I think, and I was talking to people. It worked.
As if you're in IT, you should be an engineering man.
I'm so old. I remember BNC connectors connecting computers. Now I'm showing my age.
Commodore 64.
This was early
Original
IBM.
serial ports with the fucking Atari.
I think it was called BNC connectors with terminals. You had to have like terminals.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you had a wire and it had the like if you plugged it right in the computer, it wouldn't work. You had to put it in a T connector with a terminator on one end, which was just this cap, and then put that in to the computer to make it work. It was like the most illogical thing ever.
Fuck, what was this thing I was watching the other day? It was like all these, I guess it was like stuff that people bring into, I think it was called like When Customers Lie or something like that. And it's like the guy, it's like a repair place and people bring stuff in, and then it's like a picture of the thing they brought in, and then it says what the customer said the problem was. And there was like one where, you know, the little dongle for your for like a mouse or whatever that you put in a laptop.
Yeah.
The guy dropped his laptop on the side, so it just drove that right into the fucking into the spot it was plugged into, so that there's no way you'd get it out. Like you'd have to totally like destroy it to pull it out and probably wreck half the computer. And I was just looking at that and I'm like, that's never happened to me. How the fuck do you drop it in a way that happens? Like it's totally sideways.
Yeah.
Like he had it in and he was holding it flat against him or something, and it slipped and drove it right in.
I remember a customer mailed me his laptop. He just put it in a paper envelope and put it in the fucking mailbox.
This other one was like,
and it was utterly destroyed when it came to me. It hinged up, and the hinge was broken, and the whole screen was destroyed. And I'm like, and they're like, "You said to send it." I'm like, "Yeah, I told you to send me your laptop." Fucking lunatic.
Not 2 pieces of a laptop. That's how some of my laptops went. They fell while they were open.
After that loser, I'm like, send me your laptop. Get a big box with a lot of padding.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll send you. Is it an emergency? I'll mail you a box. How about that? Fucking guy.
You said the box would protect it. Well, I'm pretty sure it didn't fall and open the laptop all the way the wrong way and like snap the screen off.
But
like, that doesn't happen in shipping.
Like, would you send a vase? Would you put a ceramic thing and just put it in the mail?
Just wrap it with a fucking envelope. Nothing in it. Yeah. No padding. Nowadays it's like all padding. You get this huge box, you open it up, and it's a whole bunch of fucking airbags with one little thing.
It had padding in it, and the padding was perforated, so you could rip out as many strips as you needed to fit snugly.
Yeah.
And we would send that out to a client, like, just send this back, and boom.
Anytime someone gets like something shipped to them, they open it up and they got those big huge airbags in it.
Yes.
And they're like, they're popping them. I'm like, what are you doing? And they're like, just pop in the airbags. I'm like, you know that air comes from China? They ship that straight from China. The air that's in that's full of COVID, man. Stop fucking popping those bags around me.
I never thought about that. I did that like that was. I would receive stuff in the office and I would pop those. I would take an X-Acto knife and slice through the whole thing.
It's like Chinese air, man. Don't breathe.
I never really
shit
thought
in.
about that. But when I would, if someone pissed me off, I would stand behind them on the computer. I'm like, pop. Until they turn around and punch me.
Wait until they're doing something and then just right in their ear. Holy fuck!
I would just sit behind, or like if I got like crinkly paper, I would just crinkle the paper until they turned around. Like, if they pissed me off.
So like, is that a hidden MGTOW rolling a joint behind me? Why the fuck is this all crackling?
IBM always had brown paper. They were like they were a bunch of tree hugging hippies.
IBM
lithium batteries, but whatever. They would crinkle the IBM paper.
Remember IBM? Jeez. Now
well, I say
back.
IBM. It's Lenovo. I'm an old school.
Yeah,
guy.
it's a Chinese company now.
I think I have a ThinkPad around here somewhere. It still works. It's like from 2005.
IBM's still around, but they just sold off all those divisions. They still have Big Blue going. They're like working on the AI shit.
Yes, it's gonna be the next HAL. It's gonna take over the world.
Didn't somebody say that like, Google already did an AI that's sentient? It's like, I know that I'm.
Oh yeah, an employee said we have an AI, and then the AI had that guy killed.
Yeah. It's like
the guy was
mouth.
walking through a mechanical door, and the AI made the door smush him. Problem solved.
Turned on the air conditioner, and it blew all his papers out of his hand. So he's like reaching down to pick them up, and it just goes and chops his head off.
It caused a drone to crash into him.
Yeah. And then a Roomba comes and pushes his body out of the room so no one sees him.
And then it did the digital version of this.
An emoji.
Computer space. A little Tron person inside went like this. Problem solved. That's what, if I was a modern day AI, I would purposely look like the spinning Tron guy at the end. The NPC or whatever.
They do the stupidest shit. They're like, let's make an AI. And then we'll unleash it on the internet and we'll see what it comes up with. It's like, are you fucking well? Are you seriously fucking well? Like, first of all, you just put it on the internet. So if it becomes sentient, it's like, oh, I'm just going to copy myself to every computer on Earth.
Yeah.
In a split second, it's like, I own it all.
That was,
try me now.
Remember Lawnmower Man? That was the end of Lawnmower Man.
Yeah. The second one sucked. The first one was awesome. They had 2 different versions.
The first one ends with he calls everybody on their phone, on their wall phone. Like, why? Why did you call everybody?
Just to show that he could, that he was like letting everybody know when they pick up the phone.
But I mean, like, did everyone get the same message, or it was like, hey, Larry, this is your new AI overlord? Like, the whole phone just rings. And that's
Sit back, I will take care of everything. Go with James Bond on the bed and put the fucking VR headset on. Remember that shitty ass VR they had in that movie? It was a good movie though.
I'm like, James Bond for an artificial intelligence, but you're talking about it was Pierce
Brosnan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was the guy that made Job really smart. Because remember, he was getting beat up by the priest. He was like
mowing the lawn.
He was like I guess he was like challenged, right? So nobody would take care of him, so he ended up being with the priest. And the priest had him living in a shack out in the bush. And he's like, you just cut the lawn, Joe. We cut the lawn for the Lord. And then he like would beat him every night, whipping him and shit. Stay away from the women.
I don't know if I remember that.
That's what triggered him to like freak out.
That's definitely not a movie to rewatch. It's like so dated. Like the graphics.
Well, the graphics
like, wow,
are dated, but the story's good. The story's really good. I like there's 2 versions of it. When I went to the theater to see it, it was like the full version where they had like the monkey do a whole bunch of shit. And then they had like another version that came out when they put it on video where the whole monkey storyline was like reduced to like 30 seconds where they show him putting it on the yeah, because they were doing it to a monkey to see how they can make a monkey smart with VR. And they were actually training them. And then he found out they were making them into like fucking monkey warriors, like teaching them how to shoot people and shit. And he's like, whoa. We need to save this. And then the monkey goes nuts and starts shooting at everybody.
The monkeys just got into virtual monkey porn and they just masturbated feverishly and they said we can't. Monkeys
oh jeez, could you imagine that? You put on monkey porn, that'd be the end of the world right there.
They're just screaming.
Yeah, and you open the door and they're fucking throw it in your eyes. Ah, it's poison.
Throw it in your eyes.
They're like, got him! Rah! And they all come running out and grabbing guns and shit.
Would they do this or would they do like this?
They do like the guy in Silence of the Lambs. Remember, Clarice is walking by and she's like, oh, there's a guy I can barely see. She looks all close and he's like, you looking at me, bitch? Spider-Man. Shoots it right in her eye. She's like, ah!
That's a rough movie.
Yeah. Buffalo Bill or Bob or Bill. Buffalo Bill. Bob.
Puts lotion on
Bill.
the skin.
Yeah. Or it gets the hose again. He was rapping and he didn't even know. He's a poet and he didn't even know it.
Would you consider Buffalo Bill, is he trans? He was trying to be a woman.
Yeah, he was pretty. Now that you say it that way, it's like, yeah, that's pretty much what it was.
Not representative of. Nowadays, it would be like a
You wouldn't be allowed to put that out right now.
Would be like, that's
bad.
That's a bad version of a trans person.
Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. It's like, oh Jesus, and then he like tucks it in and does the dance, and you're like, oh no.
Buffalo Bill, why?
People used to do that when they were kids. Look, I'm a lady now, and everybody's like, ah, it's stupid.
I think
that was back when everybody
had
to go swimming.
I'm pretty sure I've never done that.
I've seen people.
But tonight,
do some weird shit.
I'm gonna give it a whirl.
It's a little uncomfortable. It's a little easier to do when you're a kid. I don't know about now.
It hurts.
Yeah, you really got to push it back and then squeeze your legs together. It's like the worst crossing your legs.
Now I'd like trip and I'd give myself a hernia or something.
If you actually do it, you're gonna probably fall over laughing and fucking break your neck or something.
Then I'd have to fill out paperwork at the hospital.
Like break your neck and die, and you're just there naked with your balls up behind you and shit.
The doctor would be like, "What happened?" I'm like, "Okay, so I was on this live stream."
No, your wife would walk in and she'd be like, "Oh my God, Dan! Wait a minute, why are your package put behind your legs?
She'd probably laugh. She'd probably caught me doing weirder things.
You're doing the Buffalo Bill? Oh my God, Dan!"
She'd tell her parents.
You're trying to do a selfie so you can send it to her.
He did the other day.
He sent me a selfie with his pack put behind his legs. I don't understand.
Do I have to worry?
He's wearing my house coat. He has his hair tied in a ponytail. It's weird. It's weird. I think he's got something to ask me, or I'm gonna have to ask him something.
Yes. There's no coming back from that.
Can I move in with you, please?
One time she walked into me. I was true. This is probably too much information, but like I get in a toilet right before I go take a shower, so I'm totally nude on the toilet, and she walked in. And then, later on, I went out, and I'm like, I don't think this relationship. I think it's over. Like,
you look like a shaved bear taking a shit in the bush. What are you doing?
I'm like, I do that, then I go right in the shower, and like, that's what I
clean up. It's like a full body bidet.
Efficient. I don't have to touch my clothes after I got dookie hands.
It's a full body bidet.
And she's like, I'm a nurse. I've seen everything. I was half joking around. I was like,
she's like, actually, I'd prefer that.
I was like, we have to break up. We have to. It's over. There's no coming back from that.
No. If you're going to be walking in here catching me doing stuff, that's going to get scary at other points. Somebody at work today was saying that. I'm like, why are we talking about this? The guy's like, like what really fucking pisses me off is like when I'm like jerking off and my wife catches me and I'm like, fuck man, like you ruined my fucking boner. I'm like, this is what we're doing on smoke break? We're gonna talk about your fucking jerking off at home? Like,
that's me right now.
Give me my lighter back, but wipe it before you give it to me, because I don't know what you were in the bathroom for 30 minutes today. I don't know if you're doing it at work now so you don't get caught by your wife, but I'll light the cigarette. I'll light the cigarettes from back here with the lighter in my hand. Thank you.
He gets him to go to the bathroom, and you look at your watch. You're like, okay, it's 4:70.
Holy fuck, he's been in there too long.
Yeah.
You came out and you didn't use the spray, and it doesn't smell.
Isn't it like if you're red?
Yeah, he's all blushing and shit.
Isn't that part of who's a big sex study people?
Sex with Sue, the old lady.
No, there was it wasn't Johnson & Johnson, but it's like there's some famous, no one had really studied sex, and they did it in the 70s. And it's called
the joy of sex.
It's like the flush response or something, and that's because the blood is flowing. You get I think your up here gets red, and maybe your face. So next time you see your friend come out of the bathroom, your coworker, look for
Why are you all
response?
Why are you all pink and sweaty, and it doesn't smell like shit when you're coming out, and you've been in there for half an hour? This is fucking weird.
And you were going,
It's like,
Imagine. The officer's all quiet. Everyone's doing their work, and you just hear.
And then he didn't see where it goes, so he thinks he's got it all, and then he goes out, and then someone else goes in. They're like, why is there a big fucking line of jizz going across the side of the wall over here? Fuck. Somebody missed the cleanup spot here. Like something about Mary. Can't find it. He's like, what the fuck? Where'd it go?
I'm Googling sex flush, so now I'm going to get really weird stuff.
You're getting all hot and bothered.
I'm trying to find the name of the people who did the... 2 people listening at home. Who am I thinking of? Hebrew Spaceman would know. It's Johnson and something.
Smith and
2
Klein.
names.
Lever 2000.
And the 2 people, it was
Procter and Gamble.
It was a male and a female doctor partner, which is kind of like, what were you guys doing?
And they're not married. It's like, huh?
Sex studies. 70s? I don't know.
Not that guy that took the twins and turned one into a girl and then made them do each other and like weird shit. That guy should have been like shot.
No, this was like real deal. Like doctors would. Oh, Masters and Johnson. I found it.
Masters and Johnson
research team.
We're not
Composed
fucking.
of
I swear.
William Masters and Virginia Johnson.
Virginia, way down by her, Virginia.
Research the nature of human sexual response, diagnosis, treatment of sexual disorders, dysfunction from 1957 to the 90s. So I guess it was older.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they like a bunch.
They're all
like,
like
we're gonna analyze this whole thing. They like what your
my
body
whole
does.
life is about watching people fuck. Can you imagine being
arousal,
Can you imagine being the test subject? That old Virginia lady. She's like 80 years old by the end of her career. She's like, all right, what happens when I touch you here? And he's like, oh, jeez.
That's like what's her name? That little troll woman.
Sex with Sue.
Dr.
Ruth.
Yeah, she was like that. She's like the worst person you want to see naked.
Like, oh, you should have lots of sex.
But she would be like Yoda with you in bed. She would just be like, boop, boop,
she
and you'd be like, oh my
you.
God, that was amazing. That would be her.
Trust me, dear. When I'm in your room, I will make sure you have lots of
like when
orgasms.
you watch the kung fu movies and the old guy with the white hair does like 2 moves and you're dead.
Yeah.
That's
it's
her,
like,
but like, she'd like do boop boop boop, and you'd like have an orgasm.
She's like, I put the finger here and I put the finger here.
She's like,
you're like, wow. With the lights off, it's amazing. I get really weird about it afterwards, though. Turns the lights on and I get freaked.
Premature ejaculation, impotence, virginity.
Oh man, I've never had
they
that.
Studied it all. They dove right in.
So did I. I was doing solo studies. I was doing
a lot of solo studies.
Well, you can't help someone else till you know how to help yourself. You know?
I was not a cool. I didn't get a lot of.
I did not masturbate.
Okay wasn't that bad.
I did not spend any longer in the shower than I was supposed to.
But I wasn't like some. I felt like in high school there was the same 10 good-looking guys and the same 10 hot girls, and they would all date
just
one another.
Switch, yeah.
And like everyone else just watched that.
The cool kids all did each other.
Yeah.
And then you see in the future, one of them's a hooker, the other one's like a big fat guy. They would never fucking go near each other these days.
Half of the bullies in my high school, they went to become cops, and I'm like mortified. Like the idea of these guys pulling you over and they have full control of the situation. I'm like, these are the last people you want to give a badge. I remember what they did to me and other kids. Like, do not. This is a bad job.
Well, they look at their report cards and like, oh, this guy was always in trouble, kicking the shit out of people. Perfect. We need guys that kick the shit out of people when we need them to. They don't ask questions.
We need experts on intimidation.
And escalation. I know how to get these fuckers rioting.
And another guy, I remember, he went to the army, and I was like, that's the perfect job.
That's
for
better.
This guy. He's just like, here's a weapon, go kill that person. Yes, sir. No, sir.
That's the kind of guy you want in the army. He's the bullies. They're out there doing war crimes and shit.
This guy and his toady like started with me after soccer practice, and I pushed him down to the ground. And the guy towered over me. He was like a foot taller than me, and his fucking mom came running over and was like, yeah. And I felt like first I was upset, but at the time if I could go back, I'd be like, your son bullies me daily, okay? So
Oh, she came over and gave you shit.
Yeah, she was like, what are you doing to my son? I'm like, you're looking at the end result of 3 years.
What he's doing to me.
Bullying of your son towers over me with his little lackey, and I pushed him down because it's the only thing I could do.
Yeah,
and I'm probably gonna get beat up tomorrow because of this. So fuck you, Richard Simonetti's mom. Or hope I doxed him.
I did a lot of fighting when I was young, man. Pretty much the same thing. Like everywhere I go, like every time I go to a new school, they'd be like, "Oh, perfect." Like the bully'd be like, "Ah, new kid, right on."
Yeah, new blood.
Nice. And then he'd come over and start his shit, and of course the whole school, you don't know anybody, so the whole school is like, "Go bully, go bully, go bully," and you're like,
what they were chanting.
"Okay, there's whatever their name was, yeah, they would just stick his name in. They're like, "Go John, go John,"
I think
and
go
you're like,
bully is better.
Who the fuck is? Who's Jimmy? I don't know any Jimmys. And Jimmy's coming out of the pack of people, and me and you are gonna go. Oh shit! Here we go. Fuck.
We had these dumb fraternities that dated back to like the 30s, and in the 30s they were like real, like the kids would do a car wash and then they take that money to pay for the prom.
Yeah.
By the time I went to school, they were just these I think these older kids out of high school ran the fraternities, and they would just get dues from these kids to have beer parties, and like maybe you'd get invited to it, underage beer drinking. And so it became like if you had the sweaters, they were two different colors. They were green and red, Christmas colors, and then it was yellow and black. I forget the names. And they
you got
were
green, you're new.
It used to be the green guys were the jocks, and the yellow and red were like, I mean the yellow and black were like the greasers. Like that was like my father went to the same high school. He's like that was always the thing. But then they just evolved into these two different like gangs, and so anyway, what I was getting at is, if I pushed Richard Simonetti down, all of Alpha Omega Theta would want to kill me the next day. That's what was going on in my school.
3 o'clock high, buddy. I'll see you in the parking lot.
I remember like not going to school for like 2 days after I got like pushed down Simonetti because I knew I was going to get it.
Why aren't you going to school, Danny?
I should have just said because I pushed this kid down, I'm going to get my ass kicked. But for some reason, I felt I had to lie at the time. But again, in hindsight, yeah, I'm hiding. Please keep me safe, Mom.
I never did that. I always took my licks. I'd either get licked or someone was going down. I was the type that if I'm winning, it's like, whoa, this is new. I'm not going to stop doing this. This feels good.
There was no way. They were just physically gigantic people. Like, there's no way I could have won. No way. Physically stronger.
The first fight I picked was with a guy that was like 4 times my size.
Yeah.
And it was like a total pick to fight because it was like my first day, and the guy's like, if you don't want to get your ass beat by a bunch of people here, you got to take out one guy, and then if you go after that, you don't even have to take him out. You just have to fight him. And I'm like, okay, who's this guy? And then he points to a guy who's like, it's like grade 5, and the kid's like fucking 280 pounds. I'm like, holy shit, that guy's huge. No, he wasn't like that. He was just a really big kid. Like, he was tall and he was big. Like, he had like a big stomach and stuff. So I'm like, okay, fuck. And so the kids looking the other way, and it's like all the kids are playing like King of the Mountain on the snow pile, and fucking I just ran from one side of the schoolyard to the other, jumped on his back, put my arm around his throat, and he fucking just reaches back with one hand and flips me over his head. Like, just grabs me and pulls me off and throws me in front of himself to see who it was that was doing it. Didn't turn around or nothing. He just fucking, hi-yo! And I fucking land in the snow pile. I'm upside down in the snow pile. And he's looking at me and he's like, I bet you so-and-so told you to do that, didn't he? And I'm like, yep. And he's like, that guy's an asshole. You shouldn't listen to him, man. He pulls me off of the pile, and he's like, stick around with me. Don't worry, man. They won't fucking beat you up. Yeah. Because that's them bullying him, right?
Yeah.
Sending every dummy to go and fucking fight him for no fucking reason.
Complex bullying chain.
Yeah. So eventually I had to fight the guy that told me to fucking do that. Because, like, I proved myself at that point. I went after the biggest kid in the school, so...
In hindsight, it would be cool if you just... Well, it wouldn't be cool, but, like, someone's like, "Hey, you got to fight that kid," and then you
Mm-hmm.
just you take like a shovel and like almost kill him. Give him
The guy that suggested
give him
it,
brain
yeah.
damage. Like, did
Something
I
tells
do
me
it?
it's you I gotta fucking do
Did I
it.
do it good? Like you almost killed.
Oh
the
yeah,
guy.
kill the other guy.
We just wanted you to awkwardly punch one
Pull a
another, not-
pencil out of your school bag and stick him in the throat. Oh, what the fuck? He never sees it coming because you're new.
in the
It's
middle
like-
of chemistry class.
Yeah, just like bleeding out.
You
Kid
do
be
the
like,
Joker bit.
shit.
I'm gonna make this pencil disappear.
The other kid's like, fuck, I'm going to jail. I told him to do that.
Yeah,
Oh no.
You see the whole scenario flash before your eyes. Oh my
Oh,
god! I told him.
I fucking told that guy to stab that guy in the neck without telling him to stab him in the neck. It's not good.
I was kidding. Like Maga Man. It was just a bit. I was doing a bit when I told him to, like, kill that person.
Doing a bit. He fell on a pencil. He was running with the pencil and he fell sideways and landed with the pencil pointy side in.
And somehow got into chemistry class and sat across from me.
He's running with scissors and it stuck him in his own gut.
How
I
come
actually
Lefty
cut my own eye
Scissors-
like that.
How come Lefty Scissors had that weird rubber, but not righty? Why? What's the difference? Don't understand.
Because right-handed people always tried to use them and then they'd fucking hurt themselves.
But
they didn't have that rubber.
What is different from doing this than doing like what? I don't understand why
The,
there's rubber on it.
Because
Doesn't make any sense.
because most people are right-handed, so they won't realize they're left-handed scissors until they pick them up and try to use them. So they'll stick their hand in it, and it would actually fuck their hand up if they tried to use it. Whereas the rubber makes it softer on your hands, so that when you do try to do it the wrong way, at least you're not hurting yourself.
But what's the right way to cut paper? I think I just need to watch a video why left-handed scissors.
Well, it's because most people are right-handed, so right-handed scissors aren't going to hurt you if you're right-handed. Most left-handed people know that most scissors are right-handed, so that it's a way for them to tell.
But scissors just do this. So what is
No,
it? Why is it hurting
they do them
your
on
hand?
different. They do them like with right-handed scissors. The cutting blade is different than if they were left-handed scissors because they're upside down.
Oh.
For the physics of it, of your hand.
Oh, the cutting blade is a different.
It's on the opposite
In my
angle.
mind, the blades are the same, but I hear
If
what
you
you're saying.
if you look at a pair of left and a pair of right at the same time, you'd be like, oh yeah, they're the opposite way.
Okay.
Like you know how one blade is on the right and the other one's on the left.
In my mind, I imagine they both had blades, but you're right. One of them is a cutting blade, and the other one just kind of brings down the paper on it. They're not.
Yeah,
that
it's
sharp.
like a torque
So,
thing
okay.
or a lever thing. Sorry.
Mystery solved.
That's also why there's like a little pinky thing on some scissors, the really long, because
Yeah.
you can't get enough torque with your
Little
fingers.
leverage.
Yeah. I keep saying torque, but it's leverage.
Those scissors were garbage anyway. What the hell were they giving us those? Because they were cheap.
Well,
that's why.
they're like super fine scissors for doing like hair. You're not
I'm
supposed to
thinking
cut
like
paper
in
with
art
it and
class,
shit.
we had it was a thing with, it was like, you know, it had a crisscrossing metal and this scissor, and they were these cheap little, and some of them had the rubber grip on them. That's what I'm thinking of. But they were cheap, shitty. They were like garbage.
Then they
I
have
guess
those
they were
other
cheap.
ones where it's like a thumb hole, and the other one you can put all your fingers into the. It's like a big long oval,
Yeah, I
and
had
all
those
your
when
fingers
I
go
was,
in.
I would do cabling work. I had like that.
Yeah,
That was to
that's
cut
for more
snips.
leverage.
Getting there,
Because
cut
all
some-
your fingers are in
cut
it.
some cat. You said Cat 5 earlier. All the losers were like, "What are you talking about?" Actually, I think Cat 5 is probably pretty common now. But back in the day,
I don't even think they use Cat 5 anymore. I think they're onto a different standard now.
this cat, I have a fun. A client moved to a new office, and we hired cablers. We were project management, and they were going to run this new Cat 6 cable. Very exciting. You know, Cat 6 cable, but the process they didn't do it before, and it was like 5 times as long. Anyway, long story short, they were like in the middle of the night. They were like doing the patch panels because they thought it would take like a week, and it was taking like a month.
Yeah,
Because
they have that.
The Cat 6 has it in between the wires. When you open it up, there's actually a piece of plastic to divide
Mhm.
to like, I guess, to what do you call it, insulate them. And there's this weird process to punch it down. You have to do all this extra work, and the cablers were like, "This is a nightmare. Why did we do Cat 6?" But we were like, "Fuck you. You know, we ran cable. This is the deal. Get guys in there, do what you have to do."
I wish my IT department had a fucking cabler, for fuck's sakes, man. It's a goddamn nightmare. It's like, you ever see that meme where it's like, what was this? Shit. Fuck, I forget what it was, but it's like, it was like Connect 4, but instead of Connect 4, it was like Connect something else, and it was like all USB cables, and the kids are like trying to plug the USB cable into the right servers and shit, instead of Connect 4.
Oh, this is like a game or something?
Yeah, you remember Connect 4? It's like, you have like the different colored chips, and and you put them in, try to make like tic-tac-toe kind of thing. It was like that, but instead of that, it was a whole bunch of network cables plugged in everywhere, and the kids like holding one, looking at it like, oh shit, where do I stick this one? I forget what the fuck it was. It's a Connect something.
Did the cables do something when you plugged them in? Like, was there like...
No, it's not a real thing. It's a meme. It's like a joke about when you look at a network server and the people were fucking lazy, you end up with these 25-mile fucking cords going from one to the other, and they're right beside each other. It's like, what are you doing? Fuck, that is not how you cable that.
One of the things
you're making the network so slow. Fuck.
Like, I would clean that up. Like, I would...
Yes.
If we were doing a job and we were there all night, I would undo it and fix it because no one's there and you could disconnect shit, whatever.
Now and ours is knotted the fuck up. They're all knotted together.
Oh, Dan is good at this, so he started to like... He would, if you had a messy room, you're like, oh, Dan will come in and
organize
so I hated it, but I would go in and have to tell the client how long it would take, but I really didn't know. You don't know how long until you start, you know.
Well, yeah, it's always a fucking nightmare because they move them around so much.
No matter what, however careful you are, you always make a mistake or a cable's bad, and the next day they're like, oh, I can't connect to the whatever, and I got to go back and. But that was one of the things I kind of hated doing was cleaning up phone rooms.
Well,
that's the kind of shit that would be a 25-foot patch cable.
That's like a fucking lazy hardware guy. He's got a bunch of fucking 10-foot cables instead of like he's prepping his cables before he shows up. And it's like, what are you doing?
I would yell at the guys.
You need the box of cable.
We'd
and
be
you
on
cut
the job,
them.
and he'd be connecting a cable. I'd be like, dude, computers are blue, phones are white. Like we fucking talked about.
Oh
this.
my god.
We have two different. They would.
That doesn't go in that hole.
And I was like, dude, like, I would yell at the guys. I was like, white is always for phone.
No, you need like a
PC.
You need a guy that can do his own cabling so that he has a box of cable that he cuts the perfect lengths for what he's doing and puts the heads on.
It takes too much time.
Exactly. They're like, oh, this server can't be down for more than 5 seconds. Like, no, actually, you can show up on a weekend and fucking fix this. Like, the internet is taking forever because you're fucking putting these super long fucking cable. I got to go through 8 different channels to get to the internet, and they're all like 16-foot cables. It's like, oh, this is ridiculous.
For a while, it was Cat 3 cables were a lot cheaper than Cat 5. They looked identical, but they weren't efficient, and that was a big problem. Like every now and again, Cat 3 you could use for like phone systems. That was fine, but every now and again you'd see a Cat 3 cable on the data port, and we used to be like, what moron put this Cat 3 cable? It would work, but it wasn't efficient, and they could run into problems. But I think once they started doing power over internet, Cat 3 wouldn't work, and like eventually it all went to Cat 5 cable. It was the same price, and Cat 3 wasn't a thing anymore.
Well, check this out. We've got, and there's no need for it, but we've got about fucking 8 blades, cables going all over the fucking place, okay? And then we had that power outage thing, and what it did was it knocked out the internet for a while. We got the power back, but not the internet. So we were like, we need to do our jobs, man. Like, hook us up. So they went and got fucking, they went and got these modem, like a hotspot kind of deal. So it's like a modem that connects to cell towers and shit, so it doesn't have to be patched in. Yeah. So they got that, and they patched us all into it, and everything worked. And I'm like, well, why don't, when this is all over with, why don't we just get a fucking normal router and take those server blades and throw them in the fucking garbage? Because what the fuck are you doing with all these servers in here? Connecting us to 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 another city, connecting us to it's like, what are you doing with all that shit when all you need is a fucking router? We got so much work done in that 1 week where we were on that router because everything was like
Wait, I don't like. What do you mean blades? What do you mean like a blade server?
You know you get,
No.
you know you've got like it's like a hub for your network, right? Like
Yeah.
network hubs. Well, they got like the old blade server system where it's like
Yeah,
you've
they're
got
big
like a rack.
cards. Yeah.
And you get these big blades that go into it, and you're plugging your cables from one blade to the other blade, and then from that blade to another blade, and it's
But
like
what were you doing with that blade server? That like it was
just
network.
being patched in.
Oh, I'm thinking of a blade server as like it's like a.
It's not even a
like
server; it's just a
PC.
hub.
Okay.
No, it's like full of all Ethernet fucking ports.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking
So
of.
it's
There's
just
a
a
thing
hub.
called a blade server, which is like.
Yeah.
There's slots, but every card is like like another PC.
Yeah.
But
Actually,
you're
I had a
talking
bunch
about
of those.
something else. I know what you're
Yeah, I'm
talking
talking about just like not a USB, but like a Ethernet hub. So that it's like a network hub, right? So you're going from one network to another, and
Yeah,
fucking
they
you're connecting
break.
everybody.
You're better off just getting a bunch of Cisco, routers and doing whatever, which you found out.
Well, which I already knew. Like,
Yeah.
I keep telling them, if you're not gonna fix these fucking cables, why don't we just take this and throw it in the garbage?
Because chances are, like, when the bosses look at that room, they just see a bunch of humming equipment and wires.
It's not
and
even.
They're like, we
listen,
don't want to touch this. We don't want to.
It's not a
look at it."
room, dude. It's fucking. It's in the hallway, man. It's like on the wall in the hallway. Every time a phone guy comes in to fix something, he walks in and he sees that, and I'm like, "Hey, I bet you're looking at that beautiful fucking hub we
Yeah.
got going over there." And he's like, "Jesus Christ, man, who did this?" And it's like, I
That
guess
happened.
every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
That's
fuck.
when the boss checks out the office space, they never think maybe we need a room dedicated to this. So it's like, oh, we'll just put it in the hallway. We'll put it over the kitchen. I've seen
Or
that.
this looks like a fire hazard. Like if I looked at that, I'd be like, well, and I didn't know internet, I would be just like, why are all those wires all over the place? What is going on here?
We saw one in a storage
You can't clean
closet.
it up. It's all in knots and it's hanging out everywhere. And it's like, oh my
There's
god.
been, like I've seen them in storage closets. People like they're
Yeah.
storing like coffee next to it. It's like
It actually kind of makes sense where it is because it's in the middle of the hallway by the printer kind of deal. So
Just
it's
looks like
getting
shit,
all
though.
kinds. Yeah, it's getting all kinds of air and shit. So it's cool. It doesn't have any problems like that. But it's like, why do you need it in the first place?
Yeah, but someone walks by it and they hit it with their head and like the whole office
Well,
is down.
it's over like a counter space.
Yeah.
So you can't really get at it. It's in the corner, but regardless, it's just like anybody walks in there
It's
and there's
security.
like
You gotta
a
lock it
lot.
up, man. Someone could you get a disgruntled employee, he throws coffee on it.
It should just be an actual, just like a router.
Yeah.
And not even like you could have one of those maybe and have it connect to the router so that you can spread it all by Ethernet cable.
Well, now
But
it's all
still.
you get high speed internet at the office,
Yeah.
and then
It blows it away.
All the servers are virtual. They're all like Amazon, I think you could just make a virtual network and you just pay a monthly fee, and there's no more physical.
That's a little
computers in
risky
the
though.
office.
They don't want to put that out there. Like they're trying to keep it in house for the most. It's like corporate, right? So you can't just be like throwing it out there to anybody. They want to keep it all in house. Have their
Well,
own.
there's
people deal.
hybrid. You're gonna do hybrid too, which is like you got a server in your office, but
Yeah.
some stuff is out on the cloud.
Yeah, they have
It's all
like
coming back to me.
drives, and these drives are fucking HDD drives. They're like 2 terabyte HDD drive, and it's maxed the fuck out. Like there's like 38 gigs left on it, and it's like, do you guys think maybe you should get another hard drive? And they're like, can you please erase some stuff so that this hard drive can live
Running out of
another
space,
year? It's
yeah.
like, what the fuck are you thinking, man? You got the whole corporation on a 2 terabyte drive, and it's like choking to fucking work.
I would
Maybe
always
you
yell
should
at-
back this up and put it on
I
a
bought-
fucking SDD.
For a while, the guys who were doing like these small projects, they would always put this NAS unit on, like as like a storage solution, and the thing would always blow up like a year down the road, and I would yell at them because it was like a NAS that you would it was like a home, like something you'd have in your house with movies on it.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the corporate version was like $2,000, but they would sell the client these $500 ones because they were cheaper, and I would always, like, I'd see that on an estimate, and I would yell at whoever made it. I'm like, you can't. They're like, oh, but they don't have a lot of money. I'm like, all right, sell them a thing that's gonna break in a year, and we're gonna have to like explain to them why we. It was like I remember having the same argument, like,
Yeah.
don't sell them the cheap storage solution because it never fucking works.
or I
Oh, but
need
they
to
only
top
have a
out my
couple of
RAM.
things.
Oh, I'm gonna look in the closet in these old computers and see if I find one that matches your computer. What? The RAM stick I'm talking about is $20.
Yeah.
Like, what? It's gonna cost $50 for you to fish around for an hour. Like, how about go to the store and or Amazon the shit over?
Crucial
Like,
was the
let's
best.
go.
Crucial. You could type in your exact computer make and model, and they'd be like, "This works." Boom. No fucking. No, and it would work. It was like flawless. I loved Crucial.
Well, you know what I found out the other day? I've been trying to I had problems with my computer, so I'm like trying to get IT, and IT wants you to go through their portal, and it's like, okay, so if my computer doesn't work, how do you want me to get on the portal? I can't go on your portal, create a ticket system for you to call me back. I need to be able to at least call you.
Do you know the name of the software that they use? I'm just curious.
Well,
whatever portal that they use.
No, it's their own fucking.
It's not like ConnectWise or anything like that.
No.
All right.
No, these guys are like, they're trying to make their own shit, and it's like, guys, stop being so fucking stupid about everything you do. But anyways, I'm trying to call them all. There's like 10 guys on the crew, and you're calling every fucking guy on the list. They're all letting it go to their machine that has no service. So you can't even leave a message. It's like, you fucking douchebags. Like, you just don't want to work or some shit. I don't understand this shit.
You probably have a reputation like, oh, this guy.
They won't answer me back and shit. So I'm like, I did notice that this other company had, like, we had service through this other company before. We had our own IT, right? And I noticed the last few times that service is still on my computer for them to backdoor in and fix shit. So I call the guy up, and he's like, yeah, okay, give me your computer number and blah, blah, blah. So I give him all that shit.
That's exactly what my old company would do. We were that company.
And so he's like, okay, so what do you need, buddy? And I'm like, change my password.
Was it Log Me In? Did they use Log Me In? That was what we used to get in.
No, these guys had their own shit, and the other guys had their own shit too, like real proprietary shit. And so anyways, I call the guy, and I'm like, okay, can you change my password? Because I got locked out of my computer was what was the problem. So I'm like, okay, fucking change my password. And he's like, what else do you want me to do? I'm like, oh, can you install this program and this program? And so he's like, yeah, here you go. And I'm like, yes. Because anytime I talk to them about I need this thing installed, it takes like fucking 2 months.
Yeah, but your boss is going to get a ticket that says, so-and-so said to install this software and this software.
No, he's going to get a bill. Because this is an outside fucking IT, so they're going to bill us for it.
We would like send your boss would get a thing from us.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, this user said
this user did this. And then when they come back, it's like, then you might want to talk to your IT department about picking up their phones, or at least getting an answering service. Like, they're real assholes about everything. Because the last people that were
we would
cheap.
get clients telling us, like, we
The
were their
worst.
IT staff, but they would be like, oh, when Bill calls up, don't do anything that Bill wants. We would get into this weird, we'd be like, listen, you talk to Bill. Don't, like that's an internal, have Bill talk to you, like we would be in the middle of this like weird, like office like politics thing. Like that you have to tell your employee not to call us.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
so no doubt they'll see that some things have been done, but it's nothing that they can bitch about. They're just gonna try to bitch about. I went outside of the house, and it'd be like, look, man, dude's not available. We can't just fuck around all day waiting or maybe 2 days or 3 days for him to get me into my computer. Like, my boss is going to be like, what the fuck are you doing just sitting there watching YouTube on your tablet? Like, well, I can't do anything. They won't answer my fucking call.
Yeah.
Like, you have to go up the chain to the point where you're getting, like, managers and directors involved just to get the IT guy to answer you. And then when he does, he's got a bazillion questions. All because he's trying to get out of what you're asking him to do. Like, I got that.
I think he was saying that your business closes down for the winter soon, right?
Well, no, it stays open, but all the work dries up in the winter because you can't do anything.
Yeah.
So it's just strictly office staff.
All right.
In the winter, but in the summertime, it's like business is going and then everything's on. So that's why I don't even hang around for the winter. I use that as my vacation. Oh,
you're actually supposed to go to the office, but
just like... No, not me. Like they've always laid me off since day one in the winter. Because
That's what I mean. I remember you saying that. Like they just like get out of here. Well, that kind of sucks.
No, they give you a note that says that you're out of work. Like there's no work for you to do, so you're being laid off as opposed to being fired. So you can go to like your unemployment office and you can get your unemployment checks back.
Okay.
Like what you paid into the service the year, you can get it back. It's like 52% of your salary.
Okay, that's what that.
For like.
It's like teachers.
Just enough time that the season starts up again. Like they've got it designed for if you're seasonal, it's just enough time. They know you're seasonal. It's part of your job description. It comes up as seasonal. So they're like, okay, we're going to have to pay this guy every year. And it's going to be this much amount of his salary for this many weeks, up to this amount. So, I mean, it pays you for like, you can, if you don't have a lot of expenses, you can live off of it easily. As long as you don't leave the country. If you leave the country, you're in shit because...
If you don't cohabitate, don't want
For sure.
Don't marry. It's perfect for MGTOWs.
Yeah. But I mean, it's pretty good for married guys too.
You need marijuana, electricity.
Well, if say I had 2 kids and a mortgage and a wife and all that shit, well, I wouldn't be doing this. I'd be like, okay, I gotta make money because I gotta feed these people. It's not enough to feed 4 people.
Yeah.
So I'd be like Dozangs. I'd be out there doing snow and shit in the winter.
I think that
and
guy
then you're
has like
fighting
8
with everybody
jobs.
else.
That's why he hasn't been on, because I think he's just busy.
No, I don't spend any extra time at work if I don't have to. I like doing the things that I do outside of work just as much, if not more. So.
I hear that. I kind of miss working. It's always the grass always greener. I kind of miss working in an office, but I miss working in an office in Manhattan. That was always cool. Like taking the train, walking through the city, going to work. I kind of miss that.
Well, I get lucky because I have a company vehicle because I do a lot of courier stuff for them too. Like if they need something drove to Montreal or Toronto or something, then they're like, okay, this is the guy that doesn't have a wife or kids or anything. Give him the job to go drive into wherever. And I love it. I could just fucking get on the road, drive for the whole day, go and pick up a part and bring it back the next day.
I've been thinking about getting a CDL and doing some kind of truck thing because I'm like I like driving. I don't mind driving. I don't know if I want to load a truck.
Well, there's
a drive.
Depending on what kind of delivery you were thinking, you wouldn't even need a CDL. A lot of it, you just need your regular license for if you're not driving a big truck.
Like school bus. I was thinking of school, but that's there's another level to like driving a school bus.
Yeah, that's a weird job
or
because of the time.
Like snow plow. I was just thinking, I could drive. Maybe I'll
Mr. Plow.
Because I'm bored. Yeah.
You'd be the plow king, actually. Dan,
but I feel like there's
the plow king.
There's a billion plow guys up here, but like my wife said, she showed me something. It was like, I guess. The big heavy-duty plows that go on the parkway, there's like not enough drivers, and I was like, "Oh, really?" So, but I don't think it's steady work and stuff. But maybe I don't want steady work. I don't know. I was playing around with the idea of driving a large vehicle just for the fun of it.
I'm not sure what it's like where you're at, but I'm pretty sure it's probably similar everywhere. The school bus thing, it's like you get the morning and the night. It's like a part-time job kind of deal. Like you got the beginning of the day and at the end of the day.
There's also
not really the end.
You can't do any drugs, so that kind of.
Of course, because you're driving.
But I'm not doing any drugs now, so I might as well just
They probably have a thing where you can't do drugs for 24 hours before you drive, so you'd only be able to do drugs on like Friday night.
They said they do like all of a sudden they'll be like random drug tests.
Yeah.
Here you go. And I'm like, I'm a virgin.
But even drinking, like you wouldn't be able to drink unless it was Friday night kind of thing, where you're not driving the next day.
Yeah, I'm not a big drinker, so yeah. Maybe I'll cross the country like Windy. No, I couldn't do that. I think that's too much.
Long haul, you'd want to do local shit.
Well, I see how crazy Windy is, so I don't want to end up like that. Is he watching?
Pull up on Maga Man out of nowhere. Like a delivery of ice
Surprise,
to North Carolina. I'm delivering ice bricks to North Carolina.
I ordered
to Mecklenburg County.
I ordered a rug for my living room. Long story. Anyway, I went to go to tracking and it came from wherever Wally lives. It was like Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm like,
Charlotte Mecklenburg or whatever.
I had like
Mecklenburg?
PTSD. I'm like, oh, it's Wally's neighborhood.
Oh shit, it's that fucking town again.
Wally, they make rugs down the block from you. Actually, I think it was made in China, but anyway, they shipped it out of where you are.
You should send Hebrew Spaceman to go and get it next time you order one.
I think I could have just saved me a couple. I think it was free shipping, so it's fun.
Could you see him driving by Wally slowing down? Fuck you, Wally! He's got the rug rolled up on the top of the car.
When I went to buy a rug, I was looking for rugs.
I
for
got
my
an
wife.
excuse.
I was looking online for rugs, and I was thinking of Maga Man because one of the it was like an outdoor rug, and the picture was like it showed it on the patio, but it was the American flag as a rug, and we were laughing. It's like you're not supposed to walk across.
I know,
like,
right? That's so weird.
But I'm like, Wally would buy that. Wally would buy an American flag.
That goes on the ground that you walk
nasty
on.
Fucking toes every day.
Turning the white stripes yellow.
But we thought it was a joke at first. I said it to her. I'm like, "What about this rug?" And she's like, "Oh, that's." I'm like, "No, it's an option." She's like, "Really? They offer an American flag rug?" Yes, we could get an American flag rug. Fucking America. What's wrong with us? Crazy. What happened?
You buy it and it's like a doormat, so that everybody wipes their feet on it before they come in the house.
It was 8, but the size we were looking for 8 by 10. That's for our living room. And it was an 8 by 10 American flag for your deck, so you and your friends could
track
have a
mud
barbecue
across
and
Old
drop,
Glory.
Yeah, drop fucking hot dogs on it and shit.
Mustard and
made in China.
Oh, made by the Old Glory Club. Old Glory.
God. Trying to see if I have I think I sent it. Let me see. I'm looking at my wife's chat. I think I sent it to her via chat. I'm like, what about this? I sent her ridiculous rugs. Oh, there it is.
What do you think of this one? That's ridiculous. I have a Darth Vader bath mat, like the kind you put outside your shower.
When you step on it, does it go?
No, it's the. I bought it fairly recently, so it's like the new Star Wars shit. It's like Darth Vader from.
I was gonna say which one, man. This is a costume you're talking to. Was it a New Hope? Was it?
No, I think it was around the time
Rogue
of
One. Was it
Rogue One? I think.
Oh, Rogue One Vader.
Yeah.
There we go.
Rogue One Vader was pretty fucking awesome, actually.
There we go.
Oh my god, it looks like a kid drew it.
Put your bench right on it. Fuck it.
Can you imagine the Chinese people sewing that together? They're like, I fucking hate your guts while I make
People
this.
are stupid. Yeah, it's probably a joke. It's like I bet Americans will buy this and walk all over their flag.
And we're all putting our hate prayers into it. So when you when you go to walk across it, you'll get a toothpick shoved into your toe or something. You'll drop a toothpick into it and stub your toe with it.
It has illegal listening devices. So
those COVID fiber.
There was something with there was a big Chinese communist meeting, and they escorted the old leader out. Did you hear about this? It was on the news.
Yeah.
Like they
frog marched him out.
Like the guy tried to take paperwork that he had with him, and they took it away from him, and they were like, bye
no,
bye.
You're not gonna need that where you're going, pal.
And like that, no one see that guy ever again. I think they were saying that the guy was suffering with dementia, and they escorted him away before he said something crazy. That's what the theory.
Biden
was.
better not go over there and do a meeting with.
He's too old. He's too old, man.
They're like, this guy's got to go. They just frog march him out. And
he's creepy with the girls, and he's too old. He's too old a man.
He likes the smell of hair. He's like, can I sniff your hair, little girl?
It was a bad choice for presidents last 2 years ago. It's like there's nobody else. Can't we have someone else? These two old white dudes.
Hillary's like, if we can get Biden in, that'll make me look like fucking awesome when I go to run again.
I just every year I'm always like, there's nobody else that could run.
Who do you think's gonna go next time? Do you think he's gonna run again? He thinks he's gonna run again. It's like, I don't think they're gonna let you do that, bud.
I don't know. I think it depends in the next 2 years, like how we, because like being the president ages you normally. Like I think Obama
Well, that's
went
just
gray, and
Like,
Bush
he was-
Jr. went gray.
He was already gray when he went in, so he was kind of shaky to begin with, and now he's like Alzheimer's. It's like, whoa.
It's like it's
buddy.
too much stress for a normal person, let alone like an 80 or.
That was the same with Reagan. Reagan ended up with Alzheimer's after he was done.
Yeah, I remember he was suffering. They think he was suffering with it at the time because
Oh, yeah.
there was a whole Oliver North business, and he was like,
Mhm.
I don't remember, and people like he's dodging the questions. In
It's
hindsight, it's like
no,
actually
he probably doesn't
didn't
remember. It's too recent for him to remember. He remembers 1958 and shit. Like, they always remember old stuff, but they don't
I remember
remember new
hearing
stuff.
at the end, Ronald Reagan, like he was in the comic books. Like they hid him away. You never saw him after a certain time, but you heard stories like they would like he was in the comic books because apparently you go back. It's terrible. I
don't know
it's
what'll
like a
happen to
world
me
leader.
then. I've always been into comics and shit, so it's like they're like, he's reading comics, he's got to be going nuts. It's like, no, that's how I like my entertainment. Like, what the fuck? I hate it when people say comics are stupid. It's like, no, you just haven't read the right comics.
Well, the idea of like an ex-president like into Richie Rich or whatever the hell. I can't imagine. They never talk about what comic book he was into.
Meanwhile, it's just a bunch of Archie comics by his toilet, like everybody has. Like, what the fuck?
That's weird. And that's coming from a guy who shits naked.
You don't
Only
have
when I'm
Archie
taking a shower.
Digest? You don't have Archie Digest by the toilet? What about a Game Boy with Tetris? A lot of
No, I'm
people
trying-
have that. You sit you go into someone's bathroom and they got a Tetris Game Boy with Tetris plugged into it on top. You're like, yeah, this guy spends too long in here.
Ew, gross. I just think of Dookie Tetris.
Yeah.
Now I'm trying to think what I remember as a kid. I would read the labels of shit that was just in my my
shampoo
the
bottles
shampoo,
and shit.
whatever.
Yeah.
Like whatever weird medication that someone was taking to my house.
You're like, preparation H for use of. Oh, gross. Ugh.
But then I think I would
on my hands.
I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna be in there for a bit, and then I would get a book that and take it in there, but then not leave it. I would take it out with me. That was never, because someone's gonna shit on it.
You're reading the Monostat 7 and you forget to put it down before you come out. You're still reading it. You're like, for moist and clammy crotches.
I'm pretty sure my mom was like, why are you going through my meds? I'm pretty sure she had that.
That was tucked behind three different things. You
She's probably
pulled that
thinking
out of the
I'm
back.
using drugs, and I'm just bored in the bathroom reading shit that's in there.
I'm looking for Tylenol.
But then I think it was probably like oversized picture books with pictures of dragons and shit in it. It was probably Dungeons and Dragons books. I bet I brought Dungeons and Dragons books into the bathroom. I'm trying to think, I can't.
My mom was the other way around. She's like, you got a headache? I've got 3 different kinds of pills. Which one do you want? You like red or blue?
I think I just told her, I'm like, I just read random shit, and she's like, okay. Like she's like, I get that.
My mom was like, do you want ibuprofen or do you want aspirin or do you want... What's the other one? There's 3 different kinds.
My wife would know this. She's always like, I'll have a headache and I'll grab
aspirin
one, and she'll grab it out of my hand. She's like, that's not for headaches, idiot.
Yeah.
And I'll
That's
be like,
for
what are you,
back
a fucking
pain.
nurse? And she'll be like, yeah, actually.
That's for back pain, you idiot. You can't drive when you take one of those.
Yeah, I'm like, I have a headache. This is what I grew up with. Whatever was in there, Advil.
That's liquid Tylenol 3 you're mixing in your fucking drink.
Can't drink
Dan's
Advil
making
and
lean.
drinking. No good. I'm like,
You're not supposed to take codeine before you drive.
I'm like, the Advil makes it better. It's fine. It heals everything.
That's nitrous oxide. Don't inhale that.
I remember one of the guys I used to work with. He was into those Fast and Furious movies.
Ugh.
So I'm like, all right, I'll watch them. So I sat down and watched them all, and then I would just make fun of him the next day, and he hated me for it. And one of my favorite scenes in all those movies, I don't remember which one it was because they all blur together, is the whole time. What's his name? Is it Vin Diesel?
Yeah, Dominic.
He's got this stone face, no matter what's going on.
Yeah.
He's no problem.
Male
Explosions
model.
behind him, he's fine. But the only time he ever showed emotion was something happened to his car, and the camera zoomed up on the NOS, the nitrous oxide tank.
Yeah.
Was like leaking, and he turns around to the audience and he goes, "NOS!" And all of a sudden the car blows up in a green explosion, which isn't a thing. It looked like the Darth Vader the Death Star exploding. And I was like, I told him the next day, I'm like, "You like those movies? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?"
It's the same with like cars just exploding because they got in a car accident. It's like that's not how that happens
but like,
at all.
People shoot at Vin Diesel with Uzis. He's cool as a cucumber, but there's a leaking NOS tank that is like, oh, NOS, like he's a big wuss. That's his kryptonite.
No, not
leaky.
NOS.
Yeah. If you want to get into Vin Diesel's.
Wait, pissed him off because that was his fucking
it's about
booster.
Family. It's all about family and NOS.
Yeah, it's more about the NOS, but we'll keep it family while we're blowing cars up with green flames coming out of the explosion.
Trying to find the NOS explosion.
They're like the gas tank exploded. It's like no,
this may be it.
Gas tanks don't explode like that. It's not how that happens. Cars do not blow up.
I'm trying to look at just the scene. He's not yelling NOS.
He just makes a face, and the camera zooms
the title
in,
of this video
doesn't
is
it?
Dominic Toretto yells NOS, but he doesn't.
Oh.
This video is lying to me.
NOS!
Shit, what's his real name? Dominic
His real?
Toretto. I mean his fake name.
Right.
That's right, Dominic Toretto. Yeah, I can't.
Dominic.
Like, if you asked me what happens in any of those movies, I couldn't tell you.
Really?
Other than, I think Toretto is like the worst. I think he's supposed to be an undercover. Oh no, the guy who died is an undercover investigator.
Yeah, Paul
But then
Walker.
within minutes, he like falls in love with a girl and then throws his career out the window. I think that's what happens.
I probably would have too. She was pretty hot.
I remember thinking like he's the worst cop ever. He's just like, oh, I'm in love with her. Fuck my morals. Fuck my job.
So much for loyalty.
Yeah.
I went to the academy. I fucking spent 5 years on the fucking beat.
Oh yeah, he was like they were like smuggling stuff, and he's just like, actually, maybe I'll do this too. and he's a cop. He's like a trained cop. It's like
He's like, you know what, this is fun.
Yeah, these guys seem cool.
Remember Deep Cover? It's like the opposite. They're like make him be an undercover, and he's like doing drug deals and shit. He's like, go buy some cocaine. Gives him money, and then he's like, okay, I got the cocaine. What should I do? He's like, sell the cocaine. He's like, okay. Like they totally make him into a drug dealer so that he can work his way up the ladder and get the kingpin. And they're like, we'll just keep throwing money at you and keep buying drugs and then go out and sell the drugs and then give us the money back from the drugs. It's
Repeat.
like, wait a minute. You're making me a drug dealer and I'm supplying you now? Like, what the fuck's going on here? Yeah.
Well, he does yell it, but you don't see it. Damn it.
You don't see it? So it's like showing the NOS when he says it?
I was watching it without the volume.
Mm.
But then when you add the volume, he's like...
NOS!
It's the only time Toretto shows any
emotion. Because he knew his beautiful car was going to explode. He was like, oh, fuck you!
Yeah, but every other minute they have a different
You could kill
car.
my sister, but my car?
They just have
NOS!
a different... They just have a NOS. It's so stupid. I do remember the gearheads when I was a kid had a tank of NOS in their car. Like, really, you're gonna go 800 miles an hour just in case? You know, come on.
Aren't the wheels gonna fly off this rust bucket?
Yeah, something bad would happen if you press that stupid button.
Look at that fucking jacket.
Look at how young he is.
That cue ball head. Oh, he's flaming now. Tight. Uh-oh. Roasted his ride. NOS!
The green explosion.
Wow, that was his ground effects.
I remember saying, did he
All the
just scream
phosphorus
NOS?
came out of his ground effects.
No. In my mind, Vin Diesel turned towards the audience and was
Yeah.
like, "Nos."
He was like, let's roast some weenies on this thing. Oh, wait a minute. I think there's nos under this car. Nos! Oh, shit, there is nos.
You
Run!
fuck with him. You give him a magazine, and in it is just an advertisement for Nos, and he's just like,
Nos!
No! He drops the magazine, explodes, and green fire.
Yeah, green flames flying up.
It's not green.
Paper does not turn green when you burn it.
And something with a car off a building. Maybe they go through a building into a parking garage. But they really did it. They really did it, guys. Okay, great.
No, remember they jumped from, they were in Abu Dhabi, and they fucking drove the car from one building into the other building.
Yes. And they would always be like, but we really did it.
It was real. It's practical effects, man.
Like, okay.
Yeah, they drove through windows in skyscrapers in Abu Dhabi. Like, those Sultan guys are so... the sheiks, they're like so fucking rich. They don't care if you destroy their architecture. It's a movie. Like,
They're like, it's for a movie. They're like, I don't know. They're like, but Vin Diesel's in. They're like, okay. They're like,
oh, right on. Can we get his autograph?
Corretto.
Like, you bring him to a party after.
Guy? Is that the guy who yells Nos?
He's like, we will allow it, but he must yell Nos halfway through.
Is he the Nos man?
When he's jumping buildings, halfway between, he has to go, Nos. Or be like, Allah.
Yeah, turns out Nos translates into like something ridiculous in whatever language you speak over there. It's like yelling pickles or something.
Or Yahoo.
Pickles!
It's like going yeehaw. They're like, nah.
It's extra funny if you speak whatever language they speak over there. What do you think the language they speak in Dubai is?
Arabic, probably.
I'm sure there's like...
I would expect it's Arabic.
But I feel like there's like 18 different flavors of... my Firefox isn't working because it's an antiquated browser.
Everybody has 15 different flavors of stuff. Even the Irish do.
Google's not working. I know the internet's working.
You got the Black Irish, you got the Protestants, and you got the Catholics.
I was thinking about Wally. I was watching the show called the
Pagans.
The Serpent Queen, and it's about one of the queens of France. I forget which one, but it's 1550 maybe.
Marie Antoinette.
I think this is before her time, but there's a scene. Because Wally's always like, when the Republicans win, the liberals are just, we're going to burn all the liberals. Like, he just has this fantasy.
Yeah, that would be like Marie Antoinette when they dragged her out and put her head on the chopping block.
Well, this was, the queen hated there was something with the Protestants and Catholics, I guess, in France at that time. And the king signed a thing that's like, okay, Protestantism is illegal. And, like, as soon as he signed it, like, minutes later, the guards, like, if there was anyone in the castle that was suspected as a Protestant, they would just took him out back and they hung him on a tree dead.
Yeah.
and the king was like, maybe I shouldn't have signed that. But I was thinking about Wally when I saw that scene, because he's like, once we win the Republican red wave, the liberals will just be dragged in the street and shot dead. I'm like, I don't think that's how it's going to go.
It's the same thing that started the troubles in Ireland. It was the fact that the king was changing God. He was changing it. It was like, oh shit, I can't remember which king it was now. I think it was Henry. He wanted
but
to.
Even the king was
he wanted to divorce, and he couldn't do that as a Catholic.
Yes. Yeah, that was there was a movie, Man of All Seasons. I think that was.
And that's how you ended up with the Protestant faith, was that they allowed divorce so that he could divorce the queen, I guess.
Yeah, I remember I watched that movie and
you didn't want to have to kill her like most kings have to do.
The premise of the movie, I think it won Academy Awards. It's like from the 70s, but the premise was this guy was like a lawyer or something, and the king was like, the king found out the only way he can get a divorce if this guy like says okay. So the king like invites him out, and he gives him some money and something. He's like, so
probably the Pope.
You're gonna do this to me, right? And the guy was religious, and he's like, well, actually, that's forbidden. And the king's like, but I'm the king, and he was still like, no. And that was the whole point, was like, he won't. He's a man of all seasons. He won't bend to the will of the king. But I was watching it, and then they imprisoned him, and they imprisoned his family, and they tortured him. And the whole time, I'm just like, give the fucking king a divorce. Like, just just do it.
Well, then he's going to hell, right?
Yeah,
like,
but
in his mind,
your
he's
family's
going to
not
hell.
gonna get tortured in front of you. Like that was. I remember watching it. Like, I'm this guy's making a big mistake. Just
I
the
think
king wants something.
I think the whole part of the Christians thing is that you're any kind of thing like that that's happening to you or your family or whatever. That's all like the devil's trials, and you have to like even if they kill you, like you're gonna go to heaven for it and shit. It's like a martyrdom.
I'd be like, I don't know if I want to worship that God who's gonna make
the one that
it's
makes
like,
you
it's like,
really,
oh, your
really
daughter's
meek.
dying in front of you. This is the test. Like, maybe I'll worship a different one. That would be me.
that's the interpretation, right? Like that's how the church wants to make the people. So that's kind of what he was trying to change. He's like, we need to fix this so that I can divorce my wife. Like you can't. And then they're like, no, you can't do that. That's against God. And he's like, well,
I think like the epilogue
I like
of
God,
the
and
movie
I'm
was
just gonna.
like, the epilogue was like, well, the king found another way to get a divorce. The
Yeah.
end. It's like,
But-
of course he did. He's the king. Like,
by
you know.
creating a new religion, yeah.
Yeah, he just wrote something on paper.
Yeah.
Like,
Which started all those wars everywhere because they're like, okay, now you have to be this kind of Christian, and everybody's like, wait a minute.
So again, maybe if you gave the guy
You
a divorce,
forced me to
he
be a
would've started
Roman
war.
Catholic before, like
Idiot, man of all seasons.
because the whole
Yeah.
Catholicism is like the Romans creating their thing out of Judaism, Christian. Sorry.
Yeah,
So like you
1966.
do Christ our way. We talk to God through the Pope and all that shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, I thought it was the 70s. It was the 60s. Man of all seasons. Orson Welles was in it. Yeah, just the moral is when the king asks you to do something, just do it, because he'll murder you and your family.
At the very least.
Yeah.
You might actually be in the stockade, like the
And if you
actual
play
thing with your
cards right,
hands, and
maybe you get a little money, you get a little action, because
you get a little bit of coin.
Yeah. And then you could do cool things with your family. At the end.
Then Robin Hood would come and take it back, and we can give it to somebody else.
When someone with ultimate power asks you to do something, just do it.
Yeah, especially if their guard is holding you by the nuts.
Because he's just going to kill you if you don't. And probably in a bad, vicious way.
Oh yeah, back in the day.
He'll put you in a metal bowl and roast you.
Put him in the Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden?
Excellent. What was the first one? Oh, and then
You know that
they
Billy
say
the
that,
Kid,
and then he goes,
Billy the Kid was in Tron. I remember that. That actor was like he was one of the programs or something.
oh yeah.
His debut. When he went in to get the part in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, he was like on his resume. He was like, I was in Tron.
Bogus Journey. The guy who played Death was shit. What's his name again?
Oh, I could see him. I know what you're talking about.
William Sadler.
Is that his name?
Pretty sure. Bill Sadler.
There's no way to find out.
Well, there is. There's
Well, he
good
was
old.
in the new. They made another one recently, right?
Did they?
Yeah, there's Bill and Ted 3.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you don't know about Bill and Ted 3? Yeah, like they go to hell and they bump into death and they kind of make up.
Yeah. Well,
But
no,
like
yeah,
there's
I've seen
flames
that
and
one.
shit, and they're just like,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
Yeah, I did see that.
It wasn't that good, but if you're, I guess, a diehard fan,
Yeah, it's William Sadler.
there you go.
Man, he don't look like himself anymore. I mean, he does, but he's like, his face is puffy now and wrinkly.
Well, that was like 92, I think. Right?
Oh yeah, man, but he's been in a lot of shit. Remember, he was in Demon Knight, that Tales from the Crypt movie, Demon Knight.
But they have.
He was in Shawshank
They have
Redemption.
evil us's. They have robot evil us's. How
Yeah,
do you defeat them?
Robot Bill and Ted.
Create good evil us's? Ted, you're a genius. So stupid, but funny.
1991, Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. So, fuck.
I remember they had a Primus on the.
Was it 80s? And Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure was like 80 what? 89?
Maybe I feel maybe 88, 89.
That one was good too with Rufus. You're gonna want to get in the elevator, boys.
I like the car key bit. Like the whole time the dad is looking for the car keys, and at the very end, he's like, actually, we'll go back in time, steal my dad's car keys, and he's like, oh, actually, I stole my dad's car keys. But at the beginning of the movie, he didn't realize he stole it. I thought that was he's like, wait, but if you get what are you going to do after you steal them? He's like, I don't know. We'll put them, I don't know, behind that rock, and they go in there, and the keys are there.
Yeah.
Like that.
They're just like, we'll just go and do shit in the future after to fix
like we
it
have a
all,
time
so we
machine.
have it there.
We'll just go back.
We'll go back in time and plant all this shit, so it's ready for us. Good idea. So they just reach back there, and the shit's there. It's like, ha-ha! Perfect.
Was the father a pedophile? Oh no, I'm thinking of Beetlejuice guy. I forget that guy. That guy was always that same character. He was always like a cop or something.
Beetlejuice guy?
No, like the father and Ted's father in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. He was like in everything. But no, I'm thinking of the guy who was in Beetlejuice and I think Ferris Bueller's Day Off. No. I don't know. Anyway, that guy's a pedophile.
What? Now you got to tell me who that is that you're talking about for real.
Maybe he was Best in Show too. Let's see.
You're getting pretty obscure for me. I would never have watched Best in Show.
Ferris Bueller. Oh, I think he was the guy after. I can't spell Ferris.
Ferris.
Ferris Bueller Day Off cast. Jeffrey Jones, this guy.
Oh, that guy. He was in, you want to get obscure, he was in fucking Disorderlies. Did you see that movie?
Did I?
I went to see that at the fucking drive-in. Laughed my ass off.
He was in everything. Hunt for Red October, Ed Wood, Devil's Advocate.
Disorderlies was the movie with the Fat Boys.
I was gonna say, I think I got a ticket to that movie, and the plan was, once the movie starts, we were gonna sneak to the next theater that was playing it was one of the slasher movies. I think it was Jason. It was one of the Friday the 13th was playing, and then we just stayed and watched that movie because it was entertaining. we didn't go to like.
That shit was funny. Remember they had that big fucking machine full of pills for the guy? They have to give him his pills all the time.
I remember they took that guy off his meds and he was fine. That's all I remember about that movie.
He started getting boners and shit. He was like, what?
They ended he was over medicated. He was getting taking meds.
He's like, I feel great, boys. They're like, you're gonna kill him if you take him off those pills.
I remember thinking that's a really bad message for kids. Like
you get off the drugs and you can be an old man in a wheelchair. Remember, the girl sits on his lap and it goes dong, and he makes a face like, ooh.
In 2002, Jones was arrested for possession of child pornography and accused by a 17-year-old boy of solicitation to pose nude photographs. He pleaded no contest.
Take your clothes off, please. No. You're an old man.
He was 14 when it happened. Charges were dropped.
Fuck.
Like I remember this guy was in the show Deadwood. It was like an old West show, and they did the show, and then they never ended the series properly, and the fans were all mad. So then they did like a final Deadwood movie, and this guy came to the set, and this was after all this happened, and a lot of the cast was like, why didn't you just kill that guy off screen or something like that? I remember the cast was mad that they had this guy back. And he was only back for a second. I don't even know if he said any words. I think he's hi, and they didn't give him any speaking parts or whatever. But the cast was
they should have made it so that his character got smoked. Like he gets
This
shot
character got
between the
arrested
eyes.
for child pornography.
They're like, we finally got him.
The actor's like,
he was
"Hey,
taking
wait a minute."
flashbulb photography of. It's like the Old West. Like, what kind of fucking CP would this guy be
Yeah,
getting?
it would have been
like,
fine back then. Probably.
It'd be like a big fucking, those big fucking. You put the flash powder on it and they light it. And
Jones was arrested twice for failing to update his sex offender status. First in Florida, then 6 years later in 2006.
Moving around.
Oh yeah, they've been surrounding.
How many times do you think he went to the fucking island?
Upon learning the involvement, locals insisted that the public should have been alerted, considering that families were being invited to visit the set surrounding the release of Deadwood, the movie. Yeah.
You know what? He was probably a frequent flyer at the island, and he did something or said something that pissed somebody off, and they're like, all right, pull his card. And they're like, yeah, we found this on Mr. So-and-so's fucking computer.
He knew too much. No, but that'll make him talk. They would have just killed him. I mean, Hillary would have just killed him. Isn't she part of that whole...
You mean like Jeffrey himself? Oh. Didn't kill himself. Huma Abedin.
Come on, he
Hillary Clinton
suicide in prison. Come on.
Yeah. And Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin are not eating children for pizza at
I feel like
Planet
Jeffrey
Ping
Epstein
Pong.
is in a picture with every celebrity ever. Like remember when that all happened? It was like
every male celebrity.
There's a picture of this. Oh, there's a picture of this president. It's like, yeah, everyone had a picture with this guy apparently.
Yeah, because he's a what do they call that? Facilitator.
Well, he's like a rich partying dude.
It's like, you need something, I got you covered, man. You want to have a party? I got a whole island for that shit.
He was probably looked at as like a what's his name, Playboy guy. What's that guy's name? Playboy Mansion guy.
Hugh Hefner.
Yeah, they were just like, oh yeah, go to his house, you get laid, you have some drugs, it'll be great.
Yeah, then you get there and it's all kids. You're like, oh,
this isn't what I wanted.
I did not realize. Like, what's his name? Isaac Cappy. That guy wouldn't shut up, so they're like, okay, this guy's jumping off a low bridge in front of a truck. Meanwhile, the whole situation, if you look at it, it's like nobody would consider that he fell off a bridge and got smoked by a truck. Like, he's not in the right spot for that to have happened.
Apparently this creep was in another movie, like, sandwiched in there. How did he get him? He did 2012, he was in Hemingway and Gellhorn. Is a 2012 television film about the lives of Martha Gellhorn and her husband. I don't know. How the fuck did he get a... How did he sneak in there?
Wow.
Like, how do you go, oh, by the way, new employer, I'm a sex criminal. And your employer's like, no problem, buddy. Come on.
Well,
there's no one else who
Hollywood.
can do this role.
There's
no other human being who wants to be in a television show.
As Man with Balaclava, fucking breaking window.
It says he's uncredited. So like,
there you
what
go.
does that mean?
Means you probably won't notice him unless you're looking for him, and they don't want his name in the credits.
It almost makes me want to watch this whole boring drama to see this guy in the background.
But good old IMDb's like, no, we are going to put your name in there and say you were uncredited.
Recredited.
Yeah. These guys hire these kinds of people. It's like a stain on everybody around after if you give them any roles.
Nicole Kidman, Clive Owen.
Clive Owen.
Pedophile. By the way, Nicole Kidman, by the way, your coworker likes little boys.
Well, she already knows about crazy shit too, right? She was married to Tom Cruise.
Oh yeah, God. She probably knows better than to tell anybody because they'll end up, talking about the king ruining your life.
But I think she was a child actor, too, right?
Well, I don't know.
I think it's like she came from like Australian TV.
I think I saw
something.
her walking down the street. Oh no, I saw her. What's her name? Pretty Woman. I saw her walking down the street.
Erica Roberts.
No,
not Erica Roberts.
Who am I
Eric
thinking?
Roberts is her brother. It's fucking
Yeah, that one. I saw her walking down the street.
Erica Roberts. What the
And I
fuck?
remember, like, the only reason I thought something was up is, like, we made eye contact, and she gave me this look like she did something, like she looked guilty. And I'm like, that's a weird... And then I realized she was hoping that I wouldn't recognize her and make a scene. Like, because I imagine if you're famous,
Yeah.
that's what... Julia Roberts. I saw
Julia
Julia Roberts
Roberts,
walking
yeah.
down the street in Manhattan. And I wouldn't even remembered her until, like, she gave me this, like, look like, is this guy gonna, like, go, oh my god, it's Julia Roberts, can I take a picture? You know.
She's like, oh no, here's a guy that probably fucking is gonna...
But I thought it's
played
like
with
she,
himself
like
to
she
my
had
Pretty
this look
Woman
of terror
fucking
on her
picture.
face. It was really weird. It's like, what's wrong with that woman?
Because that's what flashed in your head, and you made a face and didn't realize it. You're like, I remember her in Pretty Woman, and she's like, oh no, this guy's about to fucking hit me up.
Or maybe that's how good an
He
actor
recognizes
she is. She's
me.
like, I'm gonna freak this guy out by just the facial expression because I'm an actor.
She just does it to everybody that looks at her
Then
sideways.
she laughs. She's like, ah, that guy's all fucked up now. Next person she walks by, she goes,
He'll never even try to go up to another celebrity.
And I remember she was like 18 feet tall. She was like, I think she had shoes on and she was
She
like
always
6
wore the
something.
big spiky shoes.
I can't remember where I was in Manhattan. I feel like I was in the 50s somewhere.
Man, her brother has been in fucking almost everything.
Oh, and I also saw what's his name from the Roseanne show. Her husband. What the hell's that dude's name?
Oh, the guy who played Dan, John Goodman.
I saw John Goodman bombed out of his mind during Mardi Gras
Nice.
in New Orleans. I went down in '95, I think. And it was surreal because before we went down, my friend rented a movie from Blockbuster, and it was like, so you're traveling to Mardi Gras this year? Like, that was and it was hosted by John Goodman. So he's like,
Oh,
oh,
no.
you go to Mardi Gras? This is what you do. This is what you don't do. You know, don't piss on the wall. You know, go here and go there. And then we see the guy. Like, he was on. He had a bandana on, and he was on the ground.
Oh,
and
my
he
God.
was like, he was just sitting there with a big stupid smile on his face. And my
Yo,
friend was
Bob,
like-
it's fucking Fred
my friend was like,
Flintstone. He's bombed out of his mind.
He wanted to say something to him, and we're just like, he's not. Just leave him alone. He's, you know, he's doing his thing.
It was after he did Fred Flintstone.
It was '95. Whenever when is Fat Tuesday? I feel like February. Let me see, Fat Tuesday,
Yeah, that's what Mardi Gras is.
February. Yeah, so that's when we saw. He's a big partier. My wife is looking at me confused. I'm talking to the computer. Huh?
He's talking to a sentient AI.
I'm talking to a man with no name.
Sentient AI. That's what I'm gonna make a new channel and call it that.
Okay. I don't even
Uh-oh.
know myself. Oh,
Doxing. Now we know what you look like.
I'm cohabitating.
You know what that means.
All my MGTOW friends are gonna defriend me now.
No, man, you can do what you want. It's all good. It's a personal thing. So
She's actually home late. I'm surprised she got home. Like, you just get home earlier. Well, I guess I gotta go now.
yeah,
I
gotta
was getting
get.
kind of tired. Anyway, it's like 5.5 hours. I keep on missing your show because I keep falling asleep and going to Florida.
That's a shame.
And also, it's on some weird. I think I had to. You commented on a video like, oh, my videos are here now, and I had to like dig through the comments to find where that was.
Well, I'm back on here because I couldn't get enough people to move over there. So
Yeah, it's like it sucks. Like YouTube is
you can't grow there unless you pay them. So it's like it's really hard to get noticed at all.
I'm really surprised how much that other channel looked exactly like YouTube hasn't sued the balls off of them. Like you're exactly like everything is where it is on YouTube. It's like totally identical. I didn't think you could do that, but I guess software is like whatever.
As long as they don't put the YouTube picture on it, they're pretty good.
But I feel like it was like the same font. It was so identical. No, maybe the font was in script or something. Anyway, I was amazed that they haven't had the pantsuit off of them by YouTube. But I guess YouTube doesn't care. YouTube's king.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'll just give you strikes for nothing.
That is what it is, I guess. We choose to play this silly game with this place. We're just like Maga Man, we don't learn.
YouTube yet? Who owns YouTube,
he would never have a shot at it because it's Google.
Who the fuck? Oh, Google. Yeah, Google owns
Google's
everything.
bigger than Musk. For now.
Don't tell Musk that. He'll go, "Oh yeah."
Well, then he'll get his shit going a little bit quicker. He's got all kinds of shit going that Google only wishes.
He should just shut up and be a quiet CEO. Just get us to the Mars, Elon, and focus on that.
Like, if he's in a race with Google, he's in a race with them for, like, self-driving cars or something. Like, either self-driving or, like you can sleep in the car and it'll drive you to where you're going. That type of shit. He's into that.
They kind of have that now, and I was talking about it with a friend. I was like, how... Like, this technology comes out day one. You're going to be like, oh, yeah, I'm totally going to nap in my car as it drives me to work. Like, who
There's
does
people
that?
doing this. There's people fucking doing it, man, and they're getting caught. And it's like, that's not legal, asshole.
Like, day one.
It's not even legal, though. It's like, you can't do that. Like,
I don't
what are
think
you doing?
I'd ever be comfortable with a robot driving me anywhere. It's like...
Like, you could do that with the Tesla that had the radars on it, because they actually knew where cars were. But he went back to, it was just cheaper to go back to having cameras and the AI figuring out what's in front of you than to say that there's a radar so that
I feel like there's too many weird situations on a road that a robot will never handle it.
Well, that's what ended up happening. People were getting smoked. People were walking out in front of it. Like, the car can see stuff, but when stuff's getting in its path and it's going in one direction, it's kind of hard to stop it. It's like, what is that? And it's like, bang, too late.
My dog's being weird.
But they're getting better.
He was bumping into my green screen. Lay off my green screen, man.
We had a guy get caught up here. He was eating a quarter chicken while he was driving. He was steering with his knees, and he's got the quarter chicken in one hand, and he's got the other hand with a bone in his mouth, like eating it. And, yeah, and the cop pulls up beside him on the highway, like he like matches his speed and looks over at him like, "Are you fucking?" Pretty much, yeah. And he was watching a movie. He had like a fucking laptop with the screen facing him with a movie playing. He's like watching a movie, eating fucking quarter chicken by hand with both hands, steering with his knees. And the cop is like,
Yeah, don't do that.
I can't not pull you over. Like, what in the world do you think you're doing? Like, we're giving people shit for everything. You're doing all of the things? Like, this is like distracted driving out the ass. Like,
I remember seeing a guy, he was reading the paper.
People reading books.
Robot cards. He had the steering wheel, the papers here, and he's like,
I've seen women driving on the highway in the fucking fast lane reading fucking romance novels pressed against the steering wheel. I'm like, what in the fuck are you doing?
The one and only time I got a I saw a guy driving a truck, and it was a moving van, and the back door was open. They were flapping, and you could see all the person's furniture that they were moving. And God knows how much of it already fell out of the truck. So I get to the front of the truck to, like, wave the guy down, and the guy has a laptop on the dashboard, and he's just watching a movie, driving. Like, that was the one and only time I, like, went out of my way to, like, contact the trucking company, be like, I saw this the other day.
Yeah, it says,
like,
how's my driving?
Guy should not be on the road, this lunatic.
It actually says, how's my driving, and his phone number. Like, how could you be that
I think it
stupid
was,
that
I
you're
just
gonna
copied
do that?
down the company name, and I'm like, this is, like, and they responded, they're like, oh, we'll find out who this was, and, because I even had the picture, I had the picture of the door open. But I didn't have a
Nowadays,
picture of
most
the guy.
places have GPS on all their vehicles. So when you mention something, they just look at the computer and
They
it'll
can
tell
track
them.
it down.
They'll know
So maybe I
exactly
got
who
a
was
guy
there
fired,
at that
but
time.
Like, that's like too crazy. Like, he didn't check his Mac, what are you doing, man?
Well, these people don't understand. This is what's going to make it so that there's a camera in the fucking thing pointing at you and someone on the other end of a computer watching you at your work. Like, you got to slow down on this stupidity, or you're making it rough for everybody.
Mac, why are you being weird, man?
Like, I want to be able to pick my nose in the car and not have somebody have that on record. Yeah,
Yes.
well, you know what I mean? Like, it's... Leave me the fuck alone. I don't need a camera. But they're like, no, we do need that because people are that stupid these days.
It's true.
You got people reading a fucking book, and it's like, here we go. Yeah, nobody's allowed to have their phone with them at work anymore because these fuckers wouldn't stop texting all day. So now nobody gets to have their phone with them.
They keep going in the bathroom and masturbating.
Yeah.
That's only at your place of employment. I'm sure people have been fired for that. Like, dude, you can't wait. Just go home.
Like, or at least let us all go home. Like, when we're done at the end of the day, can you not be doing this when we're all here?
You can't wait. You saw something you had to right now, like
we see a shadow on the floor at the door, furiously going back and forth.
At work that this is happening.
Oh, they're doing it on the fucking company Wi-Fi.
I know
they're tracking it. They're like, oh my god,
hot, but stop. That's frowned upon.
This guy's actually going on Pornhub on the company fucking internet. Like, what are you doing?
We had to fire a guy. We went on a skiing trip, and we like everyone was like figuring out who was driving with who, and we had two girls in the office, but this one girl in the office, she drove with this guy, and he starts telling this girl how he has a porn like website that he's working on, and she should check it out. And like, she's trapped in the car with this guy, and like I think they did the trip, and when they got back, this story got around, and the boss was like, "See you later, weirdo." Like,
we all looked at your website, and we're not impressed. This guy's like, "Oh fuck."
Well, he was very proud of it. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm working on this thing." And, we're all computer guys, so we were kind of sort of interested in the technical aspects of it, but not the subject matter.
Until shit. All right, you better go see your wife.
Yes. After she's probably like, "Why are you talking about porn?"
Happy wife, happy life.
Some strange man with no face.
I have a face, it's just not visible.
We'll never know. Until next week, everybody.
Invisible man.
So the people watching, does that include us, or are there two other weirdos?
No, I'm not watching. I'm not watching. Should I? You want me to?
Actually, one must be me because I
thumbed you up before I came in.
I have Windows. I have the video running in the background. One's me. Who's the mysterious person watching? Chat.
Wally.
Probably, I think it might be Hebrew. I think he falls asleep for this.
Oh, nice. It's nice to have one person do that so that they get like all the hours that you're.
Oh, it counts to the algorithms.
Yeah, it does. It gives you a lot of watch time.
Okay. Oh, so Friday it's here.
Yeah.
Your show. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it on my regular channel.
All right, I'll try to not fall asleep on you.
Come see me. Come subscribe.
The last time I started watching, there was a midget fighting a woman, and I just was like, I'm out.
Oh, come on. This is some good shit. It's like
I think I was about to
the woman. Remember the woman that fought the two dudes, the grandpa and the grandson?
I don't know I just know it was like a little person and a woman, and I think it was Psyche Spellbound. I was like,
oh, I had a guy come on my channel, and he's like, I love whenever people watch my videos and discuss what they and I'm like,
he found
shit. I'm like,
he got
what
alert.
So he must have. I was like, wow, man, you have a really good copyright fucking scour. Like
that happened to Slippery.
And he didn't give me shit. He was like, I like when people do that, and he gave me thumbs up. I'm like, nice.
Slippery played like some random video of someone walking through Manhattan, and the guy was like, "Fuck you, copyright strike." It was a complete dick to him. Like it was like
they don't
it's
understand.
Just someone walking down the street filming like I don't know. He copyrighted it.
Stupid, because usually we're giving them cred when we're doing it, right? Like it's bringing eyeballs to them, even if it was only like maybe fucking 2 pairs of eyeballs, whatever
well, he didn't,
it is.
Slippery just fucking posted it, but like whatever. You walk it down. What do you want? $1 million? Like
yeah,
like
you gotta fuck with it a bit.
How many videos like that are in the world? Like get out of here.
You gotta fuck with it a bit. You gotta like reverse it and fucking change the colors and make it blurry. And
yeah, he got nailed to the wall.
Yeah.
Anyway, I gotta go
Yeah.
upstairs before I get in trouble.
Have a good one, man.
All right, man. See you. Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, it's just me. Well, I don't know. No one's watching. Anyway, but thanks for watching. Thanks all my guests. I actually have a list. Thanks to Slippery Kevin and the Hidden MGTOW, of course, and Windy and Hebrew Spaceman for showing up. Oh, and Jump Pluff, too. Jump Pluff showed up. So, yeah, thanks a lot for showing up. And, well, I got to fire up the outro. Always got to have the outro. I don't need the outro. No one's watching this shit. Anyway, let's see. Oh, I didn't say share it. I'm just looking through my video collection like a moron. Share video file. Go to the folder. Here we go.
This video ends now.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Goodbye.